Okay. I hope that everything was quite clear to everybody. I got some comments. Yeah, very clear and useful. Okay, confirmation there. Really want to because this is something that is very very important. And keep in mind also the opportunities that come about as a regard with respect to new ways of doing business. All right, I mentioned one where I never thought I'd be one to have people bring out the groceries and stuff where I wait in the car and they bring it out. But they go and they pick the groceries and stuff, and then they text you when it's ready, and then you go pick it up. And I thought about it, and that saved an hour of my day.
Hey, Richard Moore, how's it going, man? It's always great to see you, man. You did a
Yeah.
great job.
Oh, hey, glad to do it. Glad to do it.
Well,
Um,
of course. Now, do you have your email or information on your company that you can give everybody so that they can do this thing together?
yes, yes. Let me put it. I can put it in the chat, I think.
Okay.
And let's see here. I got too many screens up. That's my problem.
That's all right. I tell you what, you go ahead and put it in the chat. I'm getting ready to introduce George Frazier, and we look forward to the great things that you're doing, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right. See you next time.
Okay. Take care.
Mm-hmm. All right, now, as we continue to be on and on the 24-hour deal, of course, we just had Richard B. Moore of we just had Richard B. Moore to come on from Art and B. Moore Solutions LLC, and we're gonna have next. We're gonna have the incredible, the uncomfortable George Frazier. George Frazier is gonna talk to us about success runs in our race, what success is, success wealth building, and once he starts talking, I am going to take more calls from people all over the country as we continue to do what we do in terms of the Black Business Expo. The Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. I know I have just about 10 minutes in, and those 10 minutes, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. And of course, looks like I'm not going to. And of course, and of course. It's always great when we get a chance to talk to you. And of course, we're going to have a couple of breaks, couple of station breaks so that we can make sure that everything is going good. I hope you're enjoying the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is that show that's a 24-hour show for you. We're going to be bringing up the number one networking guy in America today, a legend in his time, and more importantly, someone who's going to share a message with you that's going to transform your lives. And that's none other than Dr. George C. Frazier. Hey, good morning, Dr. Frazier. How's it going?
It's going awesome.
Well, of course, FrazierNet has been a staple in our business community for years. You've been doing it for some time. You've been out here with us. Want to thank you for being on the show, but I'm going to let you get down and do the thing that you do. We have people waiting to hear the voices, to hear the things that you're going to be talking about. And before you start, I'd like to say thank you so very much for being here and doing what I call the business of business.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It is an honor. We have about an hour, correct?
That is correct. About 40 minutes, and then we'll have a question and answering period.
Q&A, right.
Yes, indeed. because I know you're great on Q&A, and they'll be putting it in the chat box so that it'll be popping over there so that you can actually see it. Okay.
Sure. Well, let me know when 12:53. I go on at 1, right?
You can go on right now. It's only 3. I'm just stealing 3 minutes. Let me steal 3 minutes. And ladies.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just making sure that I am on and live and in living color. It's good to see you. And Eric, thank you.
And you're live right now, okay?
Okay. Good.
All right. There we go.
All right. And Eric, Dr. Eric Kelly, thank you so much for all the work that you have been doing in the Carolinas and all in the southeast part of the country. You are a real trooper, and I appreciate you so much. And this is why when you called and asked if I would participate, I did without hesitation. So again, thank you. And thank all of you for taking time out of your busy life for being with us this afternoon. I'm going to talk about building wealth. One of the most important, probably the number one issue, I believe, in Black America. In fact, so much so that several years ago, I coined a term, economics is the new Black power. Economics is the new Black power. And so at 75, and as an elder, I have lived a good life. God has been good. I found my purpose in which God had put me here. It is that thing, of course, that gives us the greatest fulfillment, the greatest joy, and the greatest satisfaction. And it was really teaching and instructing and leading in the area of not only networking and building effective relationships, of which you will hear more about on Wednesday, but of course, economic development and wealth creation in the context of our community. This is a critical issue for us in the 21st century. Not long ago, I was doing some deep thinking. One of the things that allowed me to arrive where I am today, and I started listing, doing some really deep thinking. There are probably 6 to 8 things that has lifted me to where I am today. I have used tragedy as a forum to elevate my life. Born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, to a family of 8 boys and 3 girls. My mother was from Lumpkin, Georgia. My father was from Guyana. When I turned 2 years old, my mother became mentally ill. And my father was a cab driver for 40 years. He couldn't take care of 11 children. So we were orphaned and then put into foster cares. And I used that to elevate my life. I aged out of foster care. COVID, I'm using that to pivot and to elevate my life. The second thing is I've always lived my life with a sense of urgency. I'm sort of a do it now kind of brother. I despise procrastination. If the opportunity is to do it now, do it now. Do it while it's fresh on your mind. So living your life with a sense of urgency. I will tell anybody, any time of the day, do anything but don't waste my time. I will get more money, but I will not get any more time. And I don't know how much time I have, but I'm not going to let you waste it. This will become really clear to you, brothers and sisters, when you turn 75. I'm 75. And, the older you get, the less time you have. The third thing is I have focused on excellence versus mediocrity. I don't believe that Black people can be mediocre and achieve anything in this world. White people can be mediocre, but Black people have to be excellence. Excellent is our base, and exceptionalism is our goal, and transcendency is really what you're trying to reach. So I've always focused on whatever task I had, however menial. When I was mopping floors and cleaning toilets on the midnight shift at LaGuardia Airport because I couldn't get a job after I graduated with a vocational diploma in woodworking, because nobody thought I was college material. Somehow I ended up with 3 doctorate degrees, but that's a whole nother story. I did it with excellence. And Dr. King spoke of that. The fourth thing is a commitment to lifelong learning, personal growth and development, and constant never-ending improvement. I'm in my office. This is not a green screen. You see what's behind me? Books. There's 1,000 books in my office and 15,000 books in my home. The average American only reads 1 book a year. If you commit yourself to reading 1 book a month, in 5 years, you will have read 60 books, and the average American will have only read 5. So you need to fix that. Okay, that is critical to you. Let me put my real glasses on versus my reading glasses here, and now I can see myself more clearly. Oh, there we are. Okay, so a commitment to excellence and lifelong learning, constant, never-ending improvement, and personal growth and development. Read, brothers and sisters, read. You know the old saying about us, if you want to hide something from a Black man, put it in a book, right? You read, and there's no way that you cannot achieve in life. In many areas, you must be self-taught, right? So the fifth thing that I've committed my entire life to, was a commitment to financial education. And that's what I want to talk about now, a commitment to financial education and entrepreneurial thinking. Those two are connected when we want to think deeply and consider what it will take for Black people to build a level of wealth and close the income and wealth gaps between Blacks and whites in America. We are at the bottom of every single economic statistic that matters in this country, and we have been since we came here. The other interesting thing, as one who travels before the pandemic, I have 9.5 million frequent flyer miles. I've been to the continent 31 times. I've been every place that Black people have been dispersed. I've been to South Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, all over South America, and all over the Caribbean. And I've spoken in Miami to Seattle, in San Diego to Maine. What is profoundly disturbing and interesting to me about our people is that no matter where people of African descent are, we are at the bottom of every single economic statistic in the world, including the continent where we control 71% of the most important minerals on earth. And our African brothers and sisters are still the poorest per capita of any people in the world. Something is fundamentally wrong about this. And I think it has to do with the cultural differences and the psychological differences between people of African descent and Caucasian people. We are the largest, not the largest, but the second largest race in the world. There are 1.6 billion people of African descent throughout the entire world. There are 4.4 billion Asians. They're the largest. We're second. Caucasians are the third largest, about 1 billion, with genes that are recessive. Our genes are the dominant genes, right? So they are doing everything they need to succeed. It's egregious, as it's horrifying as much of this stuff is. They invented a slavery second to none in the history of humankind because it was intergenerational slavery. But at the end of the day, they are in great fear of, in a sense, being biologically eliminated. So they are doing whatever they need to dominate the world. So we have to work on this. So let's begin talking about what we need to do as people of African descent to level the financial playing field between Black folk and white folk. So in case you haven't noticed, and again, I want to say this and still be loved, in case you haven't noticed, by now, 2020 was designed for you to get back in touch with your soul and to raise your consciousness so that you can elevate your life. God works in mysterious ways. Make no mistake about that. But let me say this. In order to receive what God has meant for you, you must first become you. And this is easy to say, very difficult to do. It was the great Black economist, Dr. Amos Wilson, who told us in 1994, if you don't know who Amos Wilson is, go on YouTube and search his name and watch every video he produced before he died in 1995. But he told us in 1994 that our refusal as Black people to confront the issues of money and wealth is going to end up with our very lives being threatened as people on this earth. Was he right? Yes, he was absolutely right. No question about it. It was also interesting to read an article in the Wall Street Journal proclaiming that financial illiteracy is an American problem. Well, we know that when white folks catch a cold, Black people catch pneumonia. So if financial illiteracy is an American problem, it is 10 times the problem in the context of our culture. And that puts us in what I believe an existential crisis. Black people are in an existential crisis. Our existence is being threatened, and we must fix this. Let me say that a different way. White people will not be saving Black people, in case no one has told you. White people are not even thinking about Black people. Do you know who white people are thinking about? They're thinking about white people. They're thinking about their husbands, their wives, their children, their neighborhoods, their schools, their businesses, and your pockets. That's what they're thinking about first. Asians are not thinking about us. They're thinking about Asians, right? In fact, Asians have solved their own unemployment problem opening small Asian restaurants in urban neighborhoods. In fact, if you go into an urban restaurant and there are 4 brothers waiting on you, leave. That is not a real Asian restaurant because Asians do not employ Black people. Asians don't even buy from Black people. And Asians damn sure don't want to live with Black people. So they come into our community. They extract whatever dollars they can with whatever they do. Then they go back and live with their own people, invest in their own schools, invest in their own neighborhoods, right? So we cannot hate on Asians for doing that because, brothers and sisters, that's exactly what we ought to be doing. We must think race and culture first, but not only. And I pleaded with our brothers and sisters. I've written 2 books on this, and I said this in my first book, Success Runs in Our Race, The Complete Guide to Effective Networking in the African American Community, that Black people must think race and culture first. You must take care of your own. You must take care of your family. You must take care of you. You must lead in our community. You do this first. This is common sense to every cultural group on earth but us. So we have to fix this. And we are in an existential crisis when it comes to money. Make no mistake about that. There have been I'm going to turn my phone off here. There have been all kinds of studies that indicate this. The Institute of Policy Studies, in a major report on the economic state of Black America in April of 2018, which very few people read, but there was a lot of press on. I read it. And here's the final statement of this report. And this is one of many reports about the economic state of Black America. And I quote from the report: by 2053, just 10 years after the country is projected to become majority non-white, Black median family wealth will own $0, or Black median family wealth will be zero. That's what it says. Latino families will follow suit 20 years later. White families will continue to own $252,000 on average. So what does that mean? Try to live in a market-based economy in a democratic capitalistic society without money. You, in effect, have gone into a second slavery. So no one is going to fix this. The red flags are up. The warning signs have been written and articulated and have been spoken. And we have to fix it. There are no white people on white horses coming to save us. They're saving them. That's who they are saving. And we must save us. I don't know if you saw in 2019, December of 2019, a front page article in the Boston Globe, one of the wealthiest cities in America, the home of Harvard, MIT, Sarah Lawrence, Bryn Mawr, Boston College, Boston University. This is one of the wealthiest cities in America. And they did a major study on the wealth of Black people as compared to white people in Boston. And it made national headlines. And it was on the front page of the Boston Globe in 25-point type. And I'm going to read you the headline because it's shocking. The headline begins by saying, "This is no typo. The median net worth of Black Bostonians really is $8. Well, according to the Institute of Policy Studies, Black people will not have any wealth by 2053. Those Black people are 30 years ahead of time. So we must fix this. All of the warning signs are there. How are we going to show up? This study reminds me, and you may have forgotten, but I'm old enough to remember, a study in 1965 called the Moynihan Report. And what Lyndon Johnson had discovered back in the day was that the out-of-wedlock birth rate of Black children was 5 times higher than the out-of-wedlock birth rate of white families or white people. Theirs was 5% and ours was 25%. This is 1965. So he commissioned Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was a senator at the time, to do a major study on why this is. The study came out in 1965. It made national headlines. And it was called the Moynihan Report, The Negro Family, A Case for National Action. That was the study. And here was the bottom line results of the study. The study said, based on all projections of out-of-wedlock Black births in America, based on all projections, if something doesn't change in the Black community, within 30 years, out-of-wedlock birth rate will be 65 to 70%. And that will lay the economic structural foundation, because family is the cornerstone, for institutional and depressed wealth in the Black community. Well, we didn't listen. Nothing changed in the Black family. And what happened? 72% of our children are born out of wedlock. 60% of our children are being raised in a single person family home. There is no cultural group in America, brothers and sisters, where the center of the values and the growth of that culture is the family. What is the number one core value of Latinas? La familia, the family. It takes two, a man and a woman, working together to create and to build the kind of wealth necessary to sustain their family and to transfer that wealth through legacy tools. This is something that we are going to have to focus on. We are in an existential crisis. Until Black America puts Black America first, Black America will always be last. Black and beautiful means nothing in this world unless you're Black and powerful. And again, I want to say this and still be loved. We cannot be Black and proud and niggas too. White folks are planning for three generations, and we're planning for Saturday night. The goal for us is to win, brothers and sisters, not to look like we're winning. I would rather carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. You ain't winning. Louis Vuitton is winning. Armani is winning. Gucci is winning. Nike is winning. Your ass ain't winning. They're winning. We are the consumption class. They are the merchant class. They make stuff. We buy stuff. That will lead to self-destruction. It is interesting to me that the rich stay rich by pretending to be poor, and the poor stay poor by pretending to be rich. We must fix that, or we are headed into a second slavery. Yes, I am ringing the alarm. We have got to fix it, and we can. We have got to focus on financial literacy in the Black family and in the Black community. Now, my organization, Fraser Nation, is doing work. We're building financial, I'm looking for a flyer that I had on it. I don't have it with me, but we're working on what we call WINS, W-I-N-D as in David, S, WINS Wealth Building Centers and Curriculum. These are wealth building centers that we're installing in the historically Black church because it is the most important, the most trusted, the most loved, the most respected institution in the Black community. Every good thing has come out of the leadership of within the Black church that has happened to us. So there are 85,000 Black churches. About 10,000 of them have wealth ministries. Those wealth ministries need to be upgraded. So we have put a system in place that in fact upgrades financial education in the Black church, because that's what Black people are, and the Black church is a top-down institution. We have our own curriculum. We spent $250,000 building and developing and working with teams of people to develop what we believe to be a culturally specific curriculum. Everything from K through 12. Yes, you can start teaching our children about money in kindergarten. One of our problems is that we don't talk about money. We don't talk about money at home. We don't talk about it in school. And we don't talk about it in our church. If you have any Jewish friends and you've ever gone to a synagogue, and I have, I live in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the 5th largest Jewish population in America. That's what they talk about. On their private golf courses, they talk about money. When they dine in the Jewish delis in the morning, when they have their early morning meetings, they're talking about money. They're not talking about what's going on in the Real Housewives of Atlanta or the Real Housewives of Los Angeles. They're talking about money. And we need to talk about money. And we need to learn about money. So if you have a church family, and if you're interested in getting a license for a WINS Wealth Building Center and our 75 module curriculum, let me know. I said, I'm interested, and just email me at gfraser@frasernet.com. That's gfraser@frasernet.com. That's FRAS as in Sam, ER at frasernet.com. So I'm interested in WINS, but you have to be part of a church family that is progressive thinking. So right now we have installed WINS in about 10 churches. We began installing them right before the pandemic. So we've put a pin into it, and we've developed a new way now to execute our WINS programs by virtual and Zoom calls, right? We would gather the people. Each church would have its own center. They would have an allocated space for financial education. They would brand it with WINS. And once a week, just like we have Bible study on Wednesday, we would have a financial education on Thursday, right? And the goal is for each pastor to fully educate his congregation. It is not a community-based initiative for the church. It is a church-based initiative. Educate and help your congregation to become debt-free, right? And to get educated around all of the important aspects of financial education. Help them understand that there are multiple streams of income. There's not one stream of income. In fact, I don't believe there should be a Negro in the 21st century with a single stream of income. I'm going to pray for you. This is why family is so important, because usually it's two streams of income at least. But each one of us should have at least two streams of income. This is what we work on and teach you at the Power Networking Conference we've been doing for 19 years. And Forbes magazine called it one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed. Why? Because we only talk about 3 things: business, money, and wellness, psychological wellness and physical wellness, because they're connected. And why? Because Black people are out of their natural minds. We have no clue who we are. If we understood who we really were, if our sons and daughters understood who they really were, there would be no way that a brother could put a gun to another brother's head and blow his brains out for a pair of sneakers if he knew who he really was. We are the children of the slaves that would not die, that we have the genetic encoding of the great kings and queens of Africa, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in caves, eating each other. And in spite of the fact that America kept its foot on our throat for 350 years, we overcame that and rose like the phoenix. So if everything happens for a reason and serves us in some special way, and you will never understand that reason looking forward, and you will only understand it looking backwards, if that is in fact the truth, maybe we were not brought here. Maybe we were sent here. Do you believe that God would put his weakest people here to do his toughest job? I don't think so. How could an America who could morally, spiritually, and biblically justify the kidnapping, raping, and pillaging of another 2 people, natives already in America and Africans brought to America, have any moral or spiritual grounding? And perhaps had God not sent African people here, America might have self-destructed by now. We are an awesome and powerful people. We are the moral center and the spiritual center of this racist country. We are powerful. No, Europeans did not come to Africa pulling us out of trees, eating bananas. That's bullshit. We civilized the world. We built cities and created language and writing and artifacts and buildings that they still don't know how we built. They're trying to float the idea that aliens came down and built the pyramids of Giza that still stand 5,000 years later. Do you think the Empire State Building will be standing 5,000 years from now? I don't think so. We are an awesome people, and we need to act like it. And we need to get our financial house in order. And we can do it. We are a $1.8 trillion annual economy. If we were a nation, we'd be the 16th richest nation in the entire world. The baby boomer generation, my generation, I'm 75, I'm the oldest of the baby boomers, the youngest is 55. We alone have amassed over 500 billion hours of formal education and professional training. If you wanted to put a dollar value on that at just $10 an hour, try to get an education or professional training for $10 an hour. Let's see how that works for you. But let's be real conservative for the sake of this discussion. That would mean that our collective intellectual capital base from just one generation alone, baby boomers, is worth in excess of $5 trillion. Are we crazy? What are we doing with this? I have traveled, as I said earlier, every place black people have been dispersed. There are no black people in the entire world doing better than we are. In fact, we are the beacon of hope for every single person of African descent. And we know that to whom much is given, much is required. God works in mysterious ways. We have to work on wealth, closing the income and wealth gap between blacks and whites in America. I didn't say Latinas. I didn't say Asians. I said between blacks and whites because our issue is with white folk. You do know that, right? That's who our issue is with. Right? And when you compare and people say, well, black people are doing better. Yes, we are doing better than we were in 1619. Yeah, we're doing better. No question about that. But that's the wrong question. The question is, how are we doing 400 years in? We came over here on the Mayflower. How are we doing economically as compared to white people? That's the question. Those are the metrics. And we ain't doing so well. And their oppression of us, according to Citigroup, I know you saw that front page article if you read the Wall Street Journal. Citigroup did a major report and said that America has lost $16 trillion in the last 20 years because of racism. It seems to me that racism and oppression is more important than money to them. Because racism and oppression leads to an uncompetitive culture, us. Because we know that wherever the playing field is level and the rules are clear, wherever we're allowed to compete, not only will we compete, we will change the game on your ass. Major sports, major entertainment. Oh no, we've changed the game. Except we just play in it. We don't own it. They still own it. Oh, they pay us better than they paid us during slavery, but they own it. Oh, we write the rap music. We invented rap, but they own it. That has to change. And if it doesn't change, we are headed into a second slavery. And every one of you, how few or how many are watching, have a role in that. Look at your incomes. There's 7 streams of income that you can focus on, work on, develop, and grow and prosper. There's nobody stopping you but you. I have found the enemy, and the enemy is us. We have to fix this. Part of the answer is rebuilding the Black family. That's part of the answer. And there are all kinds of books on this. Certainly part of the answer are changing some of the systemic, egregious laws that America has put into place and has championed over a 100-year period of time. Yes, that's part of the answer. No question about that. So if this freedom is a 3-legged stool, the third leg is, what are we going to do? What you going to do? My mama taught me many years ago, what you do speaks so loudly I can't hear what you say. What are you going to do? What kind of economic legacy are you going to leave your children? Do you realize that baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America to raise another generation of Africans in America that will not do better than them, according to a front page article extracted from a major study 2 years ago on the front page of USA Today below the fold? I hope you saw that article. I hope you read that article. Here's what it said. Let me quote the article. African American baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America that will raise another generation of Africans in America that will not do better than them. So we are in violation of our own spiritual teachings. Proverbs 13:22, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. Well, that ain't happening with baby boomers. So you can count me out of that statistic. I will not participate in that. And as long as I have the breath of life, I will be teaching and coaching and mentoring a different result. I ask you to join me. We have to do better. This is not the assignment that God has put us here to do, to make it worse off for succeeding generations. That's never happened in the history of Black people in America. Why is that okay now? How many streams of income do you have? There's 7 basics, and there's some subsidiary streams of income from each of the basics. So there's actually, they fall under one category, but there are multiple ways in which you can develop income in that category. First, there is earned income. That's number 1. That's income from working on a job. Now, 95% of Black people have jobs. We work for somebody else. And that's okay. But we need more Black people starting and building businesses. We need more Black people to become entrepreneurial thinkers. What is entrepreneurial thinking? Entrepreneurial thinking is taking risk, taking responsibility, and taking ownership of your own life. When you begin to think entrepreneurially, that can morph into entrepreneurship. because that's what entrepreneurship is: taking risks, taking responsibility, and taking ownership. But entrepreneurship is no joke. And again, we came over here on the Mayflower, and we still own the fewest number of businesses of any cultural group in this country. By the end of the 21st century, I am begging our people, I won't be here, that we must become the number one employer of our own people. Why? Because that's the only way to raise up the poor. And every immigrant group that has ever come to this country, right, has understood that. But Black people, we must become the number one employers of our own people. Jews are the number one employer of Jews. East Indians, the number one employer of East Indians. Arabs, the number one employer of Arabs. Asians, the number one employer of Asians. We have to fix this. So, earned income, income from working a job, which is the overwhelming majority of our people. The second stream of income is income from buying and or selling something. Brothers and sisters, stop doing all the damn buying and sell something. If you bake cookies, put them in a box and put your name on it and sell it to somebody. If you live on a farm, take the manure, put it in a bag, put your name on it and sell it to somebody. You can become an entrepreneur, okay? But stop doing all the buying. The world laughs at us and see us as the consumers. Income from buying or selling. Sell something as a side hustle, as a second or third stream of income. And don't tell me there's unlimited opportunity out, unlimited, in spite of America's isms. There's unlimited opportunity. Unlimited. And at the same time, we're also losing opportunities. I mean, we have given the Black hair care business, and I'm now asking Madam C.J. Walker to forgive us. We have given the Black hair care system to Asians. They make and sell the products. Well, certainly they sell the products and open the stores. And we're 95% of their customers. So we're doing all the buying, they're doing all the selling. Is the same thing going to happen with cannabis? Oh, yeah, there's going to be recreational cannabis. 12 states approved it during the election. Oh, there's going to be recreational cannabis. Huge business opportunity. I hope you don't make the same mistake my generation made when it came to liquor. Oh, yeah. In every hood, there was a liquor store and a church on every corner. Except we didn't own the liquor store. We just drank the liquor. Are we just going to smoke the weed? Because there's soon going to be a weed store on every corner in the hood. Are we just going to smoke it? Or are we going to farm it, package it, brand it? Income from buying or selling. The third stream of income is interest income from lending money. Now, that is the only of the 7 streams of income that I do not participate in. I don't lend money. I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. If you're part of a bank, you're part of a credit union, part of one of these check cashing stores, it's a way to earn money. If you lend money, if you got it like that. I don't lend money. I don't even lend money to my family. I give it to them when I deem it appropriate. The fourth stream of income is dividend income. And this could be income from Owning stocks, crypto. You have any crypto? You know what's going to happen to the economic system of the globe? Cryptocurrency is going to be a significant part of it. Part of your portfolio should have some crypto in it. I'm not saying put your life savings in crypto. I'm just saying diversify your portfolio. Buy some crypto, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's Tron. There are 5,000 coins out here. China's getting ready to start their own crypto. They say Facebook is getting ready to put out a cryptocurrency. Get involved and invested in crypto and some good stocks, but don't make those decisions yourself. Find somebody that is wise, that has experience, that you know, love, and respect, and get their advice and counsel. But your portfolio should include insurance, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, cryptocurrencies, gold. Even if those of you who like to play in Forex, I mean, do something other than just spend it. So that's dividend income, income from owning stocks. The fifth is rental income. Rental income, whether it's commercial or whether it is residential. I earned my first small fortune in the 1970s in the Buckeye area of Cleveland, Ohio, which was a Polish neighborhood that began to turn black. Those white folks wanted to get the hell out of there. They did not want to be around Negroes. They had beautiful 2- and 3-family homes in pristine condition, and they were selling them for pennies on a dollar. I bought 8 of them, all in a row, on one street, 124th Street in Buckeye Avenue. I immediately turned them into Section 8, was very selective about who I put in my homes, made a deal with them that if they took care of it like it was their own, that they would have the first option to buy them when I sold them. And they took care of it. And I fulfilled my promise. Now, I did not sell those homes to about a decade later, made a fortune, in addition to the 10 years of tax savings and write-offs a la Trump style. You own property, you can almost get down to zero tax base if you know what you're doing. Accelerated depreciation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So income from renting a home. Not only that, but you can, if you don't own a home, you can buy a 2-family home, rent out 1 floor. You live in your family on the other floor, and basically your renter is paying your mortgage. Income or rental income. That's a stream of income. The 6th stream of income is capital gains. Assets that increase in value. I'm not talking about diamonds. Diamonds don't increase in value. Buy some diamonds. Walk out of the store, turn back around and go and try to sell them back to the people who sold them to you. You won't get the same price. Buy a new car. Drive out of the lot and then turn back around and go sell them, try to sell them your new car. You won't get the same price. They do not increase in value. Homes increase in value, generally speaking. Yes, they go up and down, but generally speaking, it's up. Most stocks, if you buy them right, increase in value. So capital gains, assets that increase in value. I, again, made a small fortune on a strategy my wife and I, Nora Jean, I've been married to Nora Jean for 48 years. And at the beginning of our marriage, we made an agreement. We agreed that we would never buy a new car. We would always buy a luxury car 3 years off lease. We chose Lexus. And that's what we did. We would always have a car payment under $200 a month. And we agreed that we would, whenever, because she owned the car and I owned the car, and whenever we bought our car, that we would compare our monthly payment to what a new car monthly payment had we made a new car decision. And it was typically $300, $400, $500. And then we would take the difference between what we were actually paying and what a new car payment would have been that we saved on. We took that money and put it into a financial instrument that generated compound interest. We've been doing that for 48 years. Now, any of you out there that knows anything about money or compound interest, do the calculation on what putting $400 to $500 a month in a financial instrument that gives you compound interest for 48 years. Do the math. Very simple decision. We still drive Lexuses. I moved over to an Audi. They're well made. They hold their style and design. So, capital gains is to make purchases that increase in value or reduce what you invest in that purchase in ways that you can bank or invest the savings. The final is royalty income. I make plenty of royalty income, so I've written 6 best-selling books. But royalty income is income from other people using your ideas, whether it's something that you write, a cookbook that you write, that you sell. There's all kinds of ways to make royalty income. So I have 6 streams of those 7 streams of income. You can too. This is not rocket science. There's nothing holding you back. Do it. So let's call this part 1. Part 2, I will be doing on Wednesday. And I'm going to get very granular on some specific things that you can have and can do that will change your economic condition. I'm going to give you a small 3-part formula on how you can attain financial freedom if you do just 3 simple things. I'm going to give you the 10 things that every Black family must have. That's on Wednesday at the same time. Is it Wednesday? No, Friday at the same time. Wednesday, I'm going to talk about the power and importance of networking, building relationship capital. So I want you to think about the things that I talked about. If you get a chance to review this video again, because there's a lot of stuff in it, review it again. It's been an honor to serve you, and I'll be more than happy to answer questions for the remaining 12 or 13 minutes. This is Dr. George Fraser. Any questions out there? So the question I'm looking at is, as we look within, how do we best leverage the Black Business Expo USA participant business network that Dr. Eric Kelly has created for our benefit. If you're asking this question, you're doing the best thing. You're participating in this virtually. I'm sure that there are virtual booths. Visit those booths. Make a purchase where it makes sense. Keep encouraging Dr. Kelly to continue to do this for as long as he has to virtually, and then to bring it back live, and then participate, show up, and support Black businesses so that we can recycle Black dollars. I mean, it's not hard. Don't make this complicated. Let me say that another way. Complexity is the enemy of execution. The more complex we make something, the less likely we are to do it. So keep it simple. How do you keep Dr. Kelly alive? You support him. You champion him. When he has meetings, when he has call for actions, you support it. Now, we've been Black a long time. I've been Black for 75 years. Here's what I know. Most won't. Some will. We have not reached a level or critical mass of Black people in America where we are woke and conscious and will do by any means necessary those things necessary to keep an initiative like this alive, to support the financial health of our people. Most will talk a good game. But again, as my mother taught me, what you do speaks so loudly, I can't hear what you say. I don't have a lot of money is what Edie Blunt is asking. Where do I start? Edie, that's a great question. It's a simple question. I would love to answer that today, but I'm not. I'm going to answer that specific question on Friday as part of my presentation to you. But that's a good question. But I'll give you a little hint. Invest in financial education programs. In other words, read. There's a lot of virtual stuff around money and financial education. Right? So I mean, you should be investing whatever amount of money. There should be at least 5% of whatever money you earn, at least 5%, invested back into personal growth and development, constant never-ending improvement, and lifelong learning. I suggest that you focus those dollars on financial literacy, because all the answers are there. And they're my good friend Tony Jackson and Marlon Smith and Pastor Sean Weaver in Charlotte, North Carolina. Tony heads up our WINS program, and they put on a virtual workshop every week. In fact, when I finish with this, I'm going to post up their next one on my Facebook page. Watch them. Put some time into it. Vice President-elect is Asian, although she is affiliated with Black institutions like Howard, Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and the Links, and respectively. The question I have is, will the Biden-Harris administration yield an environment conducive to building more Black millionaires, billionaires, and middle-class Black folk over the next 4 years? The answer to that question is yes. If you hold their feet to the fire, they owe us. They said it. All right. Biden said, Black people had my back, and now I'm going to have their back. Hold their feet to the fire. There is a Black agenda. Go on Biden's website. You'll see it articulated. So yes, they will in fact do something if we make them. If we keep reminding him. That's on us. And I think with Kamala Harris there, I think with what he has admitted about us basically saving him when his campaign was faltering, and putting new energy into it, South Carolina, that yes, I think he's going to do some things. Now, to what extent? It's not all going to get done in 4 years. You're talking about 400 years of neglect. It can't all be solved in four years. So we're going to have to be patient but persistent. And I think some good things will come out of it. Just make sure that you're one of the ones that benefit from it. Janice Oliver Belcher. What are some of the things small Black communities can do to fortify our Black banks? There is now a merger and a convergence of Black banks. Black banks are coming out with fintech. How many of you know what fintech, financial technology? There will be a lot of banking available, Black banking available on your phone. And 2 big Black banks just merged. So do your research, Google them, get an app, right? Hopefully your local Black bank is venturing into financial technology, because all of it's going right here, brothers and sisters. I do all my banking from here. My bank app is here. Now, I am probably going to download and have a Black bank app too. I just have to decide which one and do some banking with them. And certainly, easily, we can do some savings, invest and put money in the savings instruments, and buy certain instruments that that do not cost you any more from them as they do from anybody. This is Austin. I rent a home but would like to purchase another rental. It is only paying the mortgage because of the set rental fee. How can I gain or get in the position to purchase another home I work that pay for household obligations? I don't know how much equity you have in either the home you live in or the rental home that you have. But it was one of the things I did, is to buy the rental properties. Remember what I talked about? I had a bunch of equity in the home that Nora Jean and I lived in, and I borrowed against that and bought more rental properties. All right. So there are a lot of tricks to that trade. There are experts, brothers and sisters who are experts in it now. It's also the answer to one of the questions I receive often, and that is, Dr. Fraser, what should I do about gentrification? Well, that answer is simple. Participate in it. Participate in gentrification. There's enormous real estate opportunity. Participate. And you don't want to over leverage yourself. But these properties that are being gentrified are in urban hubs and that are close to communication hubs, transportation hubs, technological hubs, close to downtowns where there are lots of jobs, opportunities, entertainment, etc., etc. So a lot of white folks are sick of being out in the exurbs or suburbs where they have less choice. These urban centers are close to the cultural centers of the city, the museums and the planetariums and the arboretums and all of the things that we like to visit. So it's hot property. Participate in it. Buy some and do what they're doing. Washington have moved out black people. Black people can't afford to live in Washington, D.C. It used to be called Chocolate City. Well, that's over. Bed-Stuy, where I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, has been gentrified. My father's brownstone sold. It was actually in the New York Times. Sold last year for $1.7 million. He paid $28,000 for it in 1921. Participate in it. Oh, by the way, in case you don't know, Harlem is now majority white. Harlem is now majority white. So participate in it. Wherever white people move, the income property values are going to go up. It's racist as hell. But take advantage of it. Participate. Let me close with a special offer. We have a big conference every year. It's July 14th through the 17th. We couldn't do it this year, so we had a virtual conference called the Power Network Global Virtual Conference. It was the bomb, off the charts. Huge ratings. So we're going to do live next year, God willing. And I want to invite you to that live conference. I want to make you a special offer. I'm calling it my Dr. Eric Kelly offer. It's good for 2 hours because it's a crazy offer. The baddest and best speakers on the planet participate. Global speakers, all black, from around the world, participate in this conference. It's 19 years old, and it was called by Forbes magazine as one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed. Not one of the top 5 black conferences, but one of the top 5 of all the conferences in America not to be missed. I'm looking for my little flyer here, but you've probably heard of it. Again, this is our 19th year. Here's one. This is the little flyer. Randall Pinkett, Boyce Watkins, a whole bunch of people you know. But anyway, if you go to the website, www.powernetworkingconference.com, www.powernetworkingconference.com, you will notice that a full registration for an adult is $1,500 and a student registration is $800. We sell out every year. What I want to do is, so that's $2,300 for us. We encourage you to bring a young person 17 to 25. So that's $2,300 if you do both, an adult and a student. I'm going to take $1,900 off of that and make it, $1,800 off of that and make it $399 for one adult and one student, 17 to 25. It's good for the first 5 people, And it's good only for 1 hour because it's a crazy offer. The only way you can get it is through me. You have to email me at gfraser@frasernet.com. That's gfraser@frasernet.com. That's gfraser@frasernet.com. In the subject line, put I'm in. I'm in. In the body, put your full name and your cell number. Your full name and your cell number. And I will personally call you and we will handle it over the phone by credit card. That's a special offer, good for the next hour. And only to the first 5 people to take advantage of it. An $1,800 discount. That's my story.
George, as usual, you're just awesome, man. You're just awesome. You get better with time, guy. You get better with time. We want to thank you so very much. And for those of you who are listening to George, he's giving you an outstanding offer. You know, $3.99 for a student and yourself to go to, oh my God, one of the top conferences in the world. You know, and make sure that you email him again. George, give him that email one more time.
Yeah, gfraser@frasernet.com.
That's G Frazier
At
at FrazierNet.com.
frasernet.com. FRASERNET.
Slow it down one more time. Slow it down.
All right. gfraser@frasernet.com.
All right, guys. Thank you so very much. And for those of you who also are watching, George will be back on Wednesday at 1 o'clock, and he's going to be talking about mega networking. What is networking like in the 21st century? He's been doing networking. I remember the book when it first came out, and now he's gone on and changed the lives of so many people. And we want you to be back. And as I always say, stick and stay and don't touch this dial. Thank you, George.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Keep doing God's work.
Thank you, sir. And of course, as we get prepared, I'm going to turn it over to Janice Belcher Archer. Janice Belcher Oliver. Janice Oliver Belcher. Man, hey, Janice, you know, somebody had to mess up today. Now you can say I messed up also. So we good, right?
We're good. We're good,
Okay.
Eric.
I'm going to turn it over to you, and I know you're going to do an outstanding job, okay?
Thumbs up, Eric.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. I appreciate you getting that right.
Okay.
Welcome once again to the Black Business Expo. Welcome. I hope you were here to hear what Mr. Fraser had to say about our 7 streams of income, all of this information, and hopefully you will hit the share button. We're going to give you so much information, so much ammo for your business to take it to the next level. Right now, I want to introduce myself once again. I'm Janice Oliver Belcher, founder of New Beginnings Christian Center Outreach and Created for Greatness Youth Development. We are hosting today 24 hours, 24, that's what I said, for 24 hours. We're going to be hosting this Black Business Expo, one of the largest Black business expos in, well, I'll say in Black America, but you know how that goes. But we're the largest, the Black Business Expo business showcase in the history of Black America. And yes, for the next 6 days, you'll see all of this great grand information we'll be hosting. So we're here, we're gonna have some fantabulous speakers, so much knowledge, so much great training and information. At this time, I'm going to be bringing to introduce to you Miss Tamisha Thomas, who is going to talk about Too Much TV. This is going to be hopefully great information on internet broadcasting. We're going to have her come forward. If you would come, if you're ready at this time, Tamisha, we're ready to bring you on to give all the information that's going to take, as I said, businesses to the next level. While we're waiting for Tamisha to come on, I just want to ask if you're there and you can respond in the chat or wherever. If you were there on the last segment listening to Mr. George Fraser give us all of that great information on business and how we can excel in business and excel even in our personal life from the business money and fundings that we receive, how to disperse our money and make it into some of the best income. If you were there, just zoom into the chat and send a message if you enjoyed the information you received. Yes.
And of course, it's been a great day as we get prepared. We got one of the things that we always do is we try to keep up with everybody. And as I'm looking, as we're waiting on Tamisha, she's going to talk to you. She's going to talk to you about streaming. And of course, as we continue to talk about streaming, one of the things that we want to make sure that you understand is that sometimes when you're doing something like this, you get the little glitch here, you get a little glitch there. And right now, she's in actually the wrong room. And so it's going to be very interesting how we bring her up from the wrong room. And sometimes you can be in the wrong room. And I'm talking to you and I'm texting at the same time so that everybody can get on plane. But while I got you, I wanted to shout out one of our sponsors. And they're out of New York City. And this is their flag. Black owned business. I want you to go online and look them up. Black owned business. This is a new flag, and this is a flag that you hang in your business to let people know that you're black owned. A lot of times we talk about that $1.8 trillion and how it goes out of our community. And here's an opportunity. You get one of these signs, these black owned business signs to put in your window to let people know that you are actually black owned so that people can come and buy and sell from you. And then of course we want to thank another one of our sponsors, a young man who's been watching the Black Business Expo and watching the things that we've been doing. And he called us up and he said he wanted to be one of our sponsors. I never called him. He called us. And this is what we talk about when we begin to talk about scholarships and talk about helping our kids. And the name of their company is Step Management. And they are a program company. They do a lot of got to get it right because I don't want to say the wrong thing. They're a program management company, and that program management company, and if you don't know what program management is, it is the company that when they get ready to build a large building, okay, somebody has to manage it. And there's Lisa Scott right there. She says she has flags, logos, stickers, t-shirts, posters, and more. Hey, Lisa, thank you so very much for tuning in so we can turn you on. That's what we do. And of course, Tamisha is here. And I'm going to turn it over to Tamisha Thomas. And Tamisha Thomas has a very, very, very interesting story to talk to you about. And so, with no further ado, hey, Tamisha, how you doing?
Aha, I made it.
Boy, I tell you, I know you was bouncing around. But
Yes.
we got you here. And one of the things that I say to a lot of our guests, this really is history. Now, we're going to have a lot of hiccups. Now, this is our first day. We're going to have hiccups. We're going to do 7 days. And at the end of 7 days, we're not going to have any hiccups. That is the beauty of it because we're going to do this once a quarter. Every 4 months, we're going to do the Black Business Olympics until we get it to a space where we can do it every day and take that $1.8 trillion and kind of put it in a tunnel. We'll put it in a tunnel and send it to each and every black family all over this country. And you're looking so beautiful. You
Thank you.
know, for those who don't know, Too Much TV is always clear, and she is so clear today. And I'm gonna let you have it, and we're gonna enjoy what she has to say. She's gonna be talking about streaming. Thank you, Tamisha.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
My hair was
everything.
all
This is
fat.
amazing. Can you hear me? Now,
Yes.
Can I share my screen? How does this work? Can I share my screen? So I wanted to talk to you guys today about streaming, and we are in a social media world. I have a passion for this because I came out of radio. If any of you follow me on social media, you have seen my recent visit to Mr. Huntley Batts of WEP Radio. And it was in radio that I began to understand and see that there was going to be a different medium with the help of my coworkers. People know them as John Baum and Chief Rocka. But I knew them as Lamont and John Chambers. And working for WEUP, we saw that the market was really changing. That we were going to go from newspaper, from television, from radio into a different media source. And so after I left WEUP and came here to Raleigh, North Carolina, I basically began working a vision to be able to have media affordable for small business owners, because as a promotions director and a salesperson in radio, I saw that a lot of times small businesses have been priced out of media. A lot of times when you get to see African American owned media outlets, you get to see a lot of advertisers on that station, such that you have predatory lending on stations and media networks like that, which is your quick loans with large interest rates. You have a lot of spirited type alcoholic beverages. One of our larger clients in Alabama with the radio station was a beer company. I won't say the names. And then what you also saw in radio was you saw corporations having non-urban dictates, which meant that there would be huge corporations that actually control national buys that would not buy African American owned media. And that list, we were given that list, given privy to that list, because we worked in media and we had a national rep firm that placed national buys at our station. And on that list would be people like Procter and Gamble, Lexus, and huge Fortune 500 companies that had a policy not to buy urban radio. And so what happens is we're in a pickle. Whereas as African American consumers, where we're spending trillions of dollars in the marketplace, you're having corporations that say, "Hey, we don't want black people into our stores." And so, with that, it became with having that knowledge and seeing African American businesses priced out of media, I decided to create Too Much TV. And so today, what I want to do is I want to share with you how your business can take advantage of social media and be able to allocate dollars to a way to let consumers know you exist, that are usually a little bit more cost effective and more readily available to small businesses than your bigger outlets that have been around for quite some time, which is your newspaper and your radio and those types of things. So I think I can share my screen. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Can I share my screen? Let's see. Can y'all see me? I went out. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Okay, so I'm just gonna give it to you from the top of my head. For the first, in considering social media, you want to be able to understand key factors. Is number one, you need a team. A lot of people think social media, all I got to do is post some ads on Facebook and spend some money and boost my ads, and it's not that simple. You need a team when you're looking at developing a social media strategy. And the first person that you want to start with is a social media marketing manager. You don't go into social media without a business plan. So your marketing plan has to align with your business objectives. And so what I would do as a social media marketing manager is I would look to see, okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to build your brand awareness? Do you want to increase sales? Do you want to let people know where you're located? Do you want to get your telephone ringing? Do you want to increase phone calls in? Do you want to be able to introduce a new product? So we want to be able to look and see exactly what you want to do as a business. And what we do is we align your business objectives with marketing objectives. And so you're going to need a team to do that. And your marketing manager decides, hey, this is what you want to do, and this is the plan in which we're going to attack this. And so we would look at a calendar for you on your annual year. What do you want to do? How we're going to break this down into quarters, and then we would actually come up with a campaign to get that done for you. So a marketing media manager is the number one person that you're going to need on your team. The second person you're going to need on the social media team is a content manager. Somebody's got to make that content. It just don't pop out of thin air. Whether that is blogs, whether that is article writing, whether that is new product writing, you're going to want to understand what kind of content that you want to put out to be able to bring in results for the business objectives that you want to reach. So you want to be able to have someone that can create that content. Is that content going to be written? Is it going to be in videos? Is it going to be memes? You have to decide what type of content and put a plan in place to be able to deliver that content to the several marketing channels that you're going to choose that the marketing director has indicated in your plan. And so you want to kind of survey those different types of platforms that are out there, those different platforms, whether it's Facebook, which usually has an older audience, whether it's Snapchat, which has a younger audience, TikTok that has a younger audience, whether you're looking at LinkedIn that has a primarily business audience. So you want to be able to create content based upon the platforms that that you've decided to go through, as far as your marketing manager's recommendations, as per the objectives of your business plan. So you got to have a content. Somebody's got to make that material. You have to have a content manager. In addition to that, you want to have an analytics person. So you're spending this money, and did it work? Well, then your analytics person is going to let you know that. This is a numbers person. They're going to be able to look and see what the spend is on your different platforms, and they're going to look to see the return on investment. They're going to understand the numbers that you've placed and how much money you've spent and exactly what that has resulted in, as far as your marketing plan is has been defined by the marketing manager. For instance, you may come up with a marketing plan to do Facebook ads, to have ads sent out to all the fraternal organizations because you are selling fraternal paraphernalia and you want to move from vending at these events to being able to sell online. And so through Facebook, you target all the Divine Nine, and you have them come to a landing page or have them come directly to your e-commerce site. And so then what you want to do is you want to be able to analyze what was the increase in sales based upon the spend that you actually spent on your Facebook advertising. And that's what happens with the analytics person. They're going to look at that and they're going to say, hey, we need to do this. No, we don't need to do this. We need to increase this. We need to cut back on this. So you need an analytics person. The next person you need on your team is a community manager. Somebody's got to respond to the community in which you're in. Social media is a lot like going to a party. Nobody falls into a party and say, hey, I sell cars. Buy one for me right now. No, you get to know people. They get to know who you are. They get to like you. They get to trust you. And then they get to say, hey, Joe Schmo over here sells cars. Go get a car from him because I like this guy. And so social media is the same type of way in how you sell. It's almost like showing up at a party, and you got to be able to know the names of people's kids in the room. You got to be able to ask them how the wife is doing. You got to be able to ask them how mom's doing, and be intimately connected with those people, because that's how you build your trust and you build your awareness inside of the community. So a community manager does that. Not only do you release posts around your products, but you want to stop in and say hello to your community. You want to say you want to like some pictures and posts that people in your community are posting. You want to be able to be sociable in that area, and a community manager does that. So you've got the marketing manager that's going to set up the campaign. Talked about the content manager that's going to be able to create the content. We talked about the analytics manager that's going to be able to analyze what you're doing to see whether or not it works out. And then we just talked about the community manager that's very sociable in the community, so that you're not just selling, but you're checking in on people in the community to see how they're doing, and to say, hey, we like your post, and to be able to respond to anything that is coming your way while people are in the process of deciding whether or not they're going to buy from you. So social media marketing is all about a team. It's about a team. It's not just one person. And if you are one person, plan, 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 plan. Because it's a lot of work if you are one person. And I really like to educate business owners on this, because really, you really want to understand that if you go out and you go get a social media person, it's just one person. 9 times out of 10, you're going to overburden that person. Your expectations will be high, but the deliverables will be very low. So in thinking about a social media, you need to think in terms of a team. And if you think in terms of a team, and you think in terms of planning, you think in terms of analyzing, you think in terms of going around and seeing how everyone else is doing, and if you think in terms of analytics, you have the right ingredients to be able to have successful social media campaigns. So that's one thing about social media. I just want to kind of let you guys know that it takes a team. Number two, I teach that social media is not it's almost like a cruise ship, because you don't own those platforms. You don't own Facebook. They could put you in Facebook jail. Did you know you go to Facebook jail? You could go to Facebook jail because you're playing by someone else's rules. So that's number one. You don't own social media platforms. To your site. That is the goal of social media. Social media is like a cruise ship letting people off at an island. And so, what you want to do is your island is going to be your website. And so, in order to effectively run a social media campaign, you're going to have to be able to lead people from a high traffic areas. I think that Facebook has billions of users, Twitter has billions of users, Pinterest has billions of users, Reddit has millions of users, all in different countries. So what you want to do is you want to kind of look at social media as a way to bring people back to your island. And that island is your website. So in order to run a successful social media campaign, you got to lead them somewhere. And so one of the things that we're doing with social media is that you have to understand your SEO, search engine optimization. Those are 3 letters that are very, very significant in the world of social media. And so what does SEO mean? SEO is how browsers, how quickly they are to find your content. How quickly, if someone is looking for HVAC and they type in heating and air conditioning, does KMT heating and air conditioning come up? So when you improve your search engine optimization, it makes the browsers recognize that you're there. And it says to people, hey, come view me and come buy my service, come buy my product. And so we look at search engine optimization in 4 ways. And one way is that we want to make sure that we're looking at the friendly crawlability of your site. Can browsers crawl your site easily? Can they find you? And usually that's done with a domain and being able to have content under that domain name such that you're listed and browsers can find you. Once browsers found you, what are your meta tags looking like? What are the keywords that you're using in your meta tags that associate themselves with your industry? My business is KMT Heating and Air Conditioning. In my meta tags, do I have broken AC? cool in the winters, uh, 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 um, AC repair. So, what are people looking for when they're looking for your service? And that's one of the things that that you need to look at and to see whether or not your meta tags and whether or not the keywords associated with your sites are keywords that people are using when they're looking to purchase products from you. And so SEO is something that's really, really big. Another thing that is really, really big in a social media campaign is the ability to be able to buy local advertising. So we are a video production website. Recently, we took out ad on the Knot and Wedding Pro, so that people who were looking for video production services for weddings could easily find us. Now, Wedding Pro and the Knot is a national web is a national directory for people who are brides and who are grooms, people who are engaged, looking for videographers. And so, in addition to them having a national magazine, they also are able to connect brides up locally with videographers and photographers so that they can offer services. And so, um, in your quest for social media, being able to be found on local searches, whether it's Yelp or Google Ads, those types of things also assist you in having higher search engine optimizations and get you out there. Okay, so those are some of the key things that you need in running a successful social media campaign. We also do email marketing. So email marketing is a big push in having a successful social media campaign. Because if you look at how many people are associated to your email accounts, you usually have a close knit group of family and friends and people that you do business with. And so it's always a great idea to stay constantly in connection with them for customer retention, and so that you're placed on the top of their minds so that when they're thinking about your service, they think to choose you. And so, being able to have a strong email marketing campaign is always good, to be able to stay in contact with those customers and have great customer retention. So those are just some of the things that you're going to need if you're looking at running successful social media campaigns, a good team, and great content, the ability to pay a bit for those campaigns. Um, we also talk about geofencing. So geofencing is our screens, being able to be on screens and be able to drop targeted ads to people in a geographical location. Say, for instance, I attended the North Carolina Central homecoming, and I wanted everybody at the homecoming at the North Carolina Central homecoming to know that Popeye's Chicken was having a tailgate special after the game. So I could actually drop targeted ads to people that are within a certain mile radius, such that they get my ads on their screen. You know, when you're paying, I'm a black female, so sometimes I play Candy Crush or some of those games out there that are connected to your cell phone, and all of a sudden ad pops up and you can get a three-piece with a biscuit for $1.99. But that's geofencing. And so these are ways that technology has allowed us to be able to reach consumers in a way that's um, um, price price effective for small businesses. Another great way to be able to reach businesses these days is with video streaming. And so, streaming is something that we are currently doing right now. In addition to our Too Much TV, we also have a nonprofit organization, the TMT Youth Community Foundation. And with the TNT Youth Community Foundation, we give marketable skills to young people. And one of the things that they love is social media marketing and being on social media. Young people consume social media um, um, in large amounts. And so one of the ways that we are looking to create a pipeline of employees that really understand the business is to be able to reach out through our nonprofit, the TMT Youth Community Foundation. And one of the things that the students are responsible for is streaming. And so streaming is a great way for us because we're too much TV. Not only do we look at social media, we're also looking at television. We recently, and I'll let this out of the bag, we recently purchased a Roku station. And so we are now building content so that we can have content for viewers in different countries on television. So that was always our goal, and we're there, courtesy of our great partners, KMT Heating and Air and Network Commerce Association. So big plug there. You can't do it without a team. Can't do it without a team. And so part of our team does consist of our nonprofit, the TMT Youth Community Foundation. And right now they are streaming. And I'm kicking myself because I don't know how to share my screen, but take notes. So the first thing that you need when you're streaming, now we don't stream directly from just a camera or, my cell phone's looking really good right now. But we actually have a 3-camera setup. If I was in my office right now, I would show you exactly what it looks like. But we have a 3-camera setup that connects directly to a video switcher that is then we use a software programming called OBS. OBS gives us full control over being able to create thirds, to be able to have multiple cameras and anything that we would like to connect up to our streaming. And then we go into our social media source, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Twitch. And we can actually stream directly to those platforms or simulcast and stream to more than one entity at one time. And the benefit of that for us is that it allows us to create content without lots of editing, and it also helps us to develop our social media audience. And so, can I see questions? Can't see questions, but that kind of gives us a full scope of kind of what you need for a social media circle. You need a great team. You need advertising. You need content. You need email marketing campaigns. You may need some geofencing to be able to target particular audiences, and you work a little streaming in there. And I think that you would have a good mix of being able to create the type of content or to cultivate the audience that you need. And so that does it for my little social media chat. Where is Mr. Eric Kelly?
I can't. And of course, as we get a chance, great job, great job, great job, great job. You have a video to play, so why don't you talk about the video first, and then share your screen. And once you share your screen, the world will be able to see some incredible information. Okay, Tamisha?
Okay, so I'm looking for the share screen button. Where is that?
You.
I don't see the share screen button. Hold on. I'm not on my computer. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go get the video. Hold on 1 second.
And of course, put me on, Mark. Let me just talk a little bit. Today has been a great day. Today has been a great day. I'm at the Eric Kelly III Museum today, and at the Eric Kelly III Museum, what happens, and I want to just talk about it for a moment. In 1919, I think it's 69 or 68, when I was about 8 years old, my grandfather came to me and he said to me he wanted me to be a lawyer. And I said, well, I don't want to be a lawyer. I want to be an artist. And so I had just began to draw. I started drawing about 4 years old in church at St. Joseph AME Church on Fayetteville Street in Hayti. And so I was kind of feeling that whole art thing. And my great grandfather walks in and he says, I want you to be an artist because all families need an artist. And of course, I couldn't see the whole lawyer thing, but I could see the whole art thing. And so I told him I wanted to be an artist, and he just turned around and walked out of the room. You know, I come from a family of individuals who are told and taught that anything you want to do, that's what you should do, in spite of what other people feel. And so he walked out the room, and I thought I was kind of off the daggone hot seat of being a lawyer. And so he came back about a month later, and he said, "I understand that we had a conversation, and you said you wanted to be a lawyer. Now, this is how this is going to go." He said, "Either you're going to draw and be an artist, or you're going to be a lawyer, because all families need a lawyer." And then he said, "I'm going to let you know about that." And I'll get back to that when we come back. Tamisha, did you find the button?
I found the link. Hold on. I'm on my iPhone.
Well, most people are on computers, Tamisha.
I
And
know.
that's fine, and we appreciate it now. Don't get it twisted. So all the people that's gonna be looking at, they're gonna be laughing at me. Tomorrow, you had a girl up there with an iPhone, and she couldn't even afford a computer. But
I
anyway,
got several computers, but I
we
was just
already know.
out.
We already
You
know. We
know,
already know. We
I was
already
out in
know.
the field today. Hold on. I don't know if I could do it on my iPhone, but look, I sent the link to Mark.
Okay.
Can he do something with that?
Yes, Mark can. And I want to thank you for being on today, and we'll see you the next time. Okay.
Thank you.
And what's the name of your company?
Too Much TV Incorporated for the for-profit, and the nonprofit is the TMT Youth Community Foundation. And I just want to say thank you because we streamed you for a couple of episodes, and your youth program is remarkable. And you poured into my son, and he would receive all that pour in, and that's what the video was all about. So for those who don't know, the Black Business Expo works to be able to give youth computers and to support them in their educational endeavors. And Mr. Kelly, my son wants to be an architect, and Mr. Kelly, he had to write an essay, and a computer was gifted to him. And Mr. Kelly poured in hours and hours of encouraging him to be an architect, and took him to the Durham community and showed him Black Wall Street and showed him what Black people built. Now, why I love this is my son is barely in any rooms with African Americans. And so in this essay that he wrote, he talked about how surprised he was that North Carolina Mutual was built by African Americans. And so that is a great encouragement piece for someone who's young and gifted and doesn't see himself in his classroom environment. And I just want to say thank you for you and for all of the people that work to put the Black Business Expo on, because that's what it's all about. It's about encouraging these kids, growing our business, and becoming a community where we can build together and grow together. So I want to thank you. And when Mark gets his video up, I'll be watching. I want everybody to contribute to the scholarship fund because I've seen it make a difference. Because there has been times he's had many challenges in the classroom where the teacher has called me, and he has getting along with his peers has been hard. And for him to be able to want to go to a field where there are not many African Americans, I'm like, toughen up your skin because you're going to have many more battles like that, including the fact that I've had a chaperone a trip with him to Chapel Hill. And the teacher who gave a tour of Chapel Hill talked about how the slaves built Chapel Hill. And I had to correct her. I said, if anybody can build something, they're not called a slave, they're called an architect. And so a lot of times our kids have these labels and they don't see themselves. And the Black Business Expo is allowing African American children to see themselves without the title of descendants of slaves, but 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 I want to say carriers of excellence. And you'll see that in the video. You'll see that in the video.
Well, I definitely want to thank you for that. That was a great commercial, but that's what's called real life and real living. A lot of times people don't understand how valuable it is to share with people as we share. Thank you so very much, and we'll see you the next time, okay?
Thank you.
Well, Mark, well, people, I know you're sitting at home and you're wondering, is he going to make it happen? Yes, I talked about 24 hours, 24-hour network. I talked about black businesses for 24 hours to build an ecosystem that transforms the black dollar in our community. And of course, when we begin to talk about sponsors, we got to talk about the sheriff's office here in Durham, North Carolina, one of our grand sponsors, as they sponsored our kids this year. Each year we look for laptop computers and we look for up to $5,000. If you're out there and you want to be a part of the fundraising part of the Black Business Expo, you can easily give us a call at 919-308-9090. Or you can go on the web or go to our email, and you can actually email us at info@blackbusinessexpousa. Email us at info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. And again, as we get prepared for the next person to speak, we have Mark in the background to cue it up. But before, I was talking about art. You know, one of the things that we did with the Black Business Expo is we pivoted to do art and culture on our Saturday. And on Saturday, we're going to have some great artists that are going to be online talking about business. We have some writers. We're going to have some people who talk about this side of art. Now, I was saying before we came back to Tamisha, we were looking for the commercial, and the commercial is about a young man by Tristan Thompson, who's a gentleman that we gave a laptop computer out and some funds to this year. And so we're looking forward to the great things that he's going to do. And as I was talking about the Eric Kelly III Museum, that's where we are today. We're live from the Eric Kelly III Museum. And for those of you who are in Durham, North Carolina, this is the place that we get an opportunity to see some of the works of Eric Kelly III. And I'm saying it like it's not me, but it is me. So we may see some of the information as it's coming right now on Tristan. And as you see in the picture is Tristan Thomas, my mother, and me.
I'm asking the Black Business Expo Foundation for scholarship help as I pursue my dreams to be an architect. With the laptop computer and funds, I know that it will help me as I study my craft. As a child, I loved to Google images of different civilizations. I'm fond of the different type of building styles all over the world. It was fascinating to see how much structures from Africa, China, and America differ from ones in Italy, France, and the Far East. Each buildings in those countries have a certain flavor and a certain look, and I want to be making the buildings to reflect the culture. Also, as a child, I loved to play with Legos, a toy that you can build anything you would like, as there are as many blocks as you can choose from. Minecraft is another one of my current favorites, as you can do the same thing you do with Legos, but it's all digital. To this day, I still play Minecraft and use my free time to build structures in my digital worlds. These childhood games and hobbies have shaped me to who I am today, and the reason I want to become an architect in the United States of America. For the rest of high school, I plan to take architectural classes my school offers, which consist of finishing drafting by taking drafting 2 and drafting 3 honors, and architecture 1, 2, and 3. I am taking art 1 this semester, and I will complete all art courses as my teacher recommends. I will also take as many algebra, geometry, and trigonometry before I take calculus. Upon graduation, I plan to attend NC State University School of Architecture. As I go through college, I would like to become a design intern at any architectural firm to increase my on-the-job experience as a future architect. And once I graduate, I want to become hired at a firm and eventually start a firm of my own in North Carolina. I would like to thank the Black Business Expo community for the laptop computer I received, and especially thank my mom, Ms. Tamisha Thomas, and mentor, Dr. Alva Nubia, for connecting me with a great source and opportunity. I plan to make my family and community proud of the present and future accomplishments. I am truly going to make the Black Business Expo community proud as well. Over 300 companies contributed to me getting this laptop computer, and it's truly inspiring and amazing. This is a great day, and I thank the Black Business Expo community for believing in me. I pledge that I will not fail or let anyone down. Today, I want to state that I will become one of the top architects in the world. With the laptop provided by Black Business Expo's founder Francis Cagle and the Black Business Expo community, I will start my training in AutoCAD and become a certified user within AutoCAD. This summer, I was accepted to the NC State Design, but because of COVID-19, it was canceled. Instead, I had an online design camp with the North Carolina chapter of the National Organization of Minority Architects, NOMA, where we discussed architecture and how to sketch out and plan and how to build 3D layouts. In today's society, inflation has caused the market to catapult to what the prices are today. So as an architect, my goal is to design and build affordable housing for communities in need while earning a profit for my clients. I shall design hospitals for the sick and malnourished, offices for businessmen, and create jobs for our communities. I must bring strong structures into the area and rebuild the block. On the flip side, I also want to build grand buildings, skyscrapers, and mansions. While I was in Durham, I was impressed by the design of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Building, built by African American men. I was surprised to learn that the National Museum of African American History and Culture was designed by Phil Freelon, a Black architect and graduate of North Carolina State School of Architecture. In the future, I would like to design and develop a campus where people can commune together, celebrate special occasions, and partying affordably while having fun and designing buildings of similar magnitudes. Molded by my childhood experiences and past historic examples, I definitely know architecture is my future. I envisioned myself going to NC State my whole life for architecture, and that's the way I plan to go. It has always been a dream of mine to work with other people with common interests, and a degree in architecture is certainly the way to go. Thank you, Francis Cagle, Eric Kelly III, and the Black Business Expo community for providing me with the equipment I need to be successful. Again, I want to say that I understand the shoulders I stand upon and the community that supports me. I will stand tall and work hard as I reach my future goals. Thank you all for your belief in me.
That's what I'm talking about, people. See, that's the piece that you're missing. You know, one of the things I talk about a lot of times is swim in your water. Where is your water? Are you in a mud puddle? Are you in a lake? Are you in an ocean? And what I mean by that is, where are the people who are doing the things that you want to do? You know, a lot of times people complain about price. People complain about how much things cost. And most business owners complain about, black business owners complain about people not wanting to pay them for their products or services. Now, when you think about that for a moment, let's look at a restaurant. If you look at a black restaurant generally gives you more food than you need. That's number one. But the most interesting part of a black restaurant is nobody sits down and think about the person who's running the restaurant, who's utilizing a recipe that was made by their great 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 grandmother. Those biscuits that you're eating, even though your mothers and your fathers are making those biscuits also, but that cornbread that you're eating, even though your mothers and fathers are making that cornbread, the food that they're making and putting on that table for you to eat is a recipe that's been handed down for generations. And a lot of times, black folk don't want to hear that part. They just want to say, "Well, I want more. I want the hookup. I want the family hookup." We as African Americans have got to stop that, because if you notice, if you go to other racist restaurants, what they do is they give you less food. They put leaves and stuff around it and make it look real cute. And you eat just enough to be hungry, but you're paying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for that. So the next time that you go in a black restaurant, don't complain about the price. Just pay the price and say thank you for bringing your legacy to this table. And that's what's very important about business. When a black person is doing business with you, they're bringing legacy to that table. They're not just saying, "Okay, I can advertise for you, or I can do social media for you." Not only can they do social media for you, they can dig down and find out what are the things that you may ask. The young man, Christian Thomas, we want to thank you for the video. He actually did his own video for that presentation. Those are the kinds of kids we're looking for. The kind who say, "You know what? I have a little talent and I'm going to let it shine." With the advent of this phone right here, okay? This phone right here, he utilized the phone to do that video. Took the video and used the phone to make it happen. So I don't want to hear no excuses about, "Well, I want to start business, but I don't know where to start." I can't start business because I don't want to start. Just remember, the number one business in America today is to think. Number one business in the world is to think. Number two is sales. Once you think, then you have to sell it. And so you got Eric Kelly III. We're making history, guys. And I'm having a great time. We're going to bring on our next speaker, a young lady by the name of Vicky Parker High. And Vicky Parker High is with the North Carolina Business Council. And if you know like I know, if you're anywhere in North Carolina and you need to know about business, she is the lady. She is definitely the lady. And Vicky, thank you so very much. I know you're going to do an awesome job, but more importantly, we at the Black Business Expo, because you've been a speaker on our stage for a couple of years now, and we had to pivot to do this, right? So with this pivot, we refuse to pivot lightly. That's the difference between us and everybody else. Like I said to a lot of people want to be in their own little areas. I want to be in the world's area. And thank you very much. And I'll talk to you later on. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Eric. Great job. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all have been enjoying the program so far. I've been able to check out a few of the speakers before me. The energy has been really high. I know we're moving later in the day, but we definitely want to keep that energy up there and keep getting more and more great information. I'm going to attempt to try to share my screen here. If not, I'll just talk my way through it. Let's see if I can get it here. Let's see. Okay. There we go. And let me make that so that it's in a slide format. Nope. There we go. All right. Hopefully that's going well. If not, someone can text me and let me know if there's a problem with the viewing. But anyway, so we're going to be talking about sustainability and scalability, and looking at sustainability as a growth option for your business. Um, is it moving there? It's hard to get feedback. I don't see it moving on my screen, but I want to make sure there that we move to the next slide. Okay, great. The North Carolina Business Council is we are a business organization. We're focused on creating an equitable economy, an economy that benefits all businesses, small and large. And we support corporate sustainability by doing three things. We advocate for policies that benefit mission-driven businesses. We create strategic connection among these types of businesses, as well as we provide resources to help them grow and thrive. So what we're going to be talking about over the next, I guess, 30 minutes or so. So just so you can get prepared of what we're going to go over. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about our growth mindset. I like to start there because when we're introducing new ideas, it's almost like you got to kind of set your plate. You got to set your palate to make sure you kind of clear your slate to get ready for some new ideas. So I want to kind of take that time to kind of erase some of our old thoughts and get ready to expand our vision. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about what is a sustainable business, because the definition and what that means has changed over the last few years. And so we're going to explore what that is. Then we're going to talk about some opportunities and look at, why, and make the business case for why you should consider sustainable business practices. And then finally, we're going to talk, a little bit about some cost-saving, sustainable strategies for your businesses. So first, the growth mindset. So let me go back again. So as I said before, when we think about new ideas, we always come to everything with our own prejudged understanding of how things are. So just for the next, 30 minutes, I want us to try to push aside some of our old ideas and try to, look at different ways of doing our business, because that's where you get that opportunity to grow, instead of just assuming, well, that's too far out of my reach, I can't do that, or I've heard someone try that and I don't think that's going to work for me. It's just kind of push any type of thoughts like that to the side, and let's focus on growth and looking at what we're about to explore as a way to adapt it into your business. Always look for the information that you can use and how it can be used to push you forward. So a little bit about a growth mindset. I'm not going to read all this, but for an example, when we look at people who have a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset, when you look at effort, a person with a growth mindset, they believe that hard work pays off, that you have to learn, you have to apply new knowledge to get forward. A more fixed mindset believe that if you don't know it already, then maybe there's something wrong with you, or it's just not something you're supposed to know or grow. But we want to have a growth mindset where we know that learning, and if you're watching today, then you're already in that growth mindset. Same thing with challenge. We show a willingness to take on new challenges. We don't let our fears stop us. We move beyond things when they look unachievable. We look at the ways that they can be achieved. We look at the smallest opportunities first that kind of crack that door, and then we move beyond it. And we do not let our fear, again, stop us from going in that direction. So we don't avoid those risks. We look at ways of how we can find opportunities to overcome the risk. Setbacks. We believe that persistence pays off. We believe in being persistent, and just a setback does not mean that we give up. And we don't give up at the first sign of a challenge, and we just try again. We just witnessed Mr. Biden being elected the president after his third try. That's a really good example right now of what it means to just not give up. And there are opportunities, and that's easier said than done sometimes, because when we get knocked down, it does take a lot to get up sometimes. But the good thing is that we can get up. And when you have a growth mindset, that's the only thing you can do is get up. If you got breath, you got to get up. And you try again. Feedback. A growth mindset welcomes feedback. We welcome feedback. I know sometimes I can be a little thin-skinned, but I know when people give me the true feedback about my ideas, about things that I'm doing, people who I trust, that's again an opportunity for growth. When you ask for feedback, value the feedback you're getting, be open to the idea that maybe it can be done differently. I stress on that because that's one of my areas, or my weak areas is I gotta accept the criticism, I gotta accept the feedback and look at that as an opportunity for growth. Not that everybody just doesn't understand your vision. Some people do, and they're just trying to help you move forward. So be very open to feedback and criticism and opportunities for growth. Um, and then success of others. This is something I think is my strong point. I love to get inspiration from other people's success. That's why I really love being a part of the Black Business Expo, because I get to see so many amazing people, living their dream, and it just gives me energy. And that's why I've come back every single year. So, we want to draw inspiration from others. We don't want to envy others. We don't want to get in a thing where we start comparing ourselves to others. We want to celebrate their success. I always say there is plenty of room for us all to grow. There's plenty of room for us all to succeed. There's plenty of money out there for us all to make it. We do not have to, fear competition or feel like someone's ahead of us or anything like that. There is room for us all to grow. So celebrate one another's successes. Okay, so now I kind of cleared your mind on that a little bit, and we kind of got hopefully in a good position to absorb some new information. Let's talk a little bit about what is a sustainable business. Typically, when I first started working with the North Carolina Business Council, it's been about 4 years ago now. When you said sustainable business, the first thing that would come to someone's mind is a green business, an environmental business. They would think you're in solar or, farming or something like that. But the sustainable business is much more than that. And in a nutshell, a sustainable business is one that is making investments today for a greater good to come. So I just want to repeat that. For me, a sustainable business is making investments today for a greater good to come. And that investment can typically, for us, it comes in three ways. You're making investments in people, and that can be your employees, and it should be your employees, your customers, your vendors, anyone in your business network. You're making investment in them. You're making investment in the environment, so that is a part of it. You're being sustainable. You are, reusing. You're looking at ways to recycle. You're looking at ways to reuse. You're looking at ways to minimize your carbon footprint. You're looking at ways to be a good steward of the environment that we have. So that is a key part of it. And then the third part is that you are looking for ways to make a strong return on your investment. So all three of those come together. But you're doing it in a way that you're looking not just for today or tomorrow, but you're looking long term, because for us, that sustainable business means you want to be here in 5 years. So you're making decisions that are not just to get you by for tomorrow. And I have to admit, being a small business owner myself, that we, starting out, you can only see to tomorrow or the end of the week sometimes. So you feel like all of your decisions start to focus on just getting to that Friday. But again, the growth mindset and trying to see things and starting to see things differently, we have to start always looking out. We have to push that calendar out. So yeah, while we focus on things that we have to get done this week, and we're, making sure we make it to the end of the week, but we also have to make sure all those things that we're doing are in line with our long-term goals. So we really have to be able to look at them simultaneously. So everything we're doing this week should fit into your 5-year plan. You shouldn't be off track. Everything you're doing should be somehow fitting in where your vision is taking you. So that's what we mean by sustainable, not just doing things for today, but doing things for the long haul. In terms of sustainable business, I mean, we use all types of different titles. I mean, a big term that we're hearing a lot is socially responsible corporations. There's a lot of talk, for that. Social enterprise, mission-driven business, purpose-driven company, and B Corps, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. But any of those titles is what we're getting at are companies that are really making long-term investments for the future. So the concept behind sustainable business is what's called the triple bottom line. And I'm not going to give you a history on that, but if you were like me and you got your MBA and you took a lot of business classes, that was one of the blurbs. It was one of the things that we learned when we were getting that business degree, but we didn't dwell a lot on it. But now what is happening is that a lot of companies are starting to look at the bottom line. Most of us, when we came out of school or when we look at business, we look at one line, and that is profit, the profit line. How much money did you make? And that's all that most people are measuring. But what we're seeing and what the North Carolina Business Council wants to see is to see a shift, that we're not just looking at the profit, but we're also looking at, again, how do we measure our impact on our community and the people who work for us and the people we make a product for and the people we provide services to. What real sustainable contribution are we making in their lives, and how do we measure that for our business? And then, in addition to that, we're looking at what real measurable contribution are we making to preserve our environment and our natural resources. So what we're seeing and what we want to see more of are companies that measure those three and give them all equal weight. And at the same time, of course, you want to measure, again, your return on your investment. What are your profits? But you're going to look at them alongside of the people and the planet. And again, I won't go too deep in it, but a lot of companies, you can measure those in different ways depending on your type of business. So there is no per se set way to do it as it is. I guess it's easier to kind of do your profits because we know what the accounting standards are for that. But in terms of how you measure your people and how you measure your impact on the planet, that's going to really be personal to your business, but you want to have some way to really track that. Now, I want to talk and spend some time here about making the case for sustainability and why that is something that you want to pursue for your business. I have to spend some time here because, of course, I'm hoping you're still with me, but typically when people hear that, especially if you're a young business, your first thing is, I can't afford to do that right now, or that, that's not giving me that immediate return that I need to get to the end of the week. And so I really, really want to press upon you that if your real goal is to be here beyond the end of the week, as I said, if your goal is to be here for 5 years out, sustainability has been proven, and we're going to talk about it. Statistics are starting to show, reports are starting to show that when you start to incorporate sustainable business practices early in your company, that pays off heavily in the long run, and it secures your long-term existence, which really is, at the end of the day, what you want. I mean, I know we want returns, we want customers, we want to start seeing, profits come through the door. But if you want those profits to last, it has been proven and showing that if you incorporate these sustainable principles where you are putting employees' needs really high on your priority list, where you're putting your consumer concerns and needs high on your priority list, where you're putting the environment high on your priority list, we are seeing that those practices pay off, and they keep your doors open for years on down the road. So let's kind of walk through a little bit the different reasons and different areas of why having a sustainable business is should be part of your growth strategy. We're going to look at why it's important to your employees, why it's important to your consumers, why is it important to the supply chain and the business ecosystem. And we're going to look at the fact, like I said, it is profitable. And for those of you out there who are hoping to one day be in a position to attract investors, again, having sustainable business practices in place will certainly help you get there. So let's start with employees. So, and I apologize, it looks like I don't have the attribution here, but in a recent survey, over 70% of people who were surveyed were more, this was a recent consumer survey, 70% of those people said that they were more likely to work for a company that has a strong green footprint. So this is telling you that right now, people who are looking for work, I mean, younger people coming out and even more seasoned workers, one of the things that they are considering is how does that company treat the environment? It is something that's on their mind when they're looking for an actual company that they want to be a part of and commit to. In that same survey, they found that nearly half of the people said they were willing to accept a smaller salary to work for a company that had a strong green footprint. And you can see here, over 10% said that they would accept a salary decrease even between $5,000 and $10,000 just to work for a company that valued the environment. So, you know, again, I know that's a lot of numbers coming at you, but just listen to that. 70% of people said they want to work for a type of company like that. Over half said that they would be willing to accept a smaller or decrease in pay, or 10% said they would take a decrease in pay, and over half said they would take a smaller salary to work for a company like that. So that's right there is telling you that the way you treat the environment has an immediate payoff, because people want to work for companies that care. They're just not interested really in working for companies that are just not concerned about their pollution. They're not concerned about their impact on the environment, or they're adding to the pollution, or they're adding to having a negative impact on the environment, and they're not taking any steps to remedy it. That is just not an attractive position to be in, and employees are just are more and more not excited about working for companies who do not share those values. So I mentioned earlier about consumers. So again, this was a study by the Center for Sustainable Business, and in there they found that 50% of consumer packaged goods, CPG growth from 2013 to 2018 came from sustainability marketed products. Now we can get in the weeds about that, because some people, and it's a legitimate question to make sure you're not just putting sustainable packaging on goods that aren't truly sustainable. And I know there's their conversation, but there are certifications and there have been steps that now people can take to certify those things. So that's not as easily done as it once was. So there are some steps to remedy that as well. However, clearly, that is something, at this point when this was taken, consumers, over nearly half of consumers are looking for packaged goods that represent some type of sustainable effort or some type of organic effort. So again, consumers are demanding this. They're looking for this. This is where they want, and this is, I like to say it's no longer a trend, and it definitely isn't a fad. This is where we're moving to. So, having these type of sustainable practices is something that, again, either you can do it now or you can do it later, because we're really moving in that direction. And I don't see consumers turning that around. And I don't have it in this particular presentation, but I know there are studies that also show that consumers are willing to pay a little more for products like this. And I know you've heard it, but the numbers are really supporting that it is important to make sure that your product or your services are sustainable services. So I mentioned before about the supply chain, and and I put here supply chain, but also you want to take a look at your entire business network, because we, even though we may serve a consumer, we do a lot of B2B interactions and a lot of work with other companies. And on an average day, the other bit, one business, we're buying other products and services from many other businesses. And what we're starting to see in that whole ecosystem is that the larger companies and mid-sized companies as well, and I don't want to really limit it to large, they're small companies, they are looking to do business with companies that share their values, that share their sustainable business practices. They want to work with companies that are taking, every effort that they can to make sure that they are good stewards again of the environment, that they treat their employees well, that they're treating their community and being engaged in their community. They want to do business with those companies. Um, the survey that I'm quoting here, it says what 93% of CEOs believe that sustainability to be important to their company's future success. That's 93% of CEOs. That was back in 2015, and now we're in 2020. So I would imagine that number's only gone up. Um, and that was, more than 100 companies in 46 countries. So this isn't just, here in America. I mean, it's all over. This is a worldwide movement towards sustainability, and that they see that this is important for their companies to be around for years and years to come. And they're going to be looking for other companies to share those values. We see here in 2018, 115 of the world's largest organizations with a combined purchasing power in excess of $3.3 trillion. They requested environmental information from more than 5,000 suppliers. And we compare that to just 10 years ago, when only 14 of the world's largest companies requested that type of information. So in just that short time, you've gone from 14 companies really wanting to see how companies along their supply chain are operating, versus now, 18, it was 115 of the world's largest organization are looking for that information. So again, the business case here and the motivation here is that, chances are the person that you're going to sell whatever your product is or whatever your service is, they're looking at your company to see what type of impact you're having on the environment and what type of sustainable business practices you're employing in your own company. And so we want you to be ready to have an answer for them. We want you to be able to demonstrate that. So, and in part of doing that is to begin to look at ways you can track your success in those areas. And then, like I said, finally, it's profitable. Sustainability is a profitable business practice. I have to be honest, and I have to tell people, up front, to invest, there is a little more upfront investment to achieve some of these goals. But again, data is clearly showing that it is an investment where you definitely do get return on your input. So, you have to keep those things in mind when you have to make some of these decisions. And I know that sometimes they can be tough decisions. I always break it down to looking at just your lighting. When I moved into my home, one of the first thing I did is I got rid of those old bulbs, and I put in more environmental LED lighting, and some other bulbs that were more long lasting, and the word is escaping me. But I remember, going to the store and back then when I did it, and those bulbs cost way more than your regular bulbs did. But I redid my whole home with LED with LED lighting and different things that was available, and and it paid off, because even though I had to make that big purchase in the beginning, years down the road, those lights were still working, and I didn't have to keep running back and buying them over and over again, where I actually did see some people having to do that. I made the investment up front and it paid off in the long run for me. It paid off not only on my energy bill, but on my cost for not having to replace bulbs, every, 4 or 5 months or whatever. And so that's just, kind of the example of what it could be like for your business, and, make an investment in equipment that's environmentally sound up front. If solar is a wise investment for you, if that happens to be a good move for you, then, look at that and really look at the long-term benefit of doing that. And not just look at the immediate cost up front, but look at the return that can come on the back end. And that's how we have to really start looking at our business. And again, I have to repeat it. That's what sustainable business really is all about. Is making those investments today for the long term for tomorrow. So, you got to ask yourself both of those questions, not just, is this the cheapest route to take today? Because it might be. It may be the cheapest, thing to buy. And and it'll get it done, I could got the lights in, got all the lights in, but in 4 or 5 months, I would be back at the store buying a whole new set of light bulbs again. Whereas in my case, I haven't been to the store to buy light bulbs. I can't even think of the last time I had to go buy light bulbs, honestly. And it's the same thing with the equipment that you purchase for your business, everything, all those decisions that you make, every single purchase, you want to look at it in light of, how does this benefit me today, but also 5 years from now? You have to ask both questions, and you have to weigh the answer. And, I always say you really have to try to dig deep to be able to make that investment today. If you can do it today, because otherwise you're going to have to spend more, later on in a very short time. So, you really have to look at that and look at the numbers. So in terms of profitability, let me just see some of the statistics I pulled out for us here. It said between 2006 and 2010, the top 100 sustainable global companies experienced significantly higher sales growth on return on assets and gross profit compared to controlled companies. Or I think in this particular study, they looked at other traditional public companies, and that was how they calculated it. And I believe there's some statistics that show exactly what that increase is, but clearly they outperform, your more traditional companies over that time period. And again, no matter how small you are, if it's just one person, that person is you. If you can look at these sustainable business practices from day one, this will be your story. Your story will be that you're going to be outperforming your competitors over a certain time period. It says here, since 1994, the Dow has invested nearly $2 billion in improving resource efficiency and has saved $9.8 billion from reduced energy and wastewater consumption in manufacturing. Again, if you have a small business and you're, you're doing hair, your hair salon, you want to look at ways that you can, preserve your water use. You want to look at ways that if you're having to wash a lot of, towels or materials, how can you do that most efficiently? There, in whatever type of business you have, it is really, I think Eric Kelly mentioned it earlier, our first job is to think, how can I do this more efficiently? Never take it for granted. Don't take any part of your business for granted. Anything that you do, you really have to, if it's no more than getting out and buying tires for the truck that you drive to go back and forth to your job site, you want to look at, how can I get the best tires for my buck? How can I get the best running tires to, over the longest period of time? What is the best investment to buy those tires? You just don't want it to take any decision for granted, because all of those things impact your bottom line. if you're, buying tires and you're constantly buying used tires just to get by, you got to sit back and look at how many times am I having to go back and buy the used tires. And now I'm saying if you're in a crunch, I understand, but that should not be your mode. Your business strategy is to constantly buy used tires. For example, you want to look at what are the best tires for that truck, for the work that I'm doing, for the miles that I'm driving, when I'm going to get the best mileage and use out of. Those are the type of decisions. Everything you purchase, every decision you make in your business, you want to step back and look at it from a different lens. Look at it to see, how can I do this better? What's out there and what's available to me that I can get better use of this equipment for a longer time and get a better return on the money I'm paying for it. See here, in 2013, GE had reduced their greenhouse emissions by 32% and water use by 45% compared to 2004 and 2006. And that resulted in a $300 million savings. And again, everything's relative. Yeah, you can say, oh, these are big companies, but it can be your company as well. If you're like me and I have to buy paper and I'm printing things, but there's still things that I actually have to print to read through or whatever. You want to make sure that you have a printer that can print both sides. You want to make sure you make that extra investment to do that, because in the long run, that's going to save me money on paper. It's going to save me, ink, because then I'm not going to have to keep making mistakes and print things over and over again, because I now got to see them together or see them back to back. So, you have to look at everything you spend. You have to look at it through the lens of, is this sustainable and will it save me over the long haul? And, is the price that I'm paying today worth it, worth the investment for, down the road? I think the other example pulled up here is Walmart. For example, they aim to double their fleet efficiency by 2005, or from 2005 to 2015 through better routing. And by the end of 2014, they had improved fuel efficiency approximately 87% compared to 2005. And again, no matter what size your business is, once we are able to start driving and moving about again, we need to be thinking that way as well. We have to be thinking, even the route that we take to our next job site, and, all the errands that we have to run in a day. Typically before I go out, I make a list of all the errands I have to do. And then I sit down and strategically map out where to go. And it doesn't take that long. I mean, this isn't, you're not spending a whole day routing it out. You pretty much know where you have to go. But I do take time to think. I stop, I think, as Eric said again, and I just don't run out the house without knowing and having a game plan. If I have 5 errands and 5 stops, then I got to make those stops and do it efficiently. I'm not going to run here and then run there and then run back over here for a third thing. I'm going to try to strategically map those things out, and always looking at the impact that I'm having on my vehicle, the impact I'm having on the environment, and then I'm looking at the impact I'm having on me, which is my time. So all those things impact your bottom line. So hopefully by now you're getting the point that sustainability is a mindset. It is a mindset to start thinking of your business and looking at every way that you can reap a strong return on your investment in everything you do with your business. That nothing is off the table. So you want to consider all aspects of it. And finally, again, I talked earlier about, the idea of investors. I mean, we all, want to, I would think most businesses like to get to the point where they have have other people who value their products and services enough to actually invest in them. And again, if that is the route that you want to take, or you're hoping to be, or that's part of your long-term vision, having these sustainable business practices as part of your daily business activity, it is going to help you. It's going to help you really to get there. This particular statistic shows that 11.6 trillion dollars of all professionally managed assets, or 1 in every 4 invested in the United States, were under environmentally sustainable investment strategies. So, and that, again, that's a sharp increase, they say, from 2010, where it was just close to 3 trillion. So, in just that, what's that, 8 years, we see the significant increase of investors, and they're managing their portfolios and managing their assets, and now they're looking at these companies through this environmental and sustainability lens. And again, this isn't a fad. It's not a trend. This is the way people are starting to do business and how they're starting to view business. I want to talk about it to you all today, because no matter, again, how small you are, you have to start from day one looking at how to build a sustainable business, and more importantly, how to explain and market yourself as a sustainable business as well, in order that people recognize you as such. So, how can a small business save? So let's talk. I've been trying to give you some nuggets along the way. Let's just really focus closely on some things that you can do to, of course, reduce costs, and as I've been talking along, every sustainable practices are going to be customized to your business. So your business best. So that's why I urge you to really, you have to step back and take a look at what you do every day, your daily processes, again, from driving to, how you handle calls, how you manage and set up your appointments, how do you follow up with customers, all of those things, looking at automation to help you do those things. All of those things are sustainable business practices. You're going to make investments, and I think the first one here is to make investments in, software. You want to look at the software, and yeah, again, it's an investment up front. But if that's software that you've done your research and it's been shown that it does help you to become more efficient in your business practices, and it really fits the way your daily operations and help you be more efficient, then you really want to make that investment sooner rather than later. And so you want to really focus on how does it have that long-term impact. Again, so of course, reducing energy costs is an obvious one, but it's always not so obviously done. So we want to make sure, again, if you use a lot of water, you want to look at different faucets or different things that you can buy to streamline your water use. When you replace equipment, you want to like I said before, you choose a printer that prints on both sides and use a smart power strip and things like that. You want to always look at ways you can be much more efficient, things that are cutting your power use, things that, we think about office buildings where you walk in and the lights go on and off. Even if you're working from home, as I am, there's still things you can look around your home office to make it more energy efficient. So, again, go online, look for those ideas, and start looking at the savings that can bring you. I mentioned earlier about the LED lighting and buying the incandescent, buying the LED bulbs, and how much savings you can get from that. Again, if you're working from home, that's a quick way to save. Saves you trips to the store. It saves you energy. It saves on buying, more lighting. So again, that's a little thing, and there are other little things like that you can think of that will save you in the long run. It talks about buying secondhand furniture. There's a lot of good, we say secondhand, but there are a lot of really good secondhand furniture that looks pretty firsthand to me. And I bought, from experience, So, if you're starting a new business, and again, once we're back out there, if you move into an office space, you don't always have to shop for the new. You can look for, maybe companies that are downsizing, that are getting rid of furniture, or go to different outlets for office furniture. Um, and then again, making sure all of your appliances in your home or your business are energy efficient. And again, it saves, it says here about $300 annually for a small office. And all of those savings adds up. Otherwise, it's money you spend. Ways to start saving today. Use your sustainable business practice as a selling point to investors, customers, and prospective employees. And so I talked about that a little bit earlier. So you really, you want to play it up. If you're going to take the time to implement these ideas that I'm talking about today, and really, become more sustainable, then you need to tell people and tell your story about it. And because customers want to know. And again, we already know that consumers are looking for companies that have these practices as part of their core business strategy. So, and then we also know the employees are looking for these companies. They want to work for these companies. So there are certifications, and there are different ways that you can tell your sustainable story, but make sure that they know that, the things that you're doing. Employees. So let me talk a little bit more about the employees, and dig a little deeper in that, because for us, when we say treating our employees well, we start by who we have as employees, and as your business grows and as you hire, we certainly find that diversity is key. Again, there are a number of studies and statistics that show that companies that build a diverse workforce perform very well and outperform a lot of their competitors. So, and I say that no matter what race you are, you should always be looking for diversity when you're building your company. And it's not just diversity in race; it's diversity in age. It's diversity in different backgrounds and different cultures. Because the more diversity you can bring to your workplace, the more the more innovation that occurs, and more growth opportunity occurs. So, again, no matter what your background, you have to make an effort, and all of us do. We all have to make an effort to make sure that we are looking for diverse people to build our team, that we're not just going to the people we know or going to places that we're most familiar with when it's time to start looking for employees and building our business team. So look outside your current network, and really, really make an intentional effort to build a diverse team. And that, again, is part of being a sustainable business. Let's see here. And it says here, allow employees to work from home. So I think we're going to talk a little bit more, about employees. So with your employees, it's once you build your diverse team, you also want to make sure you have practices and allow flexibility for those employees. Number one, like we just saw, work from home, or if it's possible, to give them that flexibility. We're seeing now that, this whole work-life balance is real and it's important, but at the same time, it creates more productive workforce. So, look at your company, look at your business, but look for ways that you can offer flexibility to your employees. And again, that can be different for every type of business. So there's no real one size fits all. But if it is a way that they can work from home and stay, adequately engaged and get the work done, then allow that. If it's a thing where, they can, somehow create a short work week, you want to allow that as well. So look for ways that you can create that opportunity that they can have that healthy balance at all times. The other thing that's really important for sustainable businesses is paying a living wage. And again, this is one that I know for a lot of young companies, that's one that they push back on. And let me be very clear, for us, living wage is different from minimum wage, so you have to really put it all into context is what we like to say. But what it takes for people to live and survive in certain communities, and so your goal should be to pay a wage that allows them to live. If they're going to be working full time, then they should be able to make their basic needs. And I know some business say that's a challenge, and I understand that. But the benefits, the long-term benefits of being able and paying your employees well are it really truly does outweigh it if you sit down and look at it on paper in terms of the loyalty you get, the morale of your workforce, which translate into happy customers, loyal customers, which translate into a stronger profit at the end of the year. So, again, this is one of those areas that I push back really hard because I know it's so easy for young business to say, oh, I can't pay that. I can't afford to pay it. And I just have to simply say, you really, really can't afford not to. Because the long-term benefits you get from paying your employees well, treating them well, um, it certainly outweighs the cost of having high turnover and having to constantly be looking for workers and constantly be training workers. That is a lot of energy, a lot of money, and a lot of work where you can just get a good employee, hire well, pay well, and have them help your business grow, build up new customers. Then it makes up for the money that you're paying. So again, look at that as a long-term strategy. Um, Talk to your employees about your sustainable goals and empower your employees to innovate new ideas. Um, you're the boss. If you're the boss, you're the boss. You just own that. And you don't need to be intimidated by hiring people who are smarter than you. In fact, that's kind of what you really want to do, truth be told. Um, and you can focus on being a good leader and allow your employees to be innovative and to be creative and to have input. Respect their input. I've seen a lot of businesses really struggle in this area when they're like, I'm the boss and what I say goes, and only my idea is the best idea. That's limiting your possibilities down to one person. Now, albeit you might be a great person and a great boss and have great ideas, and I'm not saying you don't, I'm sure you do. However, it is clearly proven that the more great ideas come together, the more you can collaborate, you get an even better idea. So, and employees really value working at places where they are valued. They go hand in hand. So another real strong sustainable business practice is to allow your employees, empower them, and really find ways to encourage innovative ideas. And I know I spoke with one gentleman who owned, I think he owned a solar business, and he talked about that when his employees got to the point where he really felt they could go out and have their own business, he would support them and invest in their business and invoice and support them as they grew to the next level. So, be open to that. If they grow and their ideas grow and they are ready to go on and take on new adventures, support them and encourage them. Again, celebrate their success, and then get yourself another new employee who, that you can grow and train and help your business to grow. So don't be afraid of allowing your employees to kind of be innovative and pursue new ideas. And again, that builds loyalty in the long run. So I think I talked a little bit. I think, yeah, we're coming to the end here where, branding yourself, telling your sustainability story. If you have a diverse team, flaunt it. Make sure you have pictures of your team on your website. Make sure you have pictures of your, if you have diverse customer base, show that story in your marketing materials. Make sure you're not just showing, just one person or, limiting your team. So you want to show that you are sustainable. If you're using recycled products, make sure you know that that's shown and printed somewhere. If you are, you know, making sure that if you are environmental friendly or you are conserving water, you know, you want to make sure that you're somehow telling those stories, uh, telling those stories, and making sure you're all of your customers are aware of you know how you're doing that, and that that is something you're committed to. The other way, the best way to tell your sustainable story is to do your sustainable story in your community. You know, support community events, be a sponsor to, you know, maybe it's something, a local PTA event, or a local sporting event. It doesn't mean you don't have to have kids to support PTA or to support, you know, a local sporting team. But look at other ways that you can get your name out there in the community and sponsor different events that, you know, raises your awareness, raises awareness about your company, but also more importantly, customers get to see that you care about what they care about. And that will endear them to you. And I think I read recently a statistic that showed that, you know, a high percentage of consumers uh, shop or buy from companies that they had a good sponsorship marketing experience with. So when they see your name and the company, your company name on, you know, logo at an event, or sporting event or different event in the community, that sticks with them and and endears them to you, and you're already starting to build up loyalty before they even, you know, have a need for you. So if you're selling insurance and you're an insurance agent, well, think of a good community team that you can support somehow and get your brand out there. And then when they need your insurance or they need, you know, to get those services, your name will come to mind. Finally, the one thing I talked about earlier, you know, how you can make this and take it to another level. There are sustainable certification programs out there, lead programs, different things that you can get, different certifications you can achieve that kind of substantiate your sustainable business practices and show to the world and show to the supply chain and to customers and that you have, you know, hit certain milestones in your sustainable efforts. Another really a major certification is the B Corp certification, Benefit Corporation. Um, and that, you know, it is, and I apologize, I don't have their website on there, but you can look up B Corp certification and you can learn. And that is a process where there's certain elements that you are judged on in certain as a point system that you achieve. And as you grow in those like major areas, you get a certain number of points, and then eventually you can achieve the B Corp certification, which is recognized internationally. I believe, I know North Carolina, we have about 50, just over 50 certified B corporations. But that has grown probably, I think when I first started 4 years ago, we had maybe over 20. So it's almost doubled in that time. So that gives you an idea of how quickly companies are looking to become, you know, certified as sustainable businesses or certified as a B Corp in North Carolina. So let's see. I know I did promise Eric that we would have time for some questions. So it seems like I left about 10 minutes for some questions that happy to help anyone else understand this a little bit better, or we can or explain any of the information that I've gone over during this time period. So I'm gonna stop sharing. There we go. Okay. But a well planned and put together strategy on sustainability. Thank you. All right. I just want to make sure I'm back in the main room here. So So while I wait and for further instruction, I just again want to really take this time to again really thank Eric, Kelly, and Dr. Kelly now, and congratulate them on an awesome start to a great week. I know they've been telling you they're going to be doing this all week. If I understand correctly, 24 hours of live streaming of the Black Business Expo, and so important, particularly now in this day and age. It is so important to highlight our successes and to inspire others to keep doing this great work. So I hope you all stay tuned, as I will, as we hear from more companies. And I've had a chance to kind of look at the lineup for the rest of the week. A lot of names I know, some I don't, but all the stories I know are powerful. And again, this morning I heard some amazing speakers, and just made me stop in my tracks and say, hadn't thought about that. And I had to write down a few things. And that's the other thing about having that growth mindset. You know, you never want to get to a point where you think, oh, I know it all. I've heard it all. I've been inspired to the nth degree. No, you can still get more knowledge, more inspiration, because you just never know what you're confronting at that time in your business. And you may not have anything immediately to draw upon. So when you're engaged in something like the Black Business Expo, undoubtedly you're going to hear that thing, that one saying, that nugget, that piece of knowledge that's going to push you forward and make you go, oh yes, yeah, that's what I was looking for. That's what I needed to hear at this moment. So I really encourage you. I'm glad he's doing it all, throughout the whole week, because I think, as I was saying, in this day, um, we just have a calling right now for Black businesses to be our very best. Every opportunity, I feel, is just available for the taking. This is our chance to really not just crack the door. The door's been cracked. We've had our leaders crack the door. It's been pushed open. I really feel this is our time to just run through it, literally run through the door. We have been trained. We have been prepared for this day and time. We have all been toiling. We've all been, watering our seeds. This is our chance to really put into action all of those things that we have learned along the way, all the things that our forefathers have been teaching us, our four leaders have been teaching us and showing us. This is our time now to put it all into action. We have the blueprint. We have to walk in it and start playing it out and look for those opportunities. They're there. They're out there. Look for those opportunities. Look for the time to work together. We can work together. We can do this together. I don't need to do this by myself. I know a lot of really smart people, and I'm calling out to them. I'm reaching out to them. I'm encouraging you to do the same thing. This is no time to be an island, and operate in a silo or operate as a one-man band. It takes a lot of people to make good music, and so reach out to that person that you know is a really good graphic designer. Don't try to do it all yourself. Let them do what they do. Pay them to do that, and you do what you do. We can spread the love, and I'm just excited. I'm excited about. I know this has been a trying year, but I am really excited about what's ahead of us and all the opportunity that's ahead of us. We have nothing but unlimited possibilities in front of us. We've had a lot of challenges behind us, but we have unlimited possibilities in all fronts. In all fronts that we face, we are smarter, we're wiser, we are more determined than ever. We have better tools than we had even last year. We have a better spirit, even in spite of everything that we face. We have, we have way more than what we even realize, perhaps. But to take ourselves, way beyond where we are, I really see us Black businesses becoming major players on the economic front. We have been observing for a long time, and we've been taking really, really, really good notes. So it's time to start implementing those notes. And again, I'm doing it, but I'm watching other people do it too, and it's fun. It's really an exciting time, and I'm rooting for them, and I hope they're rooting for me. But I'm definitely rooting for them. I see people making big moves and making big gains, and I know there's more to come. More to come. And I want to make sure I don't run over my time. Well, I see he's taking me. But I also want to remind you, of course, if you want to learn more about sustainability, please visit the North Carolina Business Council's website. There's more resources there, more opportunities, and become a member. Join us as we advocate for stronger policies that benefit small and large companies. We really want to take on next year to look for policies that encourage small business growth and development. We want the state to look closely at some more incentives to support our small businesses. So that's something that we're going to be focusing heavily on. We're going to continue to focus on making sure we have fair districts. That's going to be a big issue next year, redistricting and drawing our lines. So we want to make sure that's a fair process. So we have a lot of work to do. We need your voice to help us get there. So again, as I wait for Eric and them to come back up, I will remind. So again, it's North
Greetings. How are you?
I am great.
You did such a wonderful job. That was extremely insightful. And now everyone who listened can go out and earn millions listening to you, leveraging that wonderful knowledge that you share with us.
Thank you
Would
so
you
much.
would you be so kind as to give us your contact information and the best way for us to reach you in your professional capacity, whether that's your email or your social media? Let us know how best to reach you.
Absolutely. Certainly, you can start by visiting the North Carolina Business website, and that's ncbusinesscouncil.org. So,
Yes.
ncbusinesscouncil.org. And then, of course, you can email me directly at vlparker@ncbusinesscouncil.org.
Wonderful.
I got that
Excellent.
right. Yeah.
Well, we want to thank you for that insightful body of knowledge, and we'd like to say thank you for investing in the Black business infrastructure, ecosystem, architecture of the state of North Carolina.
Thank you. I thank you guys for the work that you all are doing. This is really awesome, so needed, and so inspirational. Really, thank you for all the work that's going on behind the scenes. And I know it's a lot. Great job.
Yes, I concur extremely. I'm actually going through my technical challenges, but Dr. Eric Kelly has left me minding the store at this point, and so we're going to transition for our very next presenter.
All right. All right. Thank you. And have a great rest of the afternoon. Great show.
Thank you. Do the same. Take care.
Uh,
So next, of course, we are waiting on Antonio McHoward of McHoward Enterprises. And the wonderful topic that he'll be discussing with us is building your leadership skills. Let me say this. I've seen a lot of business leaders from Vernon Jordan to Richard Dick Parsons, CEO of Time Warner Inc. at the time, chairman when we interacted. And quite frankly, the American Express um, president, the African American that served as American, Kenneth Chenault as well. One thing about institutions, organizations, corporations, businesses, is it all boils down to leadership. At the end of the day, with all of the intellectual capital that George Fraser spoke to, that's available to us through the human beings that we interact with, through the people that are part of our businesses, our business associates, our clients, our customers, the technological advancements being made through our technology, our tech gurus, etc. It literally all boils down to leadership, those inherent qualities. So while we await Antonio McHoward, I'd just like to share with you an insight that I received as an undergraduate student at North Carolina State University. I had an English professor, and he was one of those hippie professors, and he taught English. So, you know, he had a flair for that which was literary. And I informed him of my interest in business. And he gave me an article that appeared in the Harvard Business Review. And in this article, and this is written, I don't know, some 20 or so years ago, 20 more than 20 years ago, it actually talked about the difference between leaders and managers. And in the article, it pointed out that many corporations had a management developing program, a junior partnership track, that if you took 10 people and you put them in a management training program, they would learn the basics of management, how to interact with people, how to evaluate effectiveness, how to work with difficult people. You've probably seen some books by these various titles. And ultimately, if you put 10 people in a management training program, 7 of them would come out as decent managers. 4 of them would be more than decent, and 3, 2, maybe 1 would be an excellent manager. And so again, you put 10 in a program, and you're going to get 7 competent managers out of the 10. The difference between a management training program and a leadership development or mentorship program is that a mentorship is one-on-one. That's when someone who has done what it is you seek to do, or who has the acumen and the network to bring you into the fold with others who have done for a sustained period of time. We talked about sustainable businesses, that which you seek to do. You enter into a one-on-one intense relationship. And in a one-on-one intense mentor-mentee business relationship, you are exposed to insights that go beyond what one would pick up in a management developing program. And so I strongly encourage every business viewer, every business owner within the sound of my voice, and who may see this in a video later, to identify and locate and reach out to and network with a business mentor. As Dr. Fraser, George Fraser, mentioned to participants on a private call earlier, he said in the years that people have reached out to him for him to be their mentor, he gives them a hurdle to jump over. And it was a pretty simple hurdle. And he said in all those years, they didn't jump over the hurdle. They were not willing to do what it took to actually be mentored by Dr. George Fraser. So I'm going to say to you that if your mentor, like the martial arts story, tells you to walk around with rocks on your shoulders for 2 years, do it, because it'll build your strength. If your mentor tells you to meditate for 2 years, do it, because it will build your mental focus. If your mentor then tells you to walk over a tree that is over a 50-foot drop on a ravine, do it, because you should have worked your muscles. You should have worked your concentration where you can walk over the ravine. But it's that last inch, the working of your spirit, the ability to say spiritually, I'm committed to this outcome that will determine your business acumen. So while we are awaiting Antonio McHoward to talk to us a bit about leadership skills, I want you to reflect on in your life, who has been a leader for you? When did you first encounter someone that you would say was a leader? Was it your father and your mother in your home, your grandfather, your grandmother? Was it an aunt, an uncle, a big sister? In what ways did they demonstrate leadership toward you? Were they empathetic? Were they there to support you, to encourage you? I was listening again on social media. Mike Tyson did an interview, and he said that at age 11 and 12, Customato would actually take him to a hypnotist. Believe it or not, and a hypnotist would hypnotize him, and they would train him in his hypnotic state to be the baddest man on the planet. And Mike Tyson has a lot of issues, and he's very transparent about his issues. But ultimately, he became champion of the world at, I think, the right age of 20, 21. It might be 19 for you boxing aficionados out there. And it was because of the leadership of Customato, his coach, who he says in the video where he said he was hypnotized at age 11 and 12, was 72 years old, was literally 60 years his senior, and who was seeking to help Mike Tyson get to his destination. And so ultimately, someone has served in a leadership capacity in our lives. And what are those lessons that you gleaned from them that you are ideally applying in real time as you're building your business? You're not alone. We have a community of additional business leaders, owners, developers that are within the Black Business Expo USA network. And through the leadership of Dr. Eric Kelly, we're actually building the ecosystem. Think of an ocean. Those of you who may remember Jacques Cousteau, who would go underneath the ocean with those cameras and show us how the fish lived underwater and how everything had a function in the ecosystem of the ocean. Dr. Eric Kelly is building, assisting us all in connecting the dots on the Black business ecosystem. And then we're building our businesses as strongly, as positively as we can on firm foundation. And ideally, through our leadership, they're flourishing. And if they're not, let's lean on each other to ensure that our businesses flourish, that the best of what comes forth out of our businesses is reflected, because the best exists in us as individuals. And someone has skills that I don't have in my business, I need to reach out to. The social media speaker that was speaking earlier today was extremely insightful. And ideally, everyone listening will reach out to her and do business with her. The North Carolina Small Business Association speaker that we just heard from, the same. So that there may be some business opportunities out there that you're unaware of that she can inform you of, inform us of, so that we can generate more business in the future. Mark is still there, our technologist who's working with us, and we're still waiting on Mr. Antonio McHoward to join us. And while we do so, I thank you for listening to me. My name again is Dr. Dennis Rogers, and the name of my company is Leadership Development LLC. We're a Delaware-based registered LLC, and we're registered to do business in the state of Washington, D.C., and the district as well. And we basically are about leadership development. So this is right up my alley, but I want to allow our speaker to shine brightly. So I'm going to transition from the topic of leadership. And I want to respond a bit to some of what Dr. George Fraser was telling us earlier. I'm a person who listens and reads widely, so a little bit of the insight hopefully can be helpful. Dr. Amos Wilson, who wrote the book Blueprint for Black Power. Amos Wilson was actually a psychiatrist, a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. The difference is psychiatrists offer meds that one can take. A psychologist deals more with behavioral modification, etc. And in the book Blueprint for Black Power, he lays out a very extensive analysis of our community and the networks we have within it, all our fraternities and sororities, all of our Black church networks, our social organizations from 100 Black Men to our labor unions, A. Philip Randolph Institute, Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. And I had an opportunity to work with these groups up in Washington, D.C. And one of the things he talks about is leveraging these organizations for profit. We have to remember that these are nonprofit entities, that for the most part, we are a nonprofit people because the majority of our energy goes into nonprofit activity. And in order to change in building a Black ecosystem, we must become a for-profit people. We must have more organizations, businesses, and chapters of for-profit entities in every town and hamlet that we live in this nation and abroad. When you think about the broad network of the NAACP, for example, the NAACP, I think, has 2,000 chapters. They have 500 college and youth division. Within their college and youth division, they have 500 plus youth and college chapters. There are 4,200 colleges and universities in America. There's room for more growth for an NAACP, a business, if you will, right? Whether that's the National Business League that was founded by Booker T. Washington back in the day, or whether that's the National Black Chamber of Commerce ran by Harry Alford in Washington, D.C., or the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce run by Ron Bugsby out of Washington, D.C. There's still more chapters, towns, communities where Black businesses should be developed and should thrive. There's some 19,000 cities inside of the continental United States of America. Can you imagine in each of those 19,000 cities that there are African American plumbers, there are African American mechanics, there are African Americans who own businesses in housing and in construction and in real estate sales and in food services, catering businesses, in insurance. In all of these towns and hamlets, there is an opportunity for expansion of your business, potentially as a franchise where others can buy into your success and become a franchise of your business, or certainly an associate-based business where they're paying to be educated by you on how to be profitable in those respective cities and towns. I'm not sure of the actual count in the state of North Carolina, but I can tell you again that in Wake County, we have 13 cities, and there are 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. If, for example, each of them has on average 10 cities, that means there's 1,000 cities in the state of North Carolina. Can you imagine your business thriving in 1,000 cities? And you multiply that by each state in the union, that's quite a bit of counties to operate in and quite a bit of cities to operate in. And then, as we know, digitally, if you're generating digital revenue, that the world is really the marketplace. And that with 8 billion people, 9 billion people on the planet, and more of them owning cell phones, technology, more so than laptops, that if your business has products, goods, or services that are monetizable in the social media space, the technology space, through the telephone, you can be paid by so many ways. You know the ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, direct deposits, electronic balance transfers, EBTs. So really, there's no reason for our businesses not to thrive. It's literally, how do we? There's an African proverb. It says, when spiders unite, they can tie up a tiger, an elephant, When we as business owners unite and determine how can we operate with the best of what we have to share with one another, then we literally can tie up the economic juggernaut called capitalism, and ideally do it in a manner that is user friendly for our community, which means we're employing our young people, right? So if 95%, what Dr. Fraser said earlier, is 95% of us have jobs within the African American community. That's 5% that are entrepreneurs or maybe unemployed. I'm not sure how he calculates the numbers, but imagine all of the children of all of us with jobs who should be exposed to entrepreneurship at an early age. And if they're exposed early, like they are to basketball and football and sports, then ideally more of them will want to be pro business people, in the same way that you meet so many young men and they want to be professional athletes, basketball players, tennis players, more and more soccer players, football players. It's almost like a nerve that seems to have been hit by having so many men of color on television playing these particular sports, that people say, almost as a gut reaction, where do you want to be when you grow up a professional athlete? Can you imagine, through our employment of our own children, of our own people, of our nieces and nephews and our neighbors and our grandchildren, that we can encourage a generation to say, I want to be a business owner. I want to be an entrepreneur. I want a full-time job, but I'd like to have a business on the side, a real estate-based business, a business that pays dividends, a business that pays interest, a business that pays royalty off of my creative production. All of the elements that Dr. George Fraser spoke of and the various speakers are speaking of, I hope that you will listen to these again with a pen and a pad, and you'll take notes and you'll unpack this for what it means for your particular business, the businesses in your particular zip code, the businesses with whom you are interacting and doing business with. When you go to a McDonald's in the African American community, especially early in the morning, you'll see men of color. You used to, before COVID, see men of color sitting around, telling fish stories about how big the fish were they caught, and quite a few of them are veterans, Vietnam veterans. A shout out during Veterans Weekend to our veterans, those who served in the military armed services, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, U.S. Coast Guard. We thank you for your service. Those who served in World War I, World War II, many have passed on. The Vietnam War, the Korean War, Desert Storm, we celebrate you for ensuring that we're able to exercise our freedoms and to build our businesses in a safe environment, much safer than in a lot of these other countries, right? We thank you. Nonetheless, when you go to the McDonald's, you see all these men of color sitting around shooting the jive, so to speak, right? And can you imagine if those were business meetings and commerce was taking place, and exchange was taking place of information? And hey, John, there's a contract available. Hey, Bob, I got some extra bricks for your construction company. Hey, there's a paint job available. That is within our power to create, within our social networks, within the Black Business Expo USA network that we have at our disposal through all of our speakers who give you their contact information after the fact, right? So it's incumbent upon us, it's imperative with our own minds, bodies, and spirits that we circle the wagons and we look at how we can assist one another and we connect the dots. And we're about the business of building the communities that we desire, right? So we're waiting for Antonio McHoward. It looks like there are 2 questions in chat. Okay. Vicky Lane Parker, hi. Thank you all. This was Vicky Lane who was just speaking with us. So to make this interactive, let me just ask a question and you can respond in chat. How many business owners are out there right now and your business is being affected by COVID? Could you just respond in the chat and let us know? how in fact, if your business is being affected by COVID, how in fact is it being affected? Does it mean that now you're rounding the corner, you're figuring out technology, you're generating more revenue? Does it mean your revenue came to a screeching halt? Does it mean that your revenue increased, in fact? There have been businesses, there's this one business out of Atlanta, this 23-year-old man, young brother, and I want to say his brother, his classmate, they decided to start a business, and I'm trying to think of the name of it, but it's a black delivery food service business that delivers for black restaurants. So in his neighborhood, they've expanded to 4 cities now. They were founded in Atlanta, they're in DC, they're in Chicago, they're in Philadelphia. And his business model was to go to black businesses and say, there are customers out there that want access to your food. We'd like to deliver it from you to them. And they're flourishing. They're doing extremely well. Some of you remember when we were in college, someone would come around the dorm room, and on Saturdays they would have sandwiches for sale or meals for sale while we were studying. So people have taken what Mr. Kelly said earlier, swimming in our own water. People have taken ideas that have worked in the past and given them a modern twist with technology. And they're generating revenue, and they're building a clientele base, and they have an email base, and they're being compensated digitally. So the money, you don't have to wait until Friday for payroll anymore. Payroll is literally happening 24 hours a day. And what does Warren Buffett say? And I would say, let me add a brother on that. Let me say Reginald Lewis say. Reginald Lewis's motto is never give up, keep going no matter what. Warren Buffett says, unless you learn to make money in your sleep, you'll work until the day you leave the planet, right? So digitally, currency is being made literally 24 hours a day, and payment is instantaneous. So you need not wait for the check is in the mail. With the proper digital structure and format, your compensation is in your box now. It's in your account now. I'm sending it right now. Hear that bing, bing? That's you being compensated. And if you've ever been to Las Vegas and you've ever sat in a room where they're pulling those slot machines, and over here you hear someone hit jackpot, and over there you hear someone hit jackpot, or if you've ever gone to Walmart or Target and you listen to that sound when they're scanning the items people are buying, and the scan goes beep, 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 then you recognize and understand that, currency is moving at a serious velocity around the planet Earth. People are being compensated daily, instantaneously, all the time. Someone was just compensated now for work, service, or even an electronic product, an ebook that they created that someone bought online. You have a book within you, and hopefully we have someone here who's an author who talks to us about how to create and generate books out of our experiences, because I can imagine that if your book is a book of poetry and you've created a CD, if your book is a book of your experiences or your biography or your family's biography, and you're selling it online at $3.99 a pop or $5 or $10 electronic and ebook, that you're being compensated today for the book that you've constructed, created, right? So ideally, you have figured out in your business structure how to generate income in your sleep, how to manufacture a product, a good, in addition to providing a service that is in high demand. And ideally, you're offering that service through the technology of the internet online. Even while you're sleeping, your video is still playing, and it's in such high rotation and demand that people are ordering your products off of your website, or they're going to your website while you're sleeping. You're getting wealthier. There was a book, Think and Grow Rich, and Dr. Eric Kelly mentioned earlier that our thoughts are wealth generating. and action is eloquence. Dr. George Fraser talked about what you do speaks so loudly I can't hear a word you're saying. And then we know that Bill Gates came out with a book called Business at the Speed of Thought, right? Business at the speed of light. I think it was at the speed of thought, but it may have been at the speed of light. And that's the notion that business is being transacted over the internet at the speed of light. And literally now, business is being transacted at the speed of thought. And that's an interesting question for my physicists out there, which is faster, thought or light, right? Light travels at a certain number of miles per hour. Thought travels at a faster rate. Kind of philosophical question. The reality is that businesses are generating revenue in manners that are unheard of in the past, and quickly making wealth more probable in the now and in the future. So have we, Mark, heard from Antonio McHoward Enterprise and Building Your Leadership Skills? If not, I'd like to speak directly to the subject matter. Okay, so we're at 4:28 and 44 seconds, 47 seconds. So I'm just going to go in on this notion of building your leadership skills. What is leadership? How is it defined? What does it mean to you? For the most part, we interact with leaders in our families first. And for the first 7 years of our life, we're really impressed by others beyond our control. We're a sponge. We're absorbing the environment. And there's a statement that when a child is reared in a house full of criticism, they're very critical. When they're reared in a house full of love, they're very loving. So we're, for the most part, influenced by our environment and by the people in our environment who shape our environment. And at some point, we come to the conscious understanding that that has been the case. It may have happened when we were in college or when we were working or when we were in the military. But ultimately, we get to a point where we recognize that we're our own leaders. Alice Fuller is on your Facebook for up to 2 years above. You can earn $150 to $1,500 in just one day by working from home using your mobile phone or PC. Ask me how. That comes from Narish Lawa. How, Narish? I don't know if that's an advertisement or someone in our Facebook network, but we're looking for that feedback. So we're influenced, of course, by our family. We come in contact. Back in the day, it used to be the family, our school, and our churches were the major influences in our lives. Then it became our social peer group. Then it became our television. That's where our values were shaped and created, whether that was Sesame Street, The Electric Company, or those type of shows, or whatever type shows we watched when we were younger. Then we interacted with others in organizations. The church is an organization that grows leaders, asks young people to stand up and speak, et cetera, et cetera. When we went off to college, we may have joined fraternities and sororities that exposed us to leaders, to a history of leadership, a legacy of leadership, and we were influenced by that. We were also influenced by our university professors and the books they encouraged us to read. There used to be a saying, the difference between you now and 5 years from now are the books you read and the people you meet. And inside the books, of course, you're reading about people that have had certain experiences, but it's all about the choices that we make. So ultimately, as a business owner, whether you're 21, 18, 19, 17, or below, or whether you're 31, 40, in your 50s or 60s, and now that we're talking about leadership, you have a choice. You have a choice as to what type of leader you choose to be. You can be a transformative leader, right? That's a leader that takes a bad situation and creates lemonade out of lemons. You can be a transcendent leader that kind of transcends the problematic environment and create a vision and a path to the implementation of the vision that really inspires others to want to be a part of your team. And business is a team sport, by the way. sole proprietorships. A lot of them were shut down with COVID in the African American community. Conservative numbers say we lost some 400,000 African American businesses, and quite a few of those were mom and pop, one person shops, right? A transcendent leader, a transformative leader, a situational leader, and that is, leadership comes to the fore when there's a challenge, and someone who's full of ideas and courage, which means energy to face the challenge, comes to the front to face the challenge. But leadership is communal as well. Often we are leaders because our peers, our family, I'm not sure who the call comes from at this time, and I want to continue on here. And I'm praying that Mark has the ability to bring in our additional speaker if required. So with leadership, there are examples of leaders in the entrepreneurial space, from Madam C.J. Walker, if we look at her legacy, Sarah Breedlove, who worked with another entrepreneur in the hair care industry. So she was in a fertile environment for learning the industry, and she saw a way to innovate the industry, including training the young women to do hair and to be spokespeople for the product, to be presenters of the product in their own being, that is, to wear the product and to wear it well, and to speak of the product to those with whom they were learning to sell. So in business, being a leader is the ability to generate revenue, the ability to generate a profit, the ability to generate sales, right? And that may be through marketing plans that are implemented, and that may be through direct selling, which is how Madam C.J. Walker operated. But Madam C.J. Walker understood that it was thought power and ongoing education that Dr. Fraser talked about that developed within her salespeople the skills, the courage, the encouragement to go out and actually generate a profit with the product by selling directly to women in their own homes. And then she developed a school where they could be taught and trained, and then they could go out with their training and actually implement successfully for profit generation. So Madam C.J. Walker is considered by some, by many, the first woman millionaire in America, not the first black woman millionaire, but first woman millionaire in America. Watching. Thank you, Maxine, for being here. Welcome aboard. And so leadership comes, we can say, by being first. One of the 22 immutable laws of branding by Al Rice is to be first to a genre. For example, when we think of printing or copying, we always say, can I get a Xerox of that? Now, we know that Canon has a copier, and there are other companies, Hewlett Packard has a copier. But the reason we say, can I get a Xerox, is because Xerox was first in that genre of marketing. So Madam C.J. Walker, although she learned from someone else, and we consider her the first quote unquote black millionaire, she was first in the sense that she structured a school, she had an infrastructure, she had salespeople, she had conventions where she brought all her salespeople together, and they generated an enormous profit and a quality of life for all of her salespeople. And that model was duplicated, we know, by Mary Kay and Mary Kay Cosmetics, and Avon Cosmetics. And in fact, S.B. Fuller, who was mentor to Mr. Joe Dudley, a North Carolina treasure, S.B. Fuller, he was a soap salesperson, and he did so well, and he had such a vision, and he saved his money that he purchased the company that was owned by others. He added beauty products to his line. He had women that would wear the products. We know that he actually helped to construct the clothing that the women would wear and the suits that the men would wear. And so he was developing an industry within an industry by taking the profits from the sale of soaps and the sale of cosmetics to create a clothing line. And literally, he was, generating money from multiple cities and multiple states around the country. And it wasn't until he had a convention and a story was written about the convention that many of his customers who were of European ancestry, German, French, English, Spanish, and others, decided that they did not want to back or support this particular businessman. And in the process, his business lost customers and crumbled, et cetera, et cetera. And we know that that time has changed in many ways. Some argue it's still the same, but there are business people who decide that when you go on their website, you're not going to see an image of them. You're going to see an image of the product, the good, or the service that they generate. And in the world of technology now, one can be in business and someone not even know who you are. You just operate in private and not in the public domain, and you're generating millions of dollars and millions of customers and sales annually. So Madam C.J. Walker was a leader because she was first among the first, we'll use it that way, in the hair care industry, in the educational industry, adult education, generating millions in profit and helping lift people above the poverty line through sales. I had an opportunity to interact with Kathy Hughes. Many of you know her. She's the founder of Radio One, and she changed the name to Urban One. And she went from a one station on 4th and 8th Street in Washington, D.C. station before and have been on her radio station to actually owning now, through a Clear Channel sale and acquisition, multiple radio station, multiple markets. She's considered the queen of radio, urban radio. She, while at Howard University, constructed The Quiet Storm as a programmatic theme. And what is that? Late at night, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, when the sun goes down and the guy comes on with the heavy breathing voice, I call it, or the young lady comes on with the very, sensual voice, and they start to play music, the Quiet Storm music. Well, she pioneered that format. She did not protect her own intellectual property. However, the format is used across platforms and across radio stations, but she was the first to pioneer that. She went on to build, along with her son, Alfred Liggins, she went on to build a chain of radio stations that air in urban markets across the country, and they're called Urban Radio One. And Tom Joyner, we know him through Radio One. We know that Steve Harvey is on the Radio One network. We know that at one point, Tavis Smiley, who was a community advocate, would be on the Tom Joyner Morning Show, and they would say things like, we're going to boycott Office Depot today because of internal racism. And they would leverage and say to the callers, call in to Office Depot and let them know that we do not like the way they're doing business. Here's the fax number. Back then, I'm not sure if they had emails, but here's the fax number, here's the email, here's the phone number to the president and CEO's office. And they would be bombarded, and they would come out and they would negotiate a deal to be more inclusive as a corporation, to employ more African Americans, to use more African American companies as vendors, suppliers for their company. Nonetheless, from Urban One Radio, Kathy Hughes went on to purchase a cable network. We know that Black Enterprise Television, or Black Entertainment Television, BET, was the first network, Bob and Sheila Johnson, but Kathy Hughes owns a network. And when they made their network deal, they actually situated themselves that after a certain number of years, they would have the right to buy out their business partners. And in doing so, they became the first 100% Black-owned television station network, cable network station in America. And under the banner of Urban One, they're making an economic difference, a cultural difference. They're advocating and they're sharing stories from our cultural past. That's their currency, music and our cultural past and history. Once Kathy Hughes was speaking to a group of black business women, and she said when she started Radio One, her vision was to be able to employ 1,000 employees, to have 1,000 employees. And she recognized that by having 1,000 employees, that meant that there were 1,000 mortgages that could be paid. That meant that there were 1,000 insurance packages where people would have dental, eye care, medical, health care. She understood that that meant for those 1,000 families that they would have a livable wage and a wage by which they could send their children off to college for higher education. And it's through that model of Kathy Hughes that at that particular time, and this has been years ago, she actually had under employment under her brand 1,120 people. So by leadership application, she was able to, the application of leadership skills, to negotiate deals that would allow her to build a radio empire, that would allow her to bring along teams and employ others, and that would allow her to generate revenue. And within each business, there are controversies, of course, on the type of music that's played on these stations. That could be controversial. On who the advertisers are, that could be controversial. On the fact that Tom Joyner came in as a radio host, but simultaneously local radio host lost employment because now you syndicate it. And there's, all of these elements are part of business development and their choices being made. What we like to focus on for this conversation is the fact that Kathy Hughes demonstrated leadership by deciding to grow and expand from a one radio network to Clear Channels, negotiations with her and multiple networks, to now Radio One, Urban One, and her networks. I can imagine that somewhere along the line she inspired Oprah Winfrey. We're talking about women today. And yes, S.B. Fuller and Joe Dudley. Great. Chris Downey, thank you for acknowledging that connection. We know that Oprah Winfrey, a Tennessee State University grad and HBCU grad, from, I think, Tennessee State's in Nashville, Tennessee, that she went on and she was a radio anchor or host in Baltimore, and she was critiqued for her looks and her size and her name, and they wanted her to change her name, and she refused to change her name. We know the story. She went on to Chicago, and her personality was so big that they literally moved her from behind the desk and kind of gave her her own beat, if you will, and her own show emerged from that. And from that, the Oprah Winfrey Show came hosting guests and being one of the most respected voices in media. And she leveraged that and literally bought her own television network. And the name of the network is OWN, OWN, for the Oprah Winfrey Network. But it boils down to OWN, OWN. And we know that Jay-Z, for example, he says the key to wealth is to own your own. So ideally with your business and your business structure, you own your business. Where is your business registered? What type of structure do you exist under? Are you a sole proprietor? Are you a limited liability company? Are you an S Corp? Are you a C corporation? Who are your directors on your board? How is your business protected? How is your business insured? Do you have key man insurance? These are questions that as an owner, we need to ask ourselves, and we see things very differently than we do if we're employees of a business. And so as we talk about business leadership, building your leadership skills, we've thus far talked about the difference between leaders and managers, the fact that you can take 10 people and put them in a management development program. You'll come out with 7 competent managers, possibly 4 excellent managers, possibly 1 or 2 superior managers. The difference with a mentorship program is that mentorship is one-on-one, right? So that we know that Kenneth Chenault, even Robert Smith, we talked about earlier, the billionaire, Robert Smith, in fact, had a mentor-mentee relationship with an executive, the first Black executive at Goldman Sachs. So the question becomes, are you a mentor, or who have you been mentored by? We've also talked about leadership manifesting as transcendent leadership during troubled times, transformative leadership, that being able to transcendent leadership, cast a vision that others can buy into and that are willing to be a part of that vision. Transformative leadership is taking a very problematic situation and seeking opportunities within that context and transforming a team, say, for example, from the good to great focus, how to go from good to great, taking a good team or a good business and making it now a great team or a great business. One of the beliefs of the billionaire Reginald Lewis was that one should acquire existing businesses. There's no need to start a business from scratch. And there's a whole industry around purchasing businesses that already exist. And ideally, throughout our conversation, we'll talk about purchasing those business with debt from the business, owner financing the sale of businesses as the baby boomers are aging out and they now want to release themselves of their businesses. There are opportunities that exist in the marketplace, not just to start from scratch. So we talked about transformative leadership. We talked about being first. We talked about Sarah Breedlove, who, of course, changed her name to Madam C.J. Walker. Her being in the industry where she wasn't necessarily the first, she was among the first, who had an educational curriculum program that trained and developed the human potential of the young women and gave them a standard dress, standard sales talk, gave them the skills, the soft skills to go out and the confidence to actually engage in direct selling and to have salespeople all over the country, and thus to have a convention to bring all these salespeople together. And the level of excitement rivaled that I can imagine. I wasn't alive during that time, that one would see at a Mary Kay convention these days, or an Amway convention. Remember Amway, right? Those conventions. We also talked about Kathy Hughes, her willingness to build from scratch the one station empire into an empire of radio stations that dot the country and that dominate the airways in the urban environment, and her foray into the broadcast business and her inspiration, in my opinion, of someone like an Oprah Winfrey, who, even though her station may have predated Kathy Hughes' station, the notion of being a communication champion to make one's revenue, income, profit in the field of communications is huge, even with the old magazine, right? So we've had this discussion about leadership skills, and I'd like to bring it back to you. And I'd like to ask you, based on the most effective leaders that you've seen, maybe you had a chance to work with them, maybe you read articles about them, whether they were in corporate America, the managers you work with, or the leaders you work with, the CEOs, the CIOs, chief information officers, the chief financial officers, CFOs, the chief creative officers for you young techies. What are those leadership skills that you've seen? There's a level of competence as it relates to their craft, knowing their stuff, knowing their field, if you will. But then there's also the networking and being respected among their peers in the field. And everywhere we go, it's our peers who literally evaluate us. This was one of the sayings of Dean Orlando Taylor, the graduate school dean at Howard University, where I attended. Our peers are constantly evaluating us. And say, for example, as a business person, We're evaluating each other's effectiveness, both by profit, but also the way we do business, right? What are the skills that you've seen applied that literally demonstrated effective leadership? Anyone care to answer? Speak to that directly. We're at 4:53, 38 seconds. We're waiting for Antonio McHoward of McHoward Enterprises to join us. Next, we'll be joined Access State and Federal Grant Process by Namashina Burns, a county commissioner. Not sure which county, but again, we mentioned that there are 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. So as it is 4:52, we'll take 3 more minutes and transition out of this subject matter of building your leadership skills. The question becomes, what are your communication skills? Are you an effective communicator in both writing and public speaking? You may want to join Toastmasters at church. There's always an opportunity to stand up and greet everyone, say hello, I'm visiting, read the scriptures, if allowed, raise a question during Bible study. So here we develop our communication skills. Now with technology, you can practice online and record yourself and play it back. Back in the day, folks like Zig Ziglar used to say that you need to record yourself and listen to your voice, because for you, it travels through bone. You hear your voice through your own skull, but others hear it through the air and it has a different intonation. So your speaking skills are important as well as your writing skills. We know that if you're in the legal arena, that your technical writing is the difference between winning a case or not winning a case, having the opposition decide not to even fight the case, settling with you or not settling with you. Your communication skills are critical. As a leader, your vision, your ability to cast a vision that you can get others to buy into as co-owners of the vision. Not that it's your vision that you created in the dark of your own heart or the dark of your own house, the dark of your meditative space, but it's more a vision that was constructed collectively. And
Hello, how's it
being
going,
joined
man?
again by Dr. Eric Kelly. We're
Hey,
doing
guy,
well,
how's it going?
sir. And we're
Man,
just
you're doing an awesome job,
closing out
man. You know, when
your
when
leadership
people
skills. Thank you.
when people begin to understand what we're doing in terms of making history tonight and today, you know, there is no one else who's put on a 24-hour Black Business Network. That's what we're doing. We're reaching out to Black business speakers all over the world and having them to come in and let their voices be heard. The word pivoting, when you pivot, you know, I used to play a little basketball. I could get on that block. I give them that pivot, hook shot, pivot, jump shot, pivot. We have pivoted for business owners to share their voices with people who don't know they exist. And tonight, we're doing something very, very special because we do have the mastermind to come on at 8 o'clock. And that's Jimmy Davis and his group. And the mastermind is going to talk about so many great things. Now, on our list today, we didn't share our list with the public because we wanted people to be surprised on what they were going to get. Now, the next person up is a gentleman by the name of Stan. Stan is coming up next, and Stan is going to be talking about imagination. What does imagination mean to your business? And Dennis, when you start talking about imagination, what are some of the thoughts that you might have about imagination?
It's the ability to tap into our creativity and to pull from it, whether there were visions and dreams when we were younger, inspiration by the visual beauty we've seen around us, or the concepts we've seen played out in the actions of others. So to be a muse is to be an influencer upon others. And we know that there's so many ways that we can be influenced, both visually, what we hear auditorily, kinesthetically, what we experience and feel. So for me, imagination is fueled by everything that we experience, from the food we eat to the environment we find ourselves in, to the people we interact with, the conversations we hear, the things we see, whether on the internet or we're watching television or looking at magazines. All of these create an image that I like to use the term comes to us in stereo, surround sound, high definition, smell of vision.
Well, I tell you, man, that is awesome. And when we look at these kids, and one of the reasons we do the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships for kids. And I continue to say that if we don't do it, nobody else is going to do it. George Frazier was on earlier, and he said, "Who's going to save black people?" And he said, "Nobody's going to save black people. The only person that can save black people is us." And we have to begin to understand that the ecosystem, that $1.8 trillion that's out there for everybody to share, is still our money. And we have to figure a way to take and turn that around and begin to utilize our resources to continue to build businesses. And our students, you know, I talk about this a lot of times. Our students that are going to college, they need tools. And that's what the Black Business Expo provides. We had a young man on earlier. He created his own video utilizing his telephone. And he did a voiceover, and it was just unbelievable.
Nice.
We will show that again later on in the show, or should I say later on in the event. I keep thinking I'm in showbiz.
You know what's interesting, Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Dr. Kelly, is the notion that we have others who consume our content.
Mm-hmm.
We know that they consume our music. We know that when we cook soul food, they consume our food.
Mm-hmm.
So that's $1.8 trillion number that we like to utilize. I want to add on that number and say that we are actually in a marketplace where there is, $14 trillion in circulation annually. And if we look at our customer base as African Americans and beyond African Americans, we are literally in the grand market of the world with this $14 trillion that we exist in.
Well, you know what? We got another gentleman. I don't know if he's in the room or not, but I'm going to check on the room and talk a little bit about the Scholarship Foundation, talk about the scholarships, what it does, and I'll be right back. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, so we know that college students go off, or our high school students go off to college, and many of them are in need of resources. We know that there's the cost of actually getting to campus. We know that even now students are not necessarily on campus due to COVID. There's still tuition to be paid. There's still books to be paid. They need a computer. They need to be able to sustain themselves while they are actually studying. We know that so many students have employment while they're in school, and that's a good thing. We also know that students need resources. They have the peace of mind to focus on their studies.
Mm-hmm.
We know there have been so many students who've gone to college, and because they work so many hours, they actually stop learning. They stop going to class. They actually quit school. So $100, $250, $500 scholarship could be the difference, literally, between a student finishing the semester strong or not. Scholarships make a difference.
Well, not only do scholarships.
And one thing about scholarships is yes.
I said it seems like we got a little glitch going here, but like I said before, we're gonna take the glitches and we're gonna move on. Now, when you think about scholarships and for kids, last year as we looked at what we were working on, we were only able to do 2 kids last year. This year, one of the things that we decided to do because of COVID is to bring those 8 kids along with some other kids who've signed up this year. And so we're still looking to give laptop computers out, and we're still looking to do more for the kids that are coming up. Dr. Rogers, talk a little bit about why be an entrepreneur.
in this nation, entrepreneurship is the road to freedom. Entrepreneurship is the road to freedom. It's the road to employ your children, your nieces, and your nephews. When you think President Barack Obama, who is the prime nation, has a very good retirement plan. He'll be compensated for the rest of his life. He'll have Secret Service for the rest of his life, but he cannot pass on that job to any of his children. Entrepreneurs create generational wealth that can be passed down to their children if their children chooses to leverage their inheritance properly. When we think of Budweiser, the corporation, whatever the first president's name, his last name, I think it was Anheuser-Busch, or let's deal with Anheuser-Busch. Anheuser-Busch 1 passed the business down to Bush 2, to Bush 3, to Bush 4. I think they were up to Bush 6.
I don't know why I'm not getting on. I was right there. I don't know why I'm not coming in.
Okay, are you on the right?
Entrepreneurship opens up those possibilities.
Are you on the right one?
Well, I'm on
Mr. Kelly, we hear you in your conversation. You may want to put yourself on mute.
Are you at the? Okay, are you on the third stream?
I'm not sure.
Look at your stream. Look at your stream. You can always go out and come back. Look at your stream. You're on the wrong stream. Just close out and go back to your streams and look at your stream. We're waiting. And of course, as we get
so while we go through these technical challenges,
we're waiting on Stan. Stan is
we'd like to thank you, the audience, for being here.
Yeah, Stan was in the other room, so we're waiting for him to get out of another room. We have other meetings going on.
We know that the Black Business Expo is successful because of your participation, whether you're watching it live or you are watching the video on the rebroadcast.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time in the history of this nation, there's a network being established that generates Black business news and information, content from Black business owners and those who support Black businesses in a 24-hour. That took vision. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for having that vision and bringing your vision to fruition.
Well, one of the things that we wanted to say, while we wait, and I think sometimes people don't get, when you're doing something innovative, a lot of people probably would say everything needs to go smooth, everything needs to happen correctly, while I'm one of the ones who say, let's make it happen and let's do it. Because at the end of the day, when you look at what's going on in our communities and notice that nobody's looking after our community, everybody's looking at our community like predators. What can we get out of that community? What can we sell to that community so our families can survive? And we as Black people must begin to look at what we can do, in our own community. A lot of times you look at business, and as I said earlier today, sometimes we don't respect what it takes to fix food, or what it takes for that to have that recipe, or what it takes to do the kinds of things that a business owner is doing. And we're always looking for the hookup in the Black community. But in many other communities, they don't even look for the hookup. What they look for is, how can I help my community sustain itself by spending money. And that's one of the things that we as black people have got to look at.
And you know, with this new kind of earlier on the Christmas shopping season on Black Friday, I, I'd like to encourage all of our listeners and our business owners to purchase as many of their holiday purchases as possible through businesses, through locally owned black businesses.
Well,
Let's circulate the dollars within our community this season.
Well, not only that, we have to begin to look at, why do we only spend our money at a particular time during a particular season? It's problematic when you think about the wealth gap. When you think about the wealth gap in America and then you think about what you're sold on and how you're sold, those are the kinds of things that a lot of black people don't look at. They just look at, okay, I'm buying, it's Christmas, I'm buying, it's Thanksgiving, I'm getting turkey, it's the New Year's, I'm having a party. A lot of times we don't look at the fact that money is being made on us spending money. And so we have to begin to look at how we can monetize that. Well, of course. And of course, we're still waiting on the gentleman to get in the proper room. I am going to see if I can give a telephone call because got to use technology. And Doc, tell us about your new book.
I'm gonna hold that one off, Kelly, because I want to be able to promote that properly once it's completed. I don't want to give away all of the goodness that's coming forth. So I'm gonna politely refuse to do so at this time.
Well, I had to ask because I'm looking forward to that book.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to the book.
It's going to be a barn burner.
Well, we're 9 minutes in on Stan's presentation. Hopefully he will get online shortly and we will get to his presentation. Some house cleaning things. We've had a couple of sponsors.
May I flip the script and ask you a few questions?
Oh, of course.
So you've been around the world, and you've been in Durham, North Carolina. Talk to us about what you saw as the high watermark of black businesses in Durham in your lifetime.
Well, the highest watermark I saw was I was about 10 or 11. I was here in Durham, North Carolina, and I was living on Walker Street. And from Walker Street, I could walk across to Pettigrew Street. And I could walk down Pettigrew Street for probably about 6 blocks. And right there, was the what I would call Black Durham, the Regal Theater, the printing company, the Biltmore Hotel, WAFR, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have never heard of WAFR. It was an FM station. It was a black FM station, and it played our music. And I can remember, to me, that was the height. And I also remember when that whole area burned down. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was here, but I didn't notice when they ran the highway through because I was a kid, so I didn't notice it. But what I did notice was that businesses, as I saw them as a young kid, disappeared. One of the reasons that I had an office on Parish Street, which was I call Old Black Wall Street, it really was a place where I was able to be on what I call historical land. And that historical land really served me well because not only did I get a chance to be on Wall Street, I had a chance to see business from a different light. And as I've traveled around the country, I've seen so many different areas where the businesses, black businesses, have been burnt out of. And so it's been my whole deal is to continue to build up and uplift black businesses all over the country. And that's how we got here today.
Could you speak to how the black business in Durham actually black business development in other cities and states? Atlanta, for example, that's now considered the hub of black businesses.
Well, one of the things that you can say about Durham, W.E.B. Du Bois said when he came here that he never seen anything like it. That it was called, you know, Bull Durham. And black people and white people were working side by side, not financially side by side, but side by side. And as you look at places like Atlanta where a lot of black people migrated to, one of the reasons that we began our great migration was because of places like a Durham, North Carolina, a Oklahoma. These towns, what was going on in these towns, in Greensboro, of course, was economic development, not economic inclusion, but economic development. And with that economic development, what was going on was people was looking at doing business and doing business in their community. And sometimes I submit, Dennis, that we began to move out of doing business with each other because we were sold on integration. And not to say integration was a bad thing, I just say that integration was something that we were sold, and it kind of turned us away from building businesses in our communities. And that's
How do you
my
respond to the notion that through federal government, black business, black home ownership was thwarted? The highways were meant to divide our communities, like Durham, like Cameron Village and Raleigh, all over. And yet we're resilient people, when we continue to build businesses from ashes. We continue to respond by doing things like what you're doing here, create new opportunities for businesses to flourish.
Well, one of the things that I can say to that is that the strength of the American, and I say American, the American fortitude is always the prize. When you begin to think about black businesses and think about just entrepreneurship, and that's probably what we should be talking about, entrepreneurship, because really that's what it is. You know, the rise of business in Durham is deeply rooted in the people who created business in Durham. And by the creation of businesses in Durham, the young people at that time, which I would fall well within, we began to look at, you know, being business owners because we saw the shirts and ties. Now you see the hoods and t-shirts, but we saw the shirts and ties. And one of the things you will find out now is a lot of our kids, they are doing business on their telephone.
Right.
And so we must move toward doing business on our telephones because that's the wave of the future. And what we're doing right about now is we're waiting on
What role do you see a little disconnect here, but I would like to ask you a question, Dr. Kelly. Is 2020 10, soon to be 10, 10 to 20. Moving forward. What role do you see the institution of North Carolina Central University playing in Black business development?
Well,
I think specifically of homecoming and the millions of dollars generated in hometowns those end up. And I'll leave the question there for now. I have follow-up, but I'd like to ask you that question.
well, you know, I want to follow that question up, but I believe that Stan is in the waiting room, and we're gonna see if Stan's gonna come up. But I will answer that question because I think one of the challenges that our Black institution has is the level of focus when you start talking about the homecoming dollar, which really should be the money that the alumni should be giving the school to allow the school to do great things. I think that's what I would say one of those slippery slopes. But we're gonna take a break, and I'm gonna actually see what's going on in the background because we do have a gentleman who's waiting for us. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will I exit at this time? Okay, so Mr. Kelly's going to come back and join us. But I'd like to ask you, the audience, particularly you who are in Durham as business owners, what are your receipts like during homecoming? We know that we have 100 historically Black colleges and universities. And North Carolina, I want to say, is the second highest number of such institutions in one state. I think Alabama has 13. We have 10, if not 11 here, including Barber, Scotia. And I'd like to ask the question of you, during North Carolina Central's homecoming, do you find that your receipts go up in preparation for homecoming based on those who are generating signs or electronic outreach or activities, event space, planning events during North Carolina Central's homecoming? Once the people descend upon Durham, and we know that everyone has to find a place to sleep, they're spending money on food, they're actually even purchasing clothes and things of this nature, they're engaged in transportation and entertainment. How much of those dollars are recycled back into the Black businesses' hands here in Durham? Moreover, when their conversations are being held around the alumni networking experience, and I'm a graduate of Howard University in Washington, D.C., and you really want to see a homecoming, come to Howard University's homecoming. And the question arises for them as well as for Durham, how many of those conversations are centered around career advancement, community development, alumni relations, reconnecting with the growth and development of the city of Durham, leveraging our intellectual prowess, our career acumen, our connections, such that we build a stronger Durham for historically Durham citizens and Durham businesses that operate in Durham that may be operating globally on the internet, etc. In each and every city where we have historically Black colleges and universities. In North Carolina, we know, of course, we have North Carolina Central in Durham, Fayetteville State University in Fayetteville, North Carolina A&T State University in Greensboro, Bennett College in Greensboro, St. Augustine's University in Raleigh, Shaw University in Raleigh, Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte, Barber, Scotia, I want to say, is in Concord, North Carolina. That in each of these locations, when particularly homecomings take place, how much of that revenue is being recirculated within our businesses, whether they're food trucks or whether they are ground transportation services being provided. if we went to Virginia and we'd ask the same question of Virginia State University in Petersburg, Virginia Union University in Richmond, Norfolk State University in Norfolk, Hampton University in Hampton, Howard University in Washington, D.C., the University of the District of Columbia, Maryland Eastern Shore in Maryland, Bowie State in Bowie, Maryland, Morgan State in Baltimore. There's another HBCU in Baltimore. It used to be Sojourner Douglas was in Baltimore. Those schools in Atlanta, the Clark Atlanta, Morehouse, Spelman, formerly Morris Brown. How many of those dollars are recirculated into the hands of Black businesses? Savannah State University, Albany State University, Alabama A&M, Tuskegee University. We have business schools that have generated entrepreneurs. We have students that are actually in school learning business. How many of them are actually operating entrepreneurial ventures while in school, and how much are their receipts during this deluge of people that come back with a loyalty to their universities? From Dillard University in New Orleans, SUNY Southern University in New Orleans, Grambling State University, Wiley College in Texas, Texas Southern University, Lincoln in Pennsylvania, Meharry Medical College in Nashville, Tennessee State University, Fisk University in Nashville. I'm missing out on some of the institutions. Charge it to my head, not my heart, but it seems to me there are a lot of receipts generated during homecoming, and now that things have shifted and we're doing virtual homecomings, how are we as business people supporting our institutions, and how are our institutions supporting us as businesses, and the people in between, or who have membership in our institutions and that we are targeting with businesses, how many of them are we actually doing business with? I think a census of our businesses and assessment should be taken as we ask ourselves, what are our business receipts like in any given quarter, in any given year? How much have we circulated with vendors that are of color within our particular businesses? Moreover, what are the receipts like for other businesses like ours that operate in our city? We have a Greater Durham Black Chamber of Commerce. There will be an excellent opportunity for a census on the state of Black business. I'm told that there's a speech that's given about the state of Black business, and I wonder how often we actually talk about dollars and cents and receipts of our businesses. Maybe they're private conversations that need not be held in public, but I'd just like to raise the issue here with you as a listening audience, as business owners. And I'd also like to ask, with whom does your business identify, collaborate with? Whom are the other African American businesses, Black-owned businesses? Who are the other businesses in the community in which you operate that there's an understanding, a partnership, a collaboration, collaborative spaces? As we see the rise of Latino-owned businesses in our communities, you see quite a few nice, V8 trucks that may have a magnetic sign on the side that says yard cleaning service, plumber, etc. So we see that the working class business owner, entrepreneurs, mechanics, and the like are flourishing with our brown brethren. And to what degree do our businesses collaborate, do business with, generate revenue from those businesses as well? So, business is an opportunity to provide a service, a good, a need that's being covered. And I once heard an economist say that the economy is driven by consumption in America and production, but consumption by each and every individual we encounter. So, from toothpaste to hair care products to clothing to food acquisition to medical services to insurance
And of course,
services to transportation services, these are areas which are used for our businesses. And I encourage you as listeners, as business owners, to begin the work development, business opportunities. Welcome back, Doctor.
yes, and we want to bring Stan on in. Stan has been waiting for quite some time, going from room to room. Thank you so very much, Dr. Rogers. We're going to bring Stan in. And Stan, how you doing, Stan?
I'm doing good, Dr. Kelly. My problem is I still don't see my video here.
Yeah, we see HP Touch Smart webcam, and we don't know what it's about. Mark, shoot me back out until we can get his video up, and then we'll come back to Stan.
I don't know what that's all about there, but it's all good. Yeah.
Mark, let's see what we can do about his video, because I don't get it. Like I said, it's gonna be some hiccups. It's gonna be some hiccups, but let's make sure we get his camera up. I'm pretty sure he's gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it in the background, but while we're working on it, we do have another person coming up pretty shortly. I think it's gonna be pretty exciting. We've been here all day. It's been a long day, but it's what we have to do. And it's, the next person up is going to be Erwin Allen of the North Carolina Small Business Center. And he's going to talk to you about business plan writing. And I want you to pay close attention, because his presentation is really going to hit home as we continue to move on to each one of our speakers. We had hoped to have Stan to come on and talk about imagination in your business. And while a lot of people don't understand the imagination in your business, imagination is very critical and key in terms of what you do. When you begin your business, you have to look at, what do you want to do? Because at the end of the day, if you're not happy with what you do, then it's nobody's fault but you. The birth of many businesses has been because people did not like what they were doing, and they saw a need to do something that people needed. And of course, as we begin to think about business and think about doing what you want to do, you have to understand that if you don't have a plan, you're just like a ship that, they send it out into the harbor, and there's no captain on the ship. There's nobody holding the steering wheel. There's nobody pressing the buttons. So will that ship get to its destination? I'll tell you now, it won't get to its destination. What would typically happen is that ship will not go where it's planning on going. And people in business, sometimes that's the way it is. You have started your business, you have no plan, and so you can't get to the profits that you want to get to. And it's very important to get to the profits. The profits is the piece that earns us a living. The profits is the piece that earns us a good life. And so if you don't have a business plan and you don't know where you're going, it's hard to get there. And so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Stan, hopefully. Thank you. The Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases. And, while I got you here, earlier, we were talking to business owners from across the country. We had the pitch maker, Precious Williams, to come on, and she talked so great about things that was going on in the pitch world. Of course, we had Vicky Parker High to come on and talk about sustainability. We also had Dr. Rogers to come on and give us some historical data, not only about business, but about life. And then, of course, early this morning, or at 1 o'clock, we had Dr. George Frazier. And Dr. George Frazier really gave it to us strong and hard and heavy about who's going to save us as black people. And I think that's the question that we need to ask today. There was a question that asked about the election. And then when you look at the election, you have to ask yourself the question, do it move the needle for you? If it doesn't move the needle for you, the question is, how do you move the needle? And when you think about the answer to that question, it's about being an entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur is, to some people, very, very, very hard. But for those of you out there who have the grit and the gall and want to get to the glory of achieving something that is yours, entrepreneurship is for you. And mind you, entrepreneurship is not for everybody. It's definitely not for every single person. So as you look at what you want to do with your time on this planet, you got to think about what's going on. And as I understand it, Stan's camera is still not working. And as I said to you, we're going to have glitches. But with the glitches, we're going to have an opportunity to see how to do it better. And some people would say, well, hey guys, why did y'all come on and y'all have glitches? Well, all the major networks have had glitches when they started. But the thing that made them successful was their fortitude. They stick to it. And they'll continue working very, very hard to make it happen. And as we look at tomorrow, we're going to have some great speakers tomorrow. I want you to come on tomorrow. And we're going to start out tomorrow early in the morning with the State of Black Business with Harold McCoy. And then we're going to have Philanthropy and Entrepreneurship by Fran Harris. And after Fran Harris, we're going to have Kimberly McLean of the Creative Force. Then we're going to have tomorrow Patricia Crisp. As we're looking at Delisha Nelson, Black Business Matter, we're going to move her around so that we can have Miss Crisp be the person to speak tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And then, of course, we have Miss Shell Keaton-Barrow at 5 o'clock, Mary Williams Stover at 6 o'clock, and then Lou Fields at 7 o'clock. Yes, indeed, I'm reading. That's what I do. And then on the next day, we're going to have Dominique Hart. And she's going to talk about the state of black business with technology. And so, as we do the 24-hour network, we know there are going to be challenges. But just like everything else, challenges move on. And now I see right before us, is this Stan?
Yes, this is.
Hey, Stan, I'm not going to hold you. It looks like they done popped me out again. I was getting ready to give it to Stan so he can get his 30 minutes in because we're at 5:35. And, of course, there's a speaker right after the 5:35. So we can get Stan to get back in. We're going to let him get his thing on. And as I said before, as you look at business, one of the things you got to realize, that creating a business, while it may not be very easy, running a business is not magic either. You know, we had Latasha Best Grady to talk earlier today, and she talked about insurance with your business. She talked about different aspects of your business. And so we want to educate you, inform you, and more importantly, we want to give you information so you can be the key to your destination. The Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina, wants to say to all the people that are participating, thank you so very much. And we're going to take a short break and figure out how to get Stan on before the next speaker. Okay, Stan, I'm going to give it to you, man. Go ahead, do your thing. Talk what you can talk, okay?
This is absolutely fun. Dr. Kelly, thank you so much. And all you out there on this beautiful network, I want to thank you for your patience. It's been a challenge so far, but you know, challenge is what life is made. And I want to thank you so much. I'm trying to see, I've got a little frozen here right now. Who are you trying to? No, it's not. I don't know why I'm frozen here now. Just one challenge after the other. Now it's frozen. Oh, this is absolutely different.
And of course, as we continue to pop it in on me, you're catching me sitting there looking like, okay, what's going on? Because at the end of the day, I want to say to all of you, thank you for being here. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. And finally, we're getting some technical difficulty that does not seem that we can handle it. But we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to come back at 5 o'clock. We will play one of our commercials. We do have some commercials to play. Let's play the any commercial you have on standby, Mark. And of course, it looks like we're back live on the show. We're waiting for our next guest. And our next guest is going to be talking about, as I said before, that guest is going to be talking to us about, let me make sure, I want to make sure I give it to you correctly. That guest is going to be talking to us about business plan writing and how important business plan writing is. And as I said before, the gentleman's name is Irwin Allen from the North Carolina Small Business Center. And we've been waiting on Irwin all day, and I'm sure he's been waiting on us. We're going to have about a 20-minute break as we get ready for the video. And that video is going to be about the Black Business Expo, about our speakers. And we want you to know that as we look at the future, as we look at what we continue to do, we want you to understand that it is through you that makes this happen. It doesn't just happen with me, it happens through you. The reason I got on the red tie, because the red tie signifies us working with the Black Business Expo. You can go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Just put it in there. Go. It'll tell you everything that you need to know. The reason we do the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships for kids. And those scholarships that we raise are up to $5,000 in laptop computers. If you're out there and you want to help our kids, please feel free to give us a call. Give us a call so that we can do the work that we do for our community. A lot of times when Black people do things for their community, there's always that question mark. As we bring Stan back, we have about 20 minutes, Stan. And one of the things we want to tell you, Stan, is that even if your camera is freezing, that means that that's something on your end and not on our end.
Gotcha.
And so what's going on, Stan, is that while you are talking, we are actually seeing you doing your presentation. So
Gotcha.
don't worry about the freezing on your end. That means that the internet that you're hooked up with is freezing. But when you were talking to us, we were seeing everything you say in real time.
Oh,
so, dude, yeah. So you said this. So it's interesting. Yeah, it was interesting, all right. But it's not interesting on our end. It's interesting on your end, my brother. So I just want to let a brother know that not only are we happy that you're here, we're so proud that you're being a part of history. And as I say, when you're making history, you're gonna have some clicks and clacks. But at the end of the day, At the end of the day, you still gonna make history. So while you do your 19 minutes now,
19 minutes.
your 19 minutes, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm
What
gonna
you gonna
have you
do?
to come back later on in the week if I can find a slot.
That'll
You know,
work.
we're gonna do this 7 days a week, and I'm sure somebody's gonna call me and say, "Hey, Eric, I can't do what you're asking me to do." And when they do, I'm gonna say, "Oh, where is Stan the man with the plan to make it happen?" So take it away,
Sounds
Stan.
good. Sounds good. Thank you,
Okay.
everyone. I want to thank you for this opportunity. This is really, really a blessing. I want to thank all of you who are on the line. And, this is a very, very great reason or movement why we're here, the Black Business Expo's Scholarship Fund. And it doesn't get much more important than that. We've got to really look out for our young people and keep that mind really, really right. But I want to talk to you about imagination. What you see is what you get. Imagination is the faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or pictures or concepts of external objects that are not necessarily present to the senses. Or it's the ability of the mind to be creative or resourceful. It's that part of the mind that images things. Napoleon Hill said that imagination rules the world. Well, in fact, before that, Napoleon Bonaparte said it. But the reality of it is this. Without a vision, people perish. Scriptures say that. But our imagination, I like to say, maybe one day this will be famous. I like to say that imagination is greater than reality. Because imagination can create reality and it can also change it. Another thing is imagination, I like to say, can see further than the eyes. And what is this thing, imagination? Well, we all have it. It never truly leaves us, but we sometimes stop using it. It's like any other muscle that we have. If you don't really, really use it, the muscle doesn't really, really go away, but it gets weak. And we're not able to really, really get the full benefit out of it. But they say that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. And I tell you that to me, the first step is imagination. What we form in our mind, the pictures that we form in our mind and continue to hold in our mind, or what we actually eventually see develop in our lives. There's a lot of things that I visualized in my life long before they've ever happened. A lot of things came about in between that I didn't visualize, but one thing I can tell you, I've always somehow up to this point managed to see what I did actually imagine. Imagination is probably one of our greatest faculties. And we invest time in a lot of things. We invest time in making sure our business processes are set up correctly, making sure that, we've registered things properly, that we've hired the best personnel. But it all comes about after we have first seen in our mind what we want to create. So we don't ever want to scorn the dreamer. The only problem with dreaming is when we don't take action after having the dream. But we must continuously bathe ourselves in our imagination. Our imagination is greater than reality. Imagination creates reality, and imagination can change it. And when we consider that truth and that fact, we should spend as much time in our imagination, imagining what we want to take place in our lives, in our business, as we actually do in actual processes. We must not neglect imagination, because that is where we see taking full shape what we have not even actually built yet. And none of us would be in business. None of us would be where we are now. None of us would be on this call if we didn't first imagine doing it. So this process of imagination is not something that we should ever take lightly. Let me go ahead. I had written something down here. I'm kind of getting away from it now since I only got a few minutes. But Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. For knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all that there ever will be to be known. So, business types are known to be, and all of us get that entrepreneurial spirit, at least a lot of us do, or aspire to it. We're known to be very, very left-brained. But let's not forget the right brain. See, scriptures tell us that we were made in the image of Almighty God. Now, not trying to go off into any religious bag or anything like that, but I've got in my hand right now a remote control. I don't know if you can see it. What was it in its pure essence? What is it? A thought. There is nothing that we look out here in this world that is not thought manifested. The Black Business Expo was what first, before it was a reality, a thought in the imagination of men. A thought. Everything has two creations. First the thought, and then the thing. That thought has to be sent through the imagination. We're made in the image of God. And I've thought about that. I was always trying to figure out, well, what does that mean to me? I heard what the theologians and everybody said, but what does it mean to me? When we look out in this world, we see mountains, we see oceans, we see stars. We can look and see planets. Some of those things we look at and think of stars are actually planets. Some of those things we look at as stars are not even existing anymore. But we're just still seeing the light and the star is going. We ain't never created no star. We created some man-made bodies of water, but we ain't created no ocean. We ain't created a fly. We have not created a microbe. We have not created a flea. We haven't created a horse, a dog, a cat, a man, a moon, a sun, or a star. All those things were in the mind of the Almighty Intelligence. But when we look at what we do, everything we create was first in our mind. We are made in the image because we see, we imagine, and we create what we imagine. And the only way we don't is that we replace it with another thing that we are imagining. And then we end up doing or creating that. Any of us right now that want to go to a trip wherever we want to go in the world, the minute we imagine that we are going there, we are on our way. Circumstances and everything will present themselves in such a way that sometimes your little money that you save up may go away or whatever. But as long as you don't lose it in your imagination, you'll start over again. It's only when we change the vision in our imagination that we end up going to what the new vision is. So any of us that has not realized a particular dream that we want to realize, and provided that it is a relatively realistic, it doesn't have to be realistic. A lot of things are not realistic. Was it realistic to create a cell phone? A little gadget? Got millions of them in the world? But I don't care where you are in the world, you can put in my telephone number, and out of all the ones that are in the world, it will ring me without wires. And what created that? Imagination. So I'm saying, let us not forget the power of our imagination. What we see is eventually what we will get. And there are times when our imagination is in its highest peak. Napoleon Hill, all the other scientists tell us that there are two times when our brainwave activity is really, really ready to accept that what we are imagining and convert it into reality. Just before retiring at night when we're sleepy, dozing off almost in that drowsy state, and first waking up in the morning at the very time when we are feeling too mentally lazy to really want to imagine, is the time when our imagination has the most effect over our subconscious mind. And our subconscious mind is responsible for the bulk of our behavior. So the Bible says, write the vision and make it plain. It also says that person without a vision will perish. They're talking about imagination. I imagined the Motivation Readers Mastermind Network. I imagined speaking to a wonderful group like this beautiful Black Business Expo here now today that is doing this marvelous work for scholarships for our young people. And by the way, let me just mention to you, those of you, in case you're wondering, you can pledge at 919-308-9090. Once again, that's 919-308-9090. Because let's just say you've decided, which I know isn't true, I'm just talking. Let's just say you've decided that you're not going to use your imagination a whole lot more right now. You're just chilling out. You reach the stage you want to reach. Well, guess what? There's some young minds out there right now that still are vibrant and bursting with imagination. And that's what we here today doing. Help them develop that imagination, because what you see and continue to see, not what you just see now and then and forget about it, not what you just let run through your mind and don't really focus on, but what we concentrate and run on into our imagination, we will move toward, and it will move towards us. So that's really my message. I had to condense it and bring it down real quickly. I know I didn't have much time. I had a lot of time, but you see what happened with that time. So this must be the amount of time that I had to use. But I want to thank you, masterminds. I want to thank you all, Black Business Expo. I believe I'm in freeze mode again. I don't know if you can hear me, but in case you can, I want to thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Kelly. I'm sorry I missed Dr. Frazier today. I want to comment on something he always says, that Black people are searching for the key to a door that is not locked. And what does that mean? That we're using our imagination and imagining something that does not exist. But when you imagine it, and you imagine it enough, it's going to be real. Thank you. I've been frozen for a long time. I think most
I am Black business. From the moment I wake till the time I sleep,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great day in the beautiful city of Durham, North Carolina, as we continue to make history, man. We're all over the place. We're going to bring up a next man by the name of Irvin Allen. He's with the Small Business Center. He's going to talk about business plan writing. And of course, this gentleman has been doing the work for so many years. And Mark, bring him up so that we can make it happen. He's going to come in with his audio only, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to work on that, okay?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. We'll deal with these problems and get everything going. Do I need to still be on my phone?
No, but what you need to do is bring up your PowerPoint, share your screen, bring your
Okay.
PowerPoint up, and then begin. You know, next year this time, we're going to have this all the way down. Mr. Allen?
Okay, I'm trying to get the screen up.
Great.
I put it on allow.
We can hear you. We can hear you thinking.
Okay.
You're narrating what you do. We hear you.
All right. I've done everything I can to share the screen, man. Um, device. Problem. I can start talking through this if you'd like me to go ahead and do that. Can you see that?
I can't see anything at the present time. Let me give Mark a call, okay? Yes, sir, Mark. I'm looks like I'm live. What's going on? He's trying to share. He's trying to share his screen. That's what he's trying to do right now. If he could share his screen, he could just go ahead and talk. He can't seem to figure out how to share his screen. Irwin, all you have to do is click the button that says share your screen. Are you on a computer or your phone, Irwin?
I'm on my computer now, and
Okay.
I can see my screen is small.
Okay, can you see the button that says share your screen?
Yes,
Click that button.
I have.
Okay, he's clicked the button, Mark.
Should I be in Firefox or?
Where is Dennis? Tell Stan to come on and do his presentation. Tell Stan to do his presentation. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how it goes. Sometimes you can't get online and you have to make a decision. Right now, what we plan on doing is we're going to let Stan come up and do his presentation. And with Irwin Allen, we're going to figure out what the technical difficulties are and figure out how to get him online and get him on our screen so that he can talk about writing a business plan. That's what we're going to do, and you're hearing it live. I'm on the phone with the technical people. You know, this is an awesome, awesome feeling when you got a little power in your hand. Okay, so it looks like Stan's. You know, one of the things that you got to work on with these kinds of things is you got to work on the whole technical side. And sometimes, you know, when you're looking at doing stuff like this, sometimes all the technical stuff do not work. And when all the technical stuff do not work, then you have to improvise. And what I'm doing right now is I'm improvising. And as I improvise, you know, I'm here live as I improvise. So I won't be able to take any phone calls at the moment because I'm improvising and I'm live. Now, both of my speakers seem to have audio only. I don't understand that. There's nothing on our end that causes that issue. It's something on their end, whether it's their computer, how they have it hooked up. As a matter of fact, if the truth be told, I had Spectrum to come in here today and actually redo my whole internet while I was waiting to come back on. So I know where the problem lies, or excuse me, the challenge lies. And the challenge lies in the equipment that we're using. And you know, when you're doing what I'm doing, we did pretty good. I got to tell you, until 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, it's been really, really challenging. But I do have some other speakers to come on. And what I'm going to do right now, if Mark would just take me off the video so everybody won't see me making phone calls, I am going to give another speaker a call who I know she will come up and let her begin to talk. So as I continue to say, the Black Business Expo, this is the Expo. This is Expo Olympics. You know, when you come to my show, I got speakers from everywhere. When you come to my show, I got businesses from everywhere. I got corporations from everywhere. And some people would sit there and say, oh, you're burning, you're burning, you're burning. No, we're making history. We're doing something nobody's ever done before. And of course, as I said before, anytime you're breaking records and you're doing things like this, there are going to be glitches. And glitches are like life. In life, you're going to have things that happen. And if you're not ready for things to happen, then you can't live. And now I tell you, I enjoy living. And we're going to keep going on as it looks like I got my mama on the telephone. Boy, I tell you. Matter of fact, I'm going to take the phone call. Hello, mother. How you doing? I'm on live, mother. How you doing? And okay. You need to go back on Facebook. Oh, you was watching. My mom's was watching me on Facebook. She said she can't get me back. Mama, we're having some technical difficulties, but we're having a good time. That's what we're doing. So you just wait on Facebook like everybody else, and I'll be back to you shortly, okay? And thank you for giving us, yeah, and I love you too with all my heart. I can tell the world I love my mama. So we still working. We're having a little technical difficulty, but we're going to do this again tomorrow, and it's going to be even bigger and better because we're going to work out all the glitches because this was the first day, and this is the first time anything has happened like this, okay? Okay, bye-bye. And so, as I say, I'm going to keep on calling um, people and see what I can do. They say the power is in this phone, and in this phone is some power. And with this power, I'm going to use this power. Let me ask you a question. Okay, you're supposed to go in at 7. Can you go on now? Okay, let's see. Hit the link and let me see if you'll come in the room and if your video will work, because we have two gentlemen, their videos are not working. Maybe a beautiful woman like yourself can make your video work and we can continue this program. We can continue this program. You either one, it's gonna be the same. Yes, you can. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, that's the problem we having with everybody. Oh, okay. Can Mark see you? Hold on. You okay? So nobody can see you because your camera is not on. Can no keep your camera. Can you see yourself? Okay, and okay, then let me check with Mark. Okay, it says I'm here. Uh, bring bring up the next guest. No, you good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. As long as you can see you, get in the studio. No, don't hang up. I want to talk to you guys. I'm loving to make this happen. So okay, okay. I don't see you yet, but I'm waiting for Mark. Okay, Mark. There you go.
Hey,
Hey, hey, hey, hey.
hey.
Let me tell you something. You know what? We got some. The women can make it happen. The guys is having a problem today. I got two grown men over there. Them grown men over there, they can't even find their camera. Michelle, they can't even find their camera.
So we always the women have to make it happen and get it done.
I'm trying to you know what? Let's talk a little bit before we start on your presentation, because
All right.
let's do something a little different, because we've been going straight to the interviews, and I've been stepping back letting people work. And at 5 o'clock now, at 5, we had a bunch of men. Now all the rest of the day we had. Now I better stop. We had. Let me think. As a matter of fact, that is the truth. The only man that's been going through this well was Dr. Dennis Rogers, who did it twice, and me. I don't know why, but I tell him I had. Let me tell you something. I had actual Spectrum to come in, okay, and work on my internet. And I'm gonna let me take this call.
Okay. All right.
Hey, sir, how you doing? I'm live on the internet doing the expo. Can I call you back?
So
Yeah.
hold on for a second. I'm going. I want to try something. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
But can you hear me now?
I can now.
Okay, well, good.
But it sounds like an echo, but as long as we're good, I'm good.
Okay, don't worry about it, because one of the things, even if you're getting an echo, you're streaming live, and the live is going to be great. Okay, so don't worry about that. Okay, but let's get back to our conversation. Let's talk about your company. Why did you start your company? First of all, what is your company's name, and what's your mission?
So the name of my company is Third Degree Solutions. I am the third degree in my family. My maiden name is Michelle Degree.
Mm-hmm.
So by trade, I'm an IT project manager and consultant. And I noticed that as I've gone through the years, I did not see as many people that look like me in my industry, especially when you're working in a global area. And I wanted to see more people that look like me. We were hiring consultants and project managers, and I was the hiring manager. So when I went through the resumes, obviously I was selecting people of color. Every time I selected them, my people come back and they say, Michelle, they're not ready. And I kept saying, you must be figuring out that I'm trying to select people of color, so let me just select somebody that's resume is great to bring them in for an interview. And they still said they're not ready. And I asked why, and they said, because you said you wanted somebody that you can put on the road in 2 weeks. And that's not possible right now. So I decided to sit in the interviews myself. And when I started sitting in the interviews, I was like, oh my God, our students coming out of college are not ready. So I started doing professional development workshops. And what I mean by that is leadership, communications, networking, presentation skills, all those things to all the collegians. And I was a little upset because I thought they were getting that anyway. But they know their stuff. They know what they know. They just don't know how to present it. So our company formed to not only introduce them to professional development, but we also introduce them to internships, scholarships, because I have a belief that nobody should pay to go to college. It's too much money out. So I work with parents on scholarships and finding money for them to help our students. So that's what our business is. On top of that, I have a lot of students that have come through our program that are now in companies. And they had issues where they only stayed in those companies 1 or 2 years, and I wanted to know why. So one, we need to coach. So I went back and I got certified and got my coaching certificate for the Coaching Federation because I want us to be global all the time as much as we can. So now I'm coaching students once they get in the business field. So our certified coaching has come full circle. So the board you see on the back, this is the creativity of us brainstorming and trying to figure out, because we have a full circle. We get the students in college. Once they're in college, we get internships, we get scholarships, we get help them get jobs. In the jobs, we help them maintain and start back over. God willing, at the beginning of this year, we're launching another piece called LIT. And LIT stands for Leaders for Today and Tomorrow. And that's going to work with high school students. Because what we're finding is companies like Lenovo and things like that and Research Triangle Park are now using high schoolers for internships. And if we don't start working with our youth earlier, they're going to get behind. And that's why I chose the topic I want to talk to everybody today about is how do you network in this virtual world? How do you make it happen? Because I feel like if we don't continue to network and keep doing what we do, we're going to be behind again. Because guess what? Companies are still hiring. Companies are still looking for people. And I keep getting people saying, so I can't do it because of COVID. I can't go to the events. Online, you can't show up, you can't introduce yourself, you can't make that mark, you can't network. So I'm glad you're doing things like you're doing, the Black Business Network, because we have to not just watch videos and games and laugh all the time on the internet. We actually have to train and teach and coach our people, stay ahead of the game. Because if we don't, we're going to be behind. Statistics are already showing it. And I live in North Carolina, and in rural North Carolina, our students aren't even participating in school because they don't have hotspots. So my thing is, what do we do to make that better for our Black and brown girls and boys? How do we get them out there? So guess what? I'm starting with the parents now saying network. Get on these social media sites, talk to people, interact with them. I get students all the time saying, I don't know how to do it online. If you were in person, what would you do? I go up and introduce myself and talk to them. So get on LinkedIn, connect to the person in a business or company you wanting to meet, and network. And I'm giving my presentation away, but that's why I started.
I'm not gonna let you give your presentation away. I just want people to understand a lot of times when you begin to talk about business owners and you begin to talk about entrepreneurs, the most magical part about being an entrepreneur is one word, and that word is called work. Right. And a lot of times people will throw this, I'm a CEO, I'm a businessman, I'm an executive, but they never throw I doing the work. I think some people believe that when you go in business for yourself, that you can get up at 3 o'clock in the daytime, or you can get up at 12 o'clock in the daytime, and you can start your day that way. But what they fail to realize that everybody is waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Your client needs you then. So really, if we would just understand that we work for our client,
Right.
if we just would understand that, when that client calls us on the phone, we at work that moment and not, well, let me give you a call back. Because I tell you, one of the things that I learned over the last week, and it really crystallized for me, was customer service and good customer service. I really need to get somebody to talk about what good customer service is, because there is nothing better than good. I'm talking about if you got a company and you don't have anybody that can interact with the clients out there, then you're going to get negative. You're not going to get positive. If I got a problem with your product and I can't call you and talk to you, that's a problem. And so good customer service. And I must say, and I'm just not going to talk about Spectrum as if they're the best company in the world, but their customer service, from what I've gotten the last couple of days, was almost, I hate to say it, I hate to talk about it, almost immaculate.
Who is this again?
Spectrum.
Okay.
Spectrum Cable. Their customer service was just so good until they talked you through it. Not like Time Warner that we had before, but they were very, matter of fact, the lady I talked to told me, she said, look, I'm looking at your bill and you're paying more and getting less. And I said, what? She said, you're paying more and getting less. She said, it's not something that we generally talk about, but because you were on Time Warner and you were grandfathered in, you just began to pay. And I told her, I told her, thank you very much. And she said, when your technician come out, just let him know what you're trying to do. And when the technician came in, he just went, he asked me, he said, sir, do you have a modem? I told him exactly what to do. He did it just like that. Just like that. And was
Let
gone.
me say something about that. I agree with you. I don't care how much a product costs. I want to know about the customer service, because at the end of the day, what happens when I need help? And as an entrepreneur, you made another comment that I think is really great and people need to understand. Entrepreneurs is the most I've worked at any job. Because honestly, for the good customer service, I have to be available during the day. So guess what I'm doing at night? At night, I'm building, creating, coming up with ideas and preparing for the people I'm going to talk to the next day. I don't get to say 8 to 5. I don't get to say, I'm going to be off today at 5. And everybody hears entrepreneurship and they say, it gives me flexibility and opportunity. It does give you effing up, but you also have to be disciplined. Even when you're off, you're on. Especially if you're a good entrepreneur. When you're out there, you should constantly be marketing and selling your product. You should be talking a lot. You should be introducing people to what you do and who you are. I have a lot of friends that say, you post all the time. You post all the time. You talk about what you're doing. You know why? I want to stay relevant. I want to stay on their mind. I want people to say, whoa, where's Michelle? What is she doing? Oh, she's always out there. Because what happens is I get sponsors. I'm not always in the room. But guess what? People like Eric Kelly, Jimmy Davis, everybody else, they're in the room and they're talking about me.
That's right.
And they'll say, pull Michelle in. So for every entrepreneur, you have to get out there. You have to make a presence. It's a 24-hour day job because you want to build. So you open up a company, so you expand and you hire people and you don't have to. But when you're first starting out, your customer service actually builds your business. And if you're not available and you're not responsive, you don't have the answers to them, you have no business how great your product is. Because somebody else will have that service available and they're available because they've been up burning the midnight oil.
Well,
So
you're making the points. Like I said, you know, we want to know who you are. I think when you begin to talk to people about their business and you find out what they do, it's like what I've said to all the speakers. Here we have 84 speakers, Michelle. 84. I got
wow, that's
84
awesome.
speakers to say,
Awesome.
Eric, we trust in what you're doing. The network that we're working to build is a 24-hour network talking about
Mm-hmm.
black business. And the thing that everybody's missing, when Ted Turner was talking about doing a 24-hour news service, everybody said, "Oh, it won't work. Oh, it won't work." When Bill Gates talked about starting Microsoft, when he was the marketing guy for Macintosh, people
Mm-hmm.
say, "Oh no, that wouldn't work." When Steve Jobs said, "I want to do something," I got the iPad. The iPad is the thing. It was the new thing on the marketplace. But he said, "I want to mess with the telephone." Everybody said, "Oh no, leave the telephone alone." And he said, "No, I'm going to invent a telephone that is so beautiful till you want to lick it." That's what he said. Okay, people said don't do it, and now look, we're iPhone 12. Okay,
Yes.
he revolutionized the world. Ted Turner revolutionized the world. We got ESPN that plays sports shows over and over and over again. And then I sat there and I thought about it. I said, you know what? No, I don't want to just do a Black Business Expo where it's just from 8 in the morning to 5. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, if I did that, yes, I'm gonna get a crowd of people that's gonna come online and they're gonna come online and say, okay, well, okay. But what I wanted to do was something that was bigger than that. I said, if I did 24-hour business channel free on Facebook, that would change the game because you know we've been sold Zoom, we've been sold WebEx, we've been sold all these other platforms that you have to pay for, and we just look past the stuff that's free. And me and you right now, whether anybody's on here or not, if one person is on here listening to what you say, that's one person today did not know you existed yesterday. And when black people realize that's what it's all about, then what I'm doing right now is going to blow all the way up because we're doing it every quarter. Every 4 months, we're going to do a 1 week every 4 months until we can get it to the point where we can do it every day.
Right. I agree with you. I think a lot of people get confused. When you look at a brick house, that brick house just didn't go up. It was brick by brick by brick, one at a time, right? And when you're building a business, it's piece by piece by piece, unless you inherit. And you inherit, it's a little different. But if you're building a business that you actually came up with the concept and the idea piece by piece, and I really do agree that what you're doing is necessary and on time. And the reason why I say that, I hear a lot of entrepreneurs, they ask me all the time, they say, Michelle, you know, I have this idea, but somebody else is doing it, and I don't want them to be better than me, or I don't want to feel like we're competing. You're not. You're not. Because I tell people all the time, I'm Michelle. Nobody can be as great as I am. I know her job. I know Michelle. Nobody can duplicate Michelle. I can only do that. But when you're building your business, don't feel like you're in competition. You're going to connect with an audience and a niche that you identify with, that you deal with. And if you stay focused on that and not on what everybody else is doing, your business will grow. The other thing is, Eric, that the fact that you're focused on getting this done and you have 49 speakers, be clear. I did go out and try to network and click and select everybody that's speaking because guess what? I want to build my network. I want to know what they're doing. I want to know where they are because guess what? I might need to be going there and I might need to be doing that. And the thing is, we have an issue of supporting and collectively coming in. If we don't do it, we will not ever get out of this. We're like crabs in the bucket.
That's right.
Our counterparts don't care. They're like, they will share and help you get started and build and tell you all about it. And you know what? My friends look at me, they tell me all the time, you're giving away so much information and so much advice. You know why? Because somebody helped me. I'm not worried about them building for me. My time will happen when it's supposed to, and it will be what it's supposed to be. So me helping small businesses, me coaching people through how to set up things and do things, I'm okay with that. Because guess what? You reap what you sow. And network, if you're not using it like a North Carolina farmer out there cultivating the land, don't think about going global. Don't think about the relationships that are outside of North Carolina because you don't know who knows who know who. And you don't know who's watching right now. So
That's
even
right.
though I'm on at 6:30 p.m. on a Monday, my counterparts over in Europe are settling down and they're logged on. They're watching, they're seeing what's going on. My friends down in Latin America, they're chilling right now because they're getting ready to get off around 7:30, 8 o'clock. So you need to make sure you're available at whatever time it is to hear and get the food. You're being served. If you don't eat, it's up to you.
Well, you're making a lot of great points, and one of the things that I always tell entrepreneurs and business owners is you're only as strong as your mind, what you think. You made a very good point about competition because it's easy for me to sit around and say to everybody that there's no competition. I've been doing this ever since the '80s. I can easily say I've been doing it. So where is the competition? Well, the competition's in my mind. And when I look at the competition, this is what comes out of my mind. You know, no
Exactly.
matter what nobody else says or do, this came out of my head. And my mama asked me the other day, and it was her fault. It's really her fault. My birthday just passed, but it was her fault. We were having a board meeting. And you have a board meeting, your mama is the chairman of the board, so you the only one that can get away with stuff. I be saying stuff like, "Mama, that ain't right, Mama, that ain't right, Mama," and she be looking at me like, "Don't call me Mama in here. I'm not your mama when I'm in here. I'm the chairman of the
Right.
board, so I be messing with her." And so we was having a meeting and we was talking about COVID-19 and we was watching the devastation of how things were happening to people and the
Mm-hmm.
hurt was real because my cousin passed. The president of the Black Business Expo brother passed, and so many people real close was passing. My ex girlfriend, I said it right, ex girlfriend. My ex girl, my ex girlfriend's brother passed, and everything was so close. And we was in a meeting, and I said, well, I don't really want to just do a 1 day expo where we just do something for our audience.
Mm-hmm.
We got about 20, 30,000 people. We had 3,800 people that already signed up for this year, coming into the event. And I was like, I was just joking. I said, we ought to do something like the Olympics. We ought to do
Right.
7 days. I was talking to Chuck. I said, we ought to do 7 days and have speakers 24 hours. And after I said that, my mama just paused and she said, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what?
Yep.
What's a good idea, Mom? She said, that's a good idea. That's what we ought to do. And then she said, as she always say to me, I want you to make that happen.
Yep.
And when she said, I want you to make that happen, I didn't stop to say, well, we're not going to do that. I said, let's make it happen. And so I called people. I'm going to tell you, I use the internet to get all my speakers. Listen, this is the thing that I like to say. Some people say the truth is the light. Okay?
Right.
I sent information out to all the black leaders. Okay? Guess what they did? They sat there and they said, oh, okay, Eric, yeah, we see what you're doing, but that's not what we doing. We see what you're doing, but that's not what we doing. And I said, not a problem, baby. Not a problem at all. It's 8 billion people on the planet. I do
Yes.
300 businesses, just walking around the Raleigh Durham area. I can do 300 businesses. I can do 4,000 people just walking around talking to people. But
Right.
at the end of the day, how do you impact the world? And that was the challenge today. We got New York, we got Vegas, We got London, England. We got a group out of somewhere in Africa. We got people all over the world saying we want to connect. And then right here in your own little backyard, people don't even want to respect the connect. And my thing is, it's like what you said before. You can't worry about them people.
No, they're not your people.
They're not your people. And as I said earlier today, they're not in the water that you're swimming in.
Right.
You get where I'm coming from? And if they're in the
No,
water that you...
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
If they're not in the water that you're swimming in, you can't worry about them. They can either catch up or be left behind.
My aunt says all the time, she's tired of swimming in the pond. She's in the ocean. She's not even in the lake. She's in the ocean. And I always laugh when she says that because I'm like, aren't we all? But you just made a great point. And I think as entrepreneurs, you need to understand the people around you might not support you.
That's right.
It's okay. They're not your people.
They're not your tribe.
They're not for you. So you need to move on to people that have a vision just as big as yours. I always tell everybody, my tribe is my vibe.
Wow.
My tribe is my vibe. Because let me tell you, they might not look like me. They might not even interact with me regularly. But when it comes down to business, my board looks a little different because my board thinks and dreams like I dream like I do. Because there's nothing wrong with dreaming. When you started this process, Eric, I know you're probably like, oh, this is the thought, but I'm going to try. And now here we are today. The thing with that is, the next quarter, everybody try to be a speaker. You're going to have to try to figure out how do we do it.
Look, I'm telling you right now, and I'm smiling because I have had so many calls trying to get on this platform for this quarter. And I had to tell them, I said, look, hey, look, I'm doing it every quarter. I can't get you on now. Now think about it. You're calling me now, and it's a day out or a week out. Do you think a day out or a week out, I'm still got slots open? Look, I am moving people around right now on the slots and calling people and saying, okay, I got people on standby just saying, look, Eric, if somebody falls, if somebody don't come in, I'm ready to go. I want you just let me know. One guy told me today, he said, look, all I need is 3 hours. Give me a 3-hour notice. I said, look, man, I understand because sometimes people understand what you're doing. They know that this is a platform that the people that don't understand it, they do. And like you said, your tribe is your vibe. And I'm telling you, I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. But I've talked.
Take my word.
I didn't say, I'm going to pay. But my thing is, we've talked for about 30 minutes, and I know you got a great presentation ready to go. And so what
it's on you. If you want to talk through it, I'm open.
I'm gonna let the lovely one, the beautiful one. I'm gonna let her do her thing. I'm gonna get off here and let you go ahead and do your presentation. I'll come back, or one of my ambassadors will come back, and we'll go to the next person. But I know you starting at 7:00. We're gonna start at 6:30, and just like ESPN. CNN and any other station all over the world, we are controlling the program. And then since we're controlling the program, we're going to do when the last time the black people say we're going to do what we want to do on the network? Most of the time, somebody's telling us what to do. But I'm telling everybody today, if you're not on board, that's on you. It ain't on me because, like I said, this 1.8 billion people on the planet. And they have businesses. And if we can stretch across this continent and talk to business owners and get business owners to create an ecosystem where we can build on that $1.8 trillion, then we're doing our part. No longer can people say that African Americans or Africans can't touch, or Asian Americans and African Americans can't touch, or European Americans and Europe can't touch. We can touch. So knowing that we can touch, let's touch and make it happen. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Third Degree, and with the beautiful.
Hi, everybody. So this is interactive for me. So whatever you guys want to do, if you want to utilize the chat, you're more than welcome to talk to me via the chat. I actually created a presentation about networking and just wanted to talk to you a little bit because I'm very passionate about it. I feel like your network is your net worth. And what do I mean by that? I mean, it's like your network is like money. It pushes out to whatever business and everything you want to be because you utilize those networks. But to start it off, let me share my screen. Bear with me. Okay, so Eric and team, I'm trying to figure out how to, thank you. How can I share my screen with everybody and still see the video? Is that possible on one screen? It's not? Okay, not an issue. I'll go ahead and do what I do. So what is a network? Number one, when you think about a network, what do you think about? A network is it's like setting up and talking to people about what your industry is and what you're interested in. I always tell everybody that hold on one second, if you can just bear with me. Mark, I do have it up. Do you want I can just go with the flow, which I think that's what I'm getting ready to do at this point because I don't want to keep everybody waiting. All right. So when you think about a network, we always think of networks of going to networking events and sharing information with people and passing out business cards and utilizing people to try to help us. That is not what networking is. Networking is about finding value and forming relationships with people. So when you think of network, especially now as we're in COVID, I want you to think about forming relationships and finding value with people. That's very important when you're thinking about networking. It's important that you know that networking is not a hookup. When I talk to students and talk to people in the business, they think they're getting a hookup. Networking is not a hookup. It's not about meeting somebody and say, hey, Michelle, I need you to work with me. Hook me up. That's not what it's about. It's forming relationships. If you ever meet with me, I'm going to ask you all types of questions like I'm interviewing you. Tell me a little bit about you. Tell me what you do. Tell me what you're looking for. How can I help you? All right. So those are the things that I actually say to students or say to people when I meet them, because I need to know about you, what you think, how you think. And while you're telling me, I'm thinking of how I can help you. And that's what you need to do as well. When you listen to me and I talk about things that I do and what I like and what I'm interested in, what I'm looking for, you're listening to me and you're thinking about how can I add value? So when you think of networking, I want you to think about how can I add value to this other person? How can I form relationships to get to know them better? How can I form relationships to understand what they do, how they do? Especially as an entrepreneur, how do I form relationships with other companies? Because you don't know how your company is going to grow down the line. So you need to be able to form relationships, to form partnerships, to be able to work together. This event that Eric is hosting, I'm sure it was hosting off of relationships that he's formed along the way, people that he met. Let me reach out to this person. He actually said earlier that he actually used the internet to find speakers. So what did he do? He networked. So networking is that important. Hence, that's why people say network is your net worth. Again, please keep in mind, it is not about a hookup. And I hate when people say that. It's hook me up. It is not. So how do you network? Where do you network? Michelle, we're not having networking events. How do I do it? And I have a job that I don't like, but I want to switch out of this job and move to another position. But how do I do it? You do it by networking. except the difference is you have to network virtually. You got to attend virtual events like this one. You got to volunteer. You got to talk. You have to open your mouth. The Bible says a closed mouth doesn't get fed. A closed mouth doesn't get business. You have to go out. You have to do a pitch. I know the lady spoke earlier today about the perfect pitch, and she was amazing. And I hope everybody picked up a lot of nuggets. If you did not see her presentation or her interview, please go out and watch it. She was very on point about doing your pitch. So you want to be able to have a pitch. You want to make sure that you're able to introduce yourself and talk about it. So we said virtual events, volunteering at work. It's the best place to network. Social media. You know, my social media has totally changed since COVID hit. I was very strategic about social media. I only would post certain things on social media. With COVID and everything, now I've started posting personality and feelings. And the reason why I started doing that is so that people will get to know me as a person, not just Michelle, third degree solutions. Because what I realized, I had to be my authentic self and actually allow people to get to know me. So again, those are some places you can network. How do you do it? Virtual events. We all are in the age of Zoom. If you're at work, WebEx, Google Hangouts, everything, Microsoft Teams. So when you get on those meetings, say hello, introduce yourself, ask your coworker, ask people on the Zoom, how are you doing? How'd it go today? If you can't talk, they have a chat section where you can actually go over to the chat, put in information. Hey, how you doing? How's your son doing with COVID? How's it going with him not being able to play football this year? How's he handling that? How's that work for him or her? So ask questions because you want to show that you're interested in what that other person's doing. When you do things like that, it makes people know that you're interested. Another thing you can do is I keep a log. I guess I'm OCD with the whole clean thing, and I want to make sure everything is detailed out. So if Eric Kelly tells me, yes, you know, I had this event coming up, and I'll put Eric Kelly event coming up. This is what he said, or he said his birthday is on this date. Because guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to reach back out to Eric and say, happy birthday, or congratulations on getting your doctorate. Guess what that does to him? Makes him feel good. Michelle remembered that. I need to talk to her about some business stuff. So again, forming the relationships. At work, you better believe I want to know who all the stakeholders and the key people are in the team and in the group so that I can make sure they know who I am. If they know who I am, when positions come open, guess who they're picking? Guess who they're selecting? Because I'm verbal, I talk, I engage, I ask questions. You want to make sure that you're doing the same thing. So you want to make sure that you're asking your team and your people questions at all times. So make sure you're involved and they know you. I said social media, talked about volunteering. When people are out and they see you, I know, again, we have COVID going on. Things are still happening. Put your mask on, go out, volunteer at the homeless shelter. Volunteer. We just had the election. Volunteering with the election, getting out there, people seeing you, people talking to you. You're talking to them, asking questions, especially if you're looking for a job. Yeah, you know, I'm actually looking for a job. And you said you work at, was it Cisco? Because I'm an IT major, or I work in IT now, and I'm interested in doing XYZ. Just sharing the information, Now, the other thing about networking is, you know, you got to stay relevant. And I said that earlier, staying relevant by doing check-ins, video calls, taking the lead, updating your presence, being your authentic self. But you also got to do some prep. I need you to do some prep work. What do you want out of the network? What do you need right now? What do you need? Do you need a job? Do you know what kind of job? Do you know what you want to do at the job? Do you want to work from home, or do you want to go into an office? All these things you need to know before you start networking and talking about it. I'm sure when Eric decided to put this event on, he thought about what type of speakers, what he needed, and so forth. So that when he reached out to different people, he gave his pitch. Everybody has a pitch. If you don't, you need to work on it. And then you need to practice the pitch. Practice the pitch. So when you're talking to the different people, you're able to talk to them, talk about what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like, and then allow them to do the same. Give them the chance to talk. Ask them, do they know anybody at those companies? Or if they know anybody that's looking for a wedding planner. Or do you know anybody that's having issues with their social media? Because I'm a social media company owner and I'm looking for some new clients. Please let me know. You have to be able to share the information. You have to ask for what you want. You have to be able to explain, because guess what? That person might not understand. You said you were an event planner. We want to put on an event for over 3,000 people. We want it all online. We want to have it so that we have separate rooms for different speakers. We want them to have a live lobby area. And you were just talking about Zoom, or you were talking about event planner for maybe 50 people. So you want to make sure that you're able to detail that information out. You're able to explain it and have the tools. The other thing about networking in a virtual world, everybody needs a LinkedIn account. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, you need to get one. You need to set one up. And LinkedIn is not Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. LinkedIn is your professional account. So you don't want to have a picture where you're like 2 hands in the air, you got your sunglasses on. You want it to be professional. You want to be dressed professional. I wouldn't dare put a picture out there with my arms out or have a jacket on. You want to look the part that you want. You want to look the way you want to be. Okay. So again, we all have to play the game. So let me say that. People always say, I don't want to play a game. I want to be able to be my authentic self. You can be your authentic self, but your authentic self got there by playing some game. So again, LinkedIn, make it a professional headshot. Put your bio up there, your information, slot it down. If you need help with LinkedIn, there's several people that actually, that's their business. They help people create LinkedIn profiles. Off the top of my head, I think of Michelle Weathersby and Maxine Phillips. There's tons of people that are currently doing that now. So if you need help with your LinkedIn account, please do. Reach out to those ladies. You can reach out to me and I'll see if I can find somebody for you. As well as LinkedIn, once you get on LinkedIn, you want to make sure you not just create a profile, but you connect. You meet people. And I'm not talking about just reaching out saying, I'm going to connect to Michelle, I'm going to connect to Eric. I need you to network, interact. Hey, Michelle, I noticed that you work at Cisco. So I was looking for a position at blah, blah, blah. Do you know anything? Or, hey, Michelle, I just applied for this position at Cisco. Do you know anybody in that area? Reach out, talk to the person. You know, I'm interested in switching positions. Saw on your LinkedIn profile where you're already a photographer. How'd you get started? Everybody likes to talk about their process and how they got there. We like to tell people what we did to get there, because guess what? Somebody helped us and we're paying it forward. So again, set up a LinkedIn profile. The other thing is your social media profiles. You want to go through and clean them up, because now you're in business. Now that I'm in business, no, I don't want pictures of me and my friends drinking beer and holding up beer or flashing my body or whatever down on Bill Street. I don't know what you did, but you want to make sure you clean it up, because people will Google you, people will check you out, and you want to make sure your network is tight. Because I don't want to network with somebody that might hurt my business. Okay? So be careful with that. All right. So what else do you do for the networking? Again, I said attend events. If you can, prior to the event, I know like for organizations like the Project Management Institute, they'll reveal all the speakers, all the people that are going to be there. And you can actually start networking and connecting with them. I usually divide and conquer. Who do I need to meet? What do they do? I want to be strategic and have a target and meet this person or that person. It's not about the amount of people I meet, the quantity. It's really about the quality of the people that I meet. I want to take my time and engage and meet the right people to get me from A to B. I want to make sure that those people understand my business model, understand where my business is going and what we need and what we're looking for. I also want to understand what they're doing and what they want to accomplish and what they want to do and how can I help them. Because see, to me, the more I help them and I meet their connections can help me and build along the path. So again, just think about it in that aspect. It's about adding value to somebody. The more value you add to them, the more value they'll add to you. Okay. All right. The other thing is know your product. Know your product. And if you're the product, know who you are. Know what you represent. Be solid. Be firm. Don't switch every time something happens. And now I'm doing this. And now I'm doing this. And now my business is this. Pick one, stick to it, grow it, build it, and then branch out. Branch out. Because I would hate to be out there pitching you and say, hey, this is Michelle and her business is professional development. And they're like, no, that's not her business. Her business, she does event planning over here. No, that's not her business. She's in public relations. Now, what does she do? It gets confusing, right? So make sure you have a solid idea or solid delivery and pitch of what you do and who your client is and who your target audience is. Okay? Be well-rounded. It's not just about work. Be able to talk about different things. I used to tell college students, try to get up, see the highlights of the news. So when you come into a business or you interact with other people, you can at least talk about what you saw on the news. Try to see the highlights of the football game. Did you guys see that game yesterday with Dallas? Oh my God. That's all I can tell you. I don't know anything else about Dallas, but guess what? I'm talking to somebody that's a huge football fan. They're going to take that conversation and go the rest of the way. And once they finish talking about the football game, guess what I'm saying? So what about that deal we were talking about? How did you get a chance to look at that contract? Michelle, you know what? I was watching the game, but I'm going to look at it today. Actually, you want to just go ahead and explain to me what you're looking for? So just that little nugget of football, something that I know they were interested in because when I first met them, they were telling me about it and I remembered it. And now I'm getting a face-to-face meeting to talk about the contract. Didn't even have to send the contract over. He said, we can go ahead and move forward with this right now. Again, networking, forming relationships, finding value. But I wouldn't know to talk about the football games with him if I didn't take the time to find out what his interests are. Is he married? Does he have kids? Does he have a family? Where does he live? Does he live in North Carolina? Oh, he skis. Oh my gosh, you know, so are you guys planning a good ski trip for the holidays? Something that interests them. I am trying to connect to them. I'm in the sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated. So guess what? When I see another Delta, hey, Sarah. When we used to meet face to face, I would always have a Delta pin or something. So the person that I'm meeting with across the table, they actually see it in the meeting as well. So when the meeting is over, guess what? We're talking about the sorority because we found some connection. Again, forming the relationships, talking about the network, building the network to get the net worth. Okay. All right. So again, you want to, once you've had these networks, you want to follow up. Now you can follow up several ways. You can follow up with a phone call. You can follow up with an email. You can set up a meeting. You can invite them to an event and say, hey, it was great meeting you yesterday. I remember that you were talking about joining back and getting involved in the community. There's a community event happening online tomorrow. And do you want me to send you the information and share it with you? There it is. That was my follow-up. I remembered something about them that they told me. And guess what? I'm going to do it. Trying to get involved in the community. Talk to this girl. Hey, you know, I heard about that event. Did you attend? I was there too. We were online. And yeah, I tried to ping you. Follow up. or just basically send an email. It was great meeting with you. Would love to have another talk with you. Let me know your availability. We can meet via Zoom if you want to do face-to-face, or I can give you a call. Let me know your availability and I will make it happen. It's all about the follow-up. And here's the thing. If you don't follow up with something that we discussed or talked about, I don't know who you are. And it's important. I tell people all the time, you get 7 seconds. The first 7 words that come out of your mouth, 7 seconds. You know how they say men look at a woman, they flash, 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 and get all these pictures? People do that across the board, not just men or women. You have 7 seconds to make an impression. The 7 seconds for the first words coming out of your mouth, 7 seconds for when I read any information you give to me. So it's crucial that you come in strong and you already know what you want and what you're going to say, and ask them, how can I help you? Because that means I was important enough for you to ask. So when you follow up, Michelle, you mentioned that you were interested in XYZ. And I remember that I had a friend that was doing that. Do you want me to do an intro for you? Again, networking. Networking. I can also, we're coming up on the holidays. I was talking to a friend of mine. I was saying I need to get some cards and start mailing them out for the holidays, thanking my customers that I've worked with over this year. So things like that, sending out holiday cards. I used to send out birthday cards all the time to my customers because I made a point to find out when their birthdays or anniversaries or anything like that. If they had a daughter or a son that was graduating from high school or college, just say, hey, congratulations. You know, Tracy made it. So happy for you guys. Just different things. So whatever you remember. And it's okay to reach out and just ask for help. Hey, Michelle, I met you yesterday at the alignment seminar, and you mentioned that you worked with Lenovo. And I'm interested in a position there. And I was wondering if I could talk to you and see what we can do or how you can work with me and help me get into Lenovo. That is a okay follow-up. That is fine. It is okay to ask for help. You can ask for help. Okay? Any questions? Any comments? Okay. So what are the don'ts about networking? Number one, don't be a stalker. Don't be following me on LinkedIn. Follow me on LinkedIn, follow me on social media, but just constantly pinging. That's sort of stalkerish, right? Get to know me, get to talk to me, and then we can interact and stuff. But try not to be a stalker, calling the person all the time. Hey, Eric, you know, I heard you're having an event. Hey, Eric, what are you doing today? I just met you yesterday. Where are you calling? All the time. So don't be a stalker. Just gradually get to know them. The other thing is make sure that you introduce yourself. A lot of people just start talking and telling me what they need. And I'm like, and you are, I'm sorry, what's your name again? Okay. And make sure that you give people your name. Don't say, my name is Michelle, but you can call me Michelle because it's hard to pronounce. No, I need to learn your name. That's a respect thing. Make me learn your name and how to pronounce it. We're living in an age where we are a melting pot and the names are a little difficult to pronounce. But guess what? We can learn. So teach us how to say your name. Okay. The other thing is don't waste the opportunity. Don't waste the opportunity. If they tell you that they work a lot with NFL teams and you know they work with the NBA, then that's an open opportunity that you can say, you know what? I know in the NFL or NBA they have issues with leadership and networking as well. Is it possible for me to maybe talk to you or somebody in your area about setting up some workshops for them? Versus, oh, that's really cool. Oh man, yeah, he works a lot with sports and in the sports arena. Not thinking about the sports. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to align my business and get my business involved in that. So you want to make sure that you're constantly thinking ahead. Okay. So don't miss out on those networking opportunities. Don't miss out on a networking opportunity when you say, Today, I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like engaging. So you go to the event or go to the meeting and you say, hi, I'm Michelle. And that's it. Nothing else. You gotta be able to interact. You gotta just keep pushing yourself, because guess what? You don't know what that person on the other side, that could be your next $1 million client that you don't have to do anything else the rest of the year. This is the one that just because you pushed yourself into that nugget that was waiting on you. Okay. So you want to make sure that you don't miss the opportunity. You want to make sure you're available. You want to make sure that you're open and you're receptive, because sometimes when you meet people, they might want to give you some feedback because they might already know you, or they've heard about your business. They just haven't met you personally one-on-one. And now that they've met you, they say, you know what? I've been following you. Another way you could probably market your business is XYZ. Don't get mad and say, you don't even know what I do. Well, the reason why we did that, just listen. Just listen, take it in, and then decide how you want to move forward with it. So it's about the relationships. It's about the value. It's about forming it. So when you think of networking, think of your network, your net worth, and cultivating. It's about finding value in others. It's about working with them, partnering with them. How can you push their business and how can it push yours? It's also about growing people up to help you in your business. We all are entrepreneurs. We're not trying to do it by ourselves the rest of our lives. We want to build a business. In order to build a business, you got to form relationships. You got to talk. You got to meet. You got to find out what skill set somebody has and if it aligns and fits in your vision. Because at the end of the day, it was your vision and they're coming into it. So you can't do that if you don't form relationships. I hear a lot of people all the time, I don't want to work a job because I don't really do people. I don't do people. So since I don't do people, I just decided that, you know what? I'm going to start my business. I'm going to start my business. But how do you start a business and how do you have a business if you don't interact? Hey, Mark. And so Mark is from Pro Web Firm. Mark, maybe we can figure out how we can work together for some things and network. You see how easy that was? So Mark, let's network, let's partner, let's see how I can help push your business and drive your business. Because guess what? I don't know what the rest of his network looks like. He doesn't know what mine. We can introduce each other to people. It's about forming. So you got to get out there. You got to talk. You got to have the conversations. You got to remember also, even an entrepreneur has to talk and interact with people. If not, who are you selling to? How are you going to talk to your customers if you don't like interacting with people? It's not going to sell itself. It's not going to just, oh, I'm going to create this fancy website. I'm going to just throw it up there. I'm just going to make it happen. You have to push it. You got to push the product. You got to talk about it. You got to get out there. So, yep, Mark, sounds like a plan. See how easy that was? Mark just came on and I just started talking to him. It's virtual. We're not out at an event. We're online. So, everybody thinks networking ended. Oh, it stopped. It didn't. Companies are still hiring. People are still moving around. Even though we have COVID, we just changed up the game on how we do it. So you have to be flexible enough to change up your game. You didn't like social media before. You better start liking social media. You got to you got to get out there and start talking online. Even if it's just putting out little nuggets saying, this is what my company's doing today. This is what our new product. Hey, we're working on this hotline. We're working on pulling together in. Talk about your industry, because then people start looking at you and following you because you're the industry expert. You keep dropping nuggets. They haven't thought about it. You have to utilize this virtual world and work your network a little differently than you have in the past. And that's networking, you guys. It's all about forming the relationships. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. My name is Michelle McKinney. I am Third Degree Solutions. You can go to my website, michelledegree.com. On Facebook, I have a Facebook page for Third Degree Solutions. We also have a Instagram page, Third Degree Souls, as well as Twitter. So we're on all social media sites. My email is Michelle, MECHELLE, at the word third degree solutions with a S.com. So I'm really easy to find. If you forget how to spell Michelle, just put info at thirddegreesolutions.com, spelled out. I get excited, as you can tell, about networking, leadership, communications, presentation skills. That's my bailiwick. I speak to a lot of groups. I spoke at the North Carolina Project Management Institute convention, their annual event. Last year, I've spoken at the Midweek event, several different groups. But the bottom line is that all happened because of my network. I spoke down in Florida at a wealth conference. Out of that wealth conference, I birthed a book, #1 bestseller on Amazon. We've done a lot, but it was not by anything that I did on my own. It was my network. It was my resources. It was the people around me that guided and just pushed me to do things. So yes, you got to help. Aquila, yes, you have to help people. You have to be authentic. It's about changing lives. It's about changing lives. So we all are responsible. We're all change agents. It should be that when we walk into a room, we change the entire atmosphere. People want to know who we are. People want to meet us because we come in prepared, knowing our product, forming our product. We're ready. And people want to know who we are. What do they do? You're welcome, Veronica. I want you to build your network. Go out and do it. Yes. So, Alisa, yes, Anissa, exactly. You got to get out. You got to build it. You got to do it. If you don't do it, nobody else will. Nobody knows your product like you. Nobody can sell but you. But it's all about forming relationships, finding value. You can't go around and keep asking, help me, help me, help me, but you're not helping anybody else. You have to help and it will come back to you. It's just like the Bible says, you reap what you sow. You sow, you grow, you help other people. It will come back to you in different forms. It might not even look like you, okay? I know we're here at the Black Business Expo. I am all about helping my people, but sometimes I have to step out and reach out and branch out because I want to keep a pulse on what they're doing as well and bring it back in. So you want to be able to tap into all the different industries. You want to be able to push your business up and let it grow and let it flourish, and not just in your little area, in your little town, in your city or your state. You want to be able to push it out so that everybody's talking about it. When we started Third Degree Solutions, it was supposed to be small. We were supposed to help just the companies and people here in the Raleigh-Durham area. And from Raleigh-Durham, it went on to Raleigh, outside of North Carolina, and growing. And you just definitely want it to be bigger than what you thought. So somebody just said tips for identifying mentors within your network. So let's talk about that. That's a great question. That's a great question. So it's 3 different things. And I tell people this all the time, especially being a coach. There's a mentor, there's a coach, and there's a sponsor. And it's 4 actually. It's a consultant. A mentor is somebody that already has plotted the path you're trying to go. So I am in business. I've been in business for almost 32 years. I started early. I was a road warrior for Salesforce automation, running around teaching laptops. So that tells you how old I am. So definitely you want to get somebody that's already done it because you don't want to have to create that path over again. So that's your mentor. You're going to have a coach. A coach is the person that's going to be an extension of you. The coach is going to help you think and brainstorm through these ideas that you have. You want to start a business? Let's talk about it. What is the business? Why? How are you going to do it? What does that look like? If I could take this whiteboard and erase it, tell me what that business looks like. Is it going to be just you for a while? Is it going to have other people, other extensions? So the coach is going to help you extend your mind and grow. The next one is the sponsor. This is going to be the person that's going to be able to speak for you when you're not in the room. This is the person that's going to say, hey, I know somebody that can do that. They just started their business. This would be a good program for them to participate in and to grow into. Okay. The other thing is going to be the consultant. This is the person that's going to watch what you're doing, give you feedback about it, and tell you other ways that you can do it. So those are the 4 people. How do you find that mentor? Go out and see who's doing it now. Reach out to them. Ask them if they'll mentor you. Ask them if they'll talk to you. How do I do it? So you want to be a resource for everybody. Exactly. You want to make sure that you can help and you can give. So anything like that. So it's about the opportunity. I see people networking right now while I'm talking. They're all talking about what they do. This is what you do. While you're in these virtual meetings and you're online, start telling people what you do. What's your service? How do you get in touch with me? So you want to be able to do that. You want to be able to have that conversation. I recommend that everybody gets a mentor, not just one. I have several, depending on what I need the mentor in. Who do I need to help me get to where I want to be? Mentors have guided me and directed me. I don't even think I would be speaking right now if it wasn't for the fact that a mentor told me, you know what, Michelle, you have a story. Tell it. Tell it. I just finished a book. I was a collaboration with 40 other women, and it's called Warrior Women. We were talking about, for my section, I talked about being in the boardroom. At a young age, I was 25. I was already in the boardrooms making deals and doing contracts. I've touched every single state except for one. I've been in Latin America. I've lived in Europe. I mean, it's just so much. And I used to ask why. Well, my why? Because I need to go back and tell everybody else it's possible. It's possible. And I wasn't the only one. When I talk about my tribe, my friends were doing the same thing. We pushed each other. I mean, there wasn't a lot of people in the room that looked like us back in the day. And you know what? You guys are doing it now. And it's okay to do it. Somebody asked me, you know, Michelle, I saw this position. It was a manager position. How do I apply if I've never been a manager? You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. Again, how'd you find a position? Well, somebody told me about it. The network. The network. The network is pushing you to the places you're supposed to be. And that's what it's about. It's about all the different connections, how they point, how they all connect to each other. We all see all the time. We're all on the internet. We talk about the cloud. How is that connected? It's the network. It's all about the network. All right. Any other questions or comments about networking? I could talk about this all day, every day, because I really believe in the value of a network. And I believe it because I've experienced it. I'm not talking to you about some textbook stuff I've read. This is what I know. I'm a little girl from Shelby, North Carolina, rural North Carolina, the base of the mountains. You either, at the time I was there, you were going to work in a mill, or you're going to be a school teacher, a fireman, or something like that. All the things a local town need. I didn't want to be any of those things. I went off to college and majored in information systems. Everybody was worried about where are you going to get a job in information systems in Shelby. I guess Shelby is not where I'm going to be. That's not where I'm supposed to be. And obviously I didn't end up in Shelby, but now I could probably go back there and get a job. But at that time, no, that wasn't the plan. And I say that to say that some of you are building businesses that are not normal to everybody else that you're around. But I bet if you find a mentor and the right network, it will be normal and it will be something that you're capable of accomplishing. You just need the right people in your corner. You just need the right people to push you. You just need that network to get you where you need to go. Okay. So Eric, I think that's my time. I don't know if I'm supposed to bring you back on or how this works, or if I just keep talking and you pop back on. Are you guys, Mark? Okay, I'll just keep talking. I'll keep talking about networking. So the other thing about the network, when you meet somebody, they might sound good and look good and appear to seem like they have a lot of information, go back and do your research. Go back and check them out on LinkedIn, Google them, find out all the information you can to make sure that is the right person that you need to interact and talk to. Okay? We all can make a business card. We all can make a website. We all can create social media. Do your research on the person, especially if you're looking for them for specific things like finances or how to find grants or money or things like that. You want to know that you're connected to the right person in that business. You want to make sure that they are the people that you should be speaking to and that you want to speak to. So do your research. Do your research. It's just like you're interviewing people for a job. I'm interviewing you to see if you're the right fit for me. I'm interviewing your company and checking your company out to see if you're the right company that I should be partnering with. Okay? I'm just not going to willy-nilly partner with you because you're a great marketing company and I need some help with marketing and I just choose anybody. And then I'm embarrassed and shocked. So you want to make sure that you build with the right people. Build with the right people. You want to do that to make sure that you utilize the right services. But the only way you do that is by your research. By your research. And then it makes it easier for you because you'll know exactly who to target. Who to target. It gives you people that I know they're going to be at this event. I'm going to make sure that I can go in and that they can go in and sponsor me, or I can go in and find them and meet them because I know they're going to be here. I've done that several times where I called it my hit list. This is the hit list for today. When I get to this event, I need to make sure I meet these 3 people. I need some FaceTime with these 3 people. I might have been sending them emails and messages, but now this is my time to be able to get that information. What's the difference in a sponsor and an ambassador? Same thing. The ambassador is going to put you out there and push you. They're going to work with you to get you in the room. Sponsor, you might not know all the things that sponsor is doing for you. They sponsor you because they know you, they know your value, they know your mission and your purpose, and they actually just put it out there for you. They know, they try to push you out. So those things are there. You want to make sure. And so Joe Dudley is a great mentor. I remember when I first joined Every Dot Black, and they used to drive down to see him all day. So he is awesome. He's an awesome person. He has tons of experience. So a lot of experience, a lot of wealth of information to share. So that's the type of mentor you definitely want him to be your mentor. Great resource. So, and you guys need to be mentors as well. You need to be mentors. You have information that you can share with the next person that's coming right behind you. So you definitely need to take the time to get with them. So you definitely want to make sure that you utilize and share what you have. Okay. So Aquila, brand ambassador. So your brand ambassador is just helping you create that brand and pushing your brand out there, right? They're actually helping you market your company. They're helping push it out there. I hate to use this example, but he does it well. We talk about Puff Daddy or Love, whatever his name is today, but he is the ambassador for Ciroc. Every time you see him, he talks about Ciroc. So you can be ambassador of a particular brand or have somebody to be the ambassador, especially if they have a large network. Let them push things out there for you. So you want to make sure that brand ambassador, is ready for you. So they can help you out as well. Okay. Any questions? Any other comments? Well, again, I have enjoyed speaking with you today. Hopefully Eric doesn't get too mad at me for the things I said today. I hope that I was able to give some nugget to someone that you'll be able to utilize. Again, I'm here for you. Whatever you need. I mentor a lot of people. I coach a lot of people. Just reach out to me. Let me know what you need. Let me know what service you're looking for. I don't mind helping out. I don't mind helping out at all. So just let me know. And I'm there if you need anything. Okay. All right. So I am going to stop now, and I think Eric is trying to tell me to get off now, so I'm getting ready to stop. Okay. The last question. I love this platform. I would love to network and interview some of you. Yes, Dolores, just reach out to me. Let me know when you what you want to do. I'm available anytime. I don't mind being interviewed. I've done tons of interviews. I am all about leadership. I'm all about people moving forward. I just feel like if we don't help the next generation, nobody else will. And it's our charge at this time to pull everybody forward. So please, please, please give back, mentor somebody, sponsor somebody, help somebody. And I'm here. I'm available for whatever you need. Again, my name is Michelle McKinney, Third Degree Solutions. I'm on all the different social media sites as well as LinkedIn. Feel free to email me at info@Third Degree Solutions, and that is the word THIRD Degree Solutions and so forth. So feel free to reach out to me. And as you can see, I love the talk. So Eric's cutting me off. So bye.
I'm not cutting you off. I wouldn't do you like that. I just want to tell you that we really enjoyed what you was talking about, and the Eric get mad statement. That was the only one that hurt me because I couldn't
I'm
possibly get mad
playing.
with you. I know you was kidding, but when you begin to look at building a business and doing the kinds of things that you do, you were giving what I call nuggets. You were giving it to us so much until I didn't want you to go, but I could tell after an hour it's time to move on. You can't stay on here all evening. But black businesses all over the country truly we have a voice, and sometimes our voice is not heard. And
Yes.
and I saw all the great comments that you got, and we're gonna do this again. Like I said, we're gonna do it every quarter, and each quarter that we do it, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have returning people to come back as we will, and next time we get your PowerPoint going, and make sure that happens because again, I tell people all the time, you can't worry about glitches.
Yeah.
We was born on a glitch. We was think about it. We was stolen, brought here, and then we
Yes.
was let free. Ain't nobody do no social engineering saying what freedom was. But I can tell
No.
you one thing, and you can mark this word: the color of freedom is green. And when you understand that, then the rest don't even matter. Yes, I want to salute womanhood this evening because no matter what nobody say, Kamala Harris is the first black woman vice president. And
Yes.
you can say what you want to say about her. You can talk about her husband. You can talk about her kinfolk. You can say she from Asia. You can say all you want to say. But the common denominator is she's a black woman. And black
Right.
women have taken so much trauma in this country until guess what? It is great. It is awesome to have a black woman to stand up there and look across that aisle and say, I am here. I got a
Right.
voice and I want
Right.
to talk to you. And you know how black women is when it comes to talking. You can say what you want to say, but they know how to say it to make you
Yes.
think about it in a different manner and in a different way. And again, want to salute you. Thank you for being a beautiful lady that you are and being on the platform. We're
No
gonna
problem.
play some videos now. We're gonna put on Tristan, one of the kids that we gave the scholarships to. And I know earlier you was talking about you help parents find scholarships. I
Mm-hmm.
have I have about 15 kids who are looking for scholarships. I like to get them to you so that you can begin that work. And as a matter of fact, I believe I'm gonna talk to Maxine about you
Mm-hmm.
being on the scholarship committee because I believe that you can help us in that way also if you have the time because I'm gonna do all I can to help your company. That's what I'm gonna do. I did say I would do it, didn't I?
Yes, you did. And let me say this for those people that are looking for scholarships, we are actually getting ready to start posting scholarships again this month. So please follow Third Degree Solutions. And you'll start seeing all kinds of scholarships. You'll start seeing internships. We just had a big thing where we posted about Cisco doing a day at Cisco for students to learn about. STEM and learn about technology. So please follow us. We will definitely have that information out there. And we try to get it out there. If you're not sure how to fill out the scholarships and stuff, then reach out to us. We'll help you out. Okay?
Well, my phone is ringing. And let me put on, I don't know why the ringer is not on, but my phone is ringing and I got to answer this phone. Michelle, would you say a few words before you get out of here, okay?
Sure. I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier about the network. It's okay that I didn't have a presentation because, as you can see, it's passionate to me, and I mean everything I say. Your network is your network. You have to partner. You have to work with others. It's about finding value in people and seeing how you can help them grow so that they can help you grow. So please make sure that you take the time to get to know what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what they want to do.
Okay, and that's
So
going to be just the logo,
again,
or what's going to be on the back?
networking and have that pitch ready. Practice, practice, practice. You can't do it. And as you can see, Eric is on the phone now, networking, making it happen.
Okay,
It's
I'll
all
leave
about
that out.
the
And the reason that it
networking
looks
and
blurry
handling
is
the
because
business.
of the size.
So as an entrepreneur, make sure you take the time to do just that. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That'll work.
So while he's doing that, I'm going to say my email again. It's info@thirddegreesolutions.com. That is the word spelled completely out, THIRDDEGRE,
the email and send it to me, and then
solutions
I'll
with
work
the
on it,
S
and I'll get it
dot
back to you
com.
shortly.
All right. I'm also on all the social medias listed as Michelle Degree McKinney. If you put in MEC, you'll find me. I don't think there's too many Michelles out there. I am in the Raleigh-Durham area, but our company is global, so feel free to just reach out to us and we'll help you with whatever you need. If you have students that are struggling, not sure what you want to do, or even you yourself is in transition, definitely reach out to me. Let's partner. Let me help coach you through this process, okay? So we're here for you. And Eric, I'll turn it back over to you.
Oh, you're doing a wonderful job. My phone keeps ringing, and I was here, and the reason I picked that phone call up was because I'm going to. I tell everything. They say I got a big mouth, but we've had several calls of people wanting to get on this platform. But we had a phone call this evening from a young man who's working on his own television network, and he was saying that he had done a lot of work, and he wanted to understand how to get sponsorships for his network. And I told him he called the right person. And one of the things that I tell young people, and I tell people all the time, it's easy to call me and ask me to call somebody and get you some sponsorships. No, that's not how it works. The relationships that you build with companies is what gets you sponsorships. But that's not even the challenge for anybody that's getting sponsorships. The challenge is always is with anything that you do on the planet. It is, what is the why? Why would I give you that money? Why would I give you that money? Why am I going to sponsor you? What is your why? And when you find out what the why is, it's just like, think about what you said about scholarships. Okay, I want a scholarship. I want a scholarship. I want a Why do you want a scholarship, sir?
Right.
Okay, that's the same reason that we give our scholarships out, because a kid to get on, like the kid Tristan Thomas that got on, he wrote us a 500-word essay saying why he wanted our scholarship, and he wanted to so that he could become an architect. And then he broke it down about why he wanted to be an architect, what he was thinking, how he was thinking about it, and then he did a video.
And there it is.
Sent a video in. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, hold up. Where my pocketbook at? I don't care about the Black Business Expo. I want to get this boy some money.
Yep.
And that's what we have to think about when we think about, doing business. You can talk about business till you turn blue, but why are you doing the business? Are you doing the business to make some money, or do you love it? That's the difference. Because at 3:00 in the morning, it's like I told one of my speakers who I called today, and she said she was in the doctor's office, and I said, well, why you didn't give me a call? She said it was late, and I said to her, anytime there's something that's going on that's critical to somebody else, call them no matter what, because you don't know what they can do to change the atmosphere of making something happen. And that's just like the why in what your business is. at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, you might be working on your business because one of your clients might call you from Africa or call you from Europe, call you from another country. It's 3 o'clock there, but heck, it's 3 o'clock here, but it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But if your why is you're just here to make money, you're gonna roll over and go to sleep. But if your why is about your business, what are you gonna do? You're gonna jump up, get busy, knock it out, take a nap, get up, and continue to work because your why is stronger than your pocketbook.
It is. And you know, you just said something that really made me think about it. You know, earlier we were talking about network, and I was like, about finding value and asking Eric, how can I help you? What can I do for you? But it's also you telling me about you and telling me your why, so I know how I can help you. Because it makes me start thinking of things and bells start going off, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I know somebody that can help you. Or have you thought about doing this? But if you don't have a strong why other than telling me, Miss Michelle, I need some money to go to college because my family is broke.
Okay.
But you got to give me a little bit more than that. Because there's a whole lot of people.
Yeah, because what's going to happen, because that is your why. One, you're not going to study. Two, you're not going to be there. Three, you're going to check out the first chance you get to check out. And all of us that's cheering for you is going to lose out.
Right. And guess what? It makes it harder for the person behind you, because now I'm really watching who I'm giving money to, because I'm like, what happened to that guy that got a full ride? He only made it the first semester and part of the second. What? He dropped out? Did he ask for help? Did he reach out to people? No. So don't mess it up for everybody else. Make sure this is what you want to do. I say all the time, everybody doesn't go to college.
They don't.
It might not be for you, and this doesn't mean you got this big X on your face. Because you know what? The HVAC guy that came to my house a couple of weeks ago, he made a killing off me. This guy is really filthy rich. So what is he doing now? He has a fleet of HVAC people. So it's not just college guarantees a job. It's what you put in it. It's just like the business. What are you putting in it? The network, what are you putting in? You talked about the sponsorship, your why. You had to network with them, you had to form relationships, they had to start trusting you, and then the money came. And that's the thing that people don't realize. The money will come for whatever you need to do as long as we get out there and do the work.
Well, when you talk about that piece about going to school, you know, that's the piece that many people miss, because they believe going to school is going to get them the money. And a lot of times, people who don't go to school create something and make millions of dollars. One of the ways that we pivoted this year on the Black Business Expo is, instead of us just giving laptop computers and up to $5,000 of money, we're talking to the kids and we're saying, look, you go to college, but we want you to think about running your own business. We want you to create a business. And then our community is going to work with you with what you want to create. One of my board members said a lot when she went to school, many of her counterparts started businesses and never used the majors that they went for in school. And you got to understand, people don't always have to go to college to think. You know, people with jobs, I hate to say it, people with jobs cannot think. It's one of those.
It depends on that person, right? You're on track, and I agree with that. But it also depends on that person and what's in them and what's been given to them. Because you gotta have that. Because I see too many students graduating in these high GPAs, amazing majors. They graduate and they say, Carolina failed me. A&T failed me. No, they didn't fail you. You failed to do what you were supposed to do. You don't wait to make it to look for a job. I tell students that are seniors, and this is for parents. If you have a senior right now in college, your Christmas gift is they should be telling you where they're going to work. They should be looking for the job right now for May. You don't wait to May and you graduate and then you look for a job. That's too late. Guess what? Everybody in America graduates. I need you to be looking right now for the job that they're going to hold for you in May. Companies do that all the time. And the
Well,
whole thing about the money, come on, let's talk about it. We need to have these conversations early before the youth. We need to talk to our parents. Stop allowing them to lead you around. You know how it works unless you're okay with them living with you until you die. Because that's what's happening. We have a lot of people that say, well, they're not quite ready and I don't want to hurt their feelings, and they stay at home. But you know what? For an entrepreneur, for all these students that are in college doing it right now, it's a ton of them. I get them all the time. They're interning to build the business. But guess what? There's a little girl over at Central right now, full blown braiding salon in the dorm, paying her tuition off the money she's making off of braiding people's hair. How did you start that? Because I wanted to know. You came to Central as a freshman and you already had clients. What did she do? She started posting pictures on social media. Started saying she was going to be in Durham, North Carolina. She was going to be doing hair, making money, starting the business now. There were a lot of students that started those travel businesses in college where people could actually get on and start doing it. There were a lot of people that started their real estate business in college so that by the time they became juniors in college, guess what? They weren't just living in the dorm, they were living in rental properties that they were buying. So when they graduated, they changed that property that they were buying to a rental property for the other students. It's the way you think. You got to think different. You got to think outside the box. The opportunity is there, but you got to want it and you got to make it happen.
and you know,
And I
you're exactly right. It's what's inside. I've always said it's not the school, it's what's inside of you. We can all talk about being successful, but if you don't have a successful mindset, you're not going to be successful. If you don't
no.
have the stick to it ism, you're not going to stick to it. I don't care who you're. Look, there are many kids who have silver and gold spoons in their mouths and have money to blow. And that's all they do with the money is blow it.
Yep.
Then there are kids, folk like myself. I talk about me for instance. My great grandfather was rich, and he used to tell me, "It's my money. It ain't your money. It's my money."
Yep.
And he was
Yep.
my great grandfather, so you know how far down I was from the money. But he would always say, "You got to think. If you want to make some money, you got to think, and then you got to sell what you're thinking." And so,
Yep.
when I was in high school, I was drawing on T-shirts and jeans. I would see you and I say, "Hey man, look, let me draw your name on your jeans, cause that's what was in on blue jeans in the day." And I would just draw your name on one side and give you your jeans back, and you'd be saying, "Man, I thought you was gonna draw my name on both sides." I said, "I just want to draw your name. I mean, if I'm gonna draw it on the other side, it's gonna be $20."
There you go.
And then they would say, "Man, that ain't right. That ain't right." And then they go home. A couple of days later, they say, "Look, Kelly, man, would you hook up my other side of my jeans? Cause they were their favorite jeans." And then what I would do is what I call, and what people need to know is I would I would over overproduce on their jeans. Then I would just go ahead and draw both sides because they don't pay for the ink, and then I would put color on it. So when they got it back, it's in color. They're like, "Oh yeah, man, you did a good job." Then they tell somebody else. So I do
Exactly.
about 10, maybe 10, 15 jeans a week. I made about $300 a week in high school. So when me and the guys get ready to go somewhere, they look at me and say, "Man, we want to go to the concert." I said, "Let's go." Cause we in
Okay.
high school, we not in business. When I got into being in business, I couldn't share my money then. But when we all boys, we just having a good time, you know. But the key was I looked at a situation to see how I could make me some money because I live in the projects. I ain't got no problem saying that. I live right in the Federal Street projects. In Hayes, I was in Federal Street project, but the project won't end me. I was one of the few kids who had a paper route. I would never forget. One night, it was a Friday night, I was coming home with the paper route money in my pocket. And these two boys came running from, I ain't never seen them before, came running after me. Okay, the question becomes in your mind, do you allow two strangers to take what you've done for a whole month? Or do you do something to keep that money in your pocket. And they was running after me. They was going fast as they could. They was older boys. And when the time they got right up on me, I hit the ground. And both of them ran right past me real fast. And by the time that they turned around to run, I was gone. I'm talking about disappeared behind the houses. They didn't know what had happened. But in my mind, I had already outthought them. I said, you know, when I get by these houses down there, I'm gonna drop to the ground real quick. They got to stop because they flying. I am not flying. I'm pretty fast, but I'm not flying. There's a difference when you running and you flying. When you flying, you got to do what? You got to stop.
You got to
By
stop.
the time they stop, I was gone. And that's what people have to begin to think about in business today. You
That's
can't
what I was
worry
gonna
about
say.
the competition. You got to outthink the competition, because when you're
You have to
outthinking the
outthink it.
competition, the only competition is who? That's you.
Yep. Yep. The other, you said two things, and I want people to think about that. You said one is he had been working on this for over a month, and he had the funds from the month. When you have your business and you've been working on this product, this baby, you don't want somebody else to come into your business and take that away from you. So in order, you have to protect what's yours. And you protect it by changing the words and saying, this is no longer a hustle. Because remember, he said he was in high school, and then they got jobs, and they had to make it a little different. So now my hustle came up with this great idea. Guess what? I had to put some business things around it now, because this is no longer a hustle. This is my business. So I can't be hooking everybody up. I can't be letting everybody have my product for free. I can't be just giving it out. You gotta treat it like a business. The other thing you said, Eric, that I thought was interesting, that was phenomenal. You said, I had the ink. I just had to draw it on the board. There's so many of us that have the tool and won't even use it. Utilize the tool.
That's so powerful. That is so powerful. And when you was talking, I was just sitting here thinking about when I went to school on art scholarship, and my counselor, I was talking to my counselor, and my counselor was saying that being just an artist, you won't gonna make no money. I said, well what choices do I have? He said, well, you could be a fine arts major, and which meant that I could draw stuff for cars and those kinds of things. And I said, well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get that job, because now it's in the 80s, so you're thinking, you know, different folk gonna get those jobs. And then he said, well, you can go into advertising and write your ticket. And I said, okay. And I changed my major to visual communications to go into advertising so I could write my ticket. But what he didn't do, and this year for the first time I cried because he led me astray. He did not say to me, there is a way for you to be an artist and go to art residencies across the country and travel the country and draw and paint and go across the country and keep drawing and keep painting and go across the country, and one day you might be like Mark Bradford, who's selling his work for $12 million a pop. He didn't give me that. He didn't give me that, because if he had, I never would have played basketball. I never would have ran track. I never would have done anything. I would have concentrated on my art. Okay, we can't cry over spilled milk, but that is spilled milk. But he said that I could write my ticket in advertising. So I'm telling you, I'm saying that because many people, when you know what you're going to do, you don't do the research. And so what he told me that I could write my ticket, my question in my mind is, okay, how can I write my ticket? So I went to the library and I got books on advertising, and I read and I read. And then there was one statement by one of the top advertising agencies in the world, BBDO, worldwide. And the guy said advertising is you tell people what to think. He said advertising is telling people what to think. And when I read that, I said, okay, now I need to know people. So I went purposely and joined as many clubs on campus that I could join. Matter of fact, I was in about 22 clubs or organizations. I either was the publicity chairman or the president, one or the other, because in that book, it said that I had to tell people how to think. And before I could tell you what to think, I needed to understand what a person was thinking. That's first. And so I spent my time learning and talking, and I was one of the most popular guys on campus. And people was like, "Well, how do he know everybody?" Well, I'm in 22 clubs, buddy. Okay, I'm taking all my electives with the seniors. Okay, because the seniors are trying to get out. So when I ask him, well, how do you graduate? Well, you got to take all your electives. Well, I'm gonna take them first.
Yep.
I'm gonna get them out the way first, cause I don't want to hear that you're not gonna graduate conversation, cause you ain't take this elective and you don't even like this elective, so you're not gonna study for it. And then
Right.
I put an hour behind each one of my classes, so that meant that 2 hours me studying one thing for 2 hours meant I knew the work. So at night when it was time to party and do things, I was always out, and people was like, "Well,
Right.
man, when do you study?" Well, I studied during the day because I treated college like it was high school. When you went to high school, you went from what time to what time? 8 in the morning to 5 o'clock, and then you was out. So I said,
And
well,
you were out.
that's what I decided to do in college. So what it allowed me to do was to enjoy both worlds. You know, the education and the playfication. That's what I used to call it, the playfication. The education and the playfication. You got to understand, you have to have a plan of attack, not only with your life, with your business. I'm not saying that I was the smartest guy. I'm
No,
not saying I
but
was
you
the
had a
dumbest
plan.
guy. But I know my grandmother who planned the Black Business Expo so many years ago, she came to me with a plan on how to do this. And that plan that she had is still going on over 30 years later. So that tells people that the plan is more important than the people.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said is so true. And it starts way back then because you had the mentors. You said you watched the seniors, you talked to the seniors, they helped you guide you. And, you had discipline to break it up to say, you know what, I'm doing this from 8 to 5, but I'm going over here too. Also, what happens when you get into your business, you have discipline to say, this is how we're going to do this because here's the plan. If you have no plan and you have no discipline, you don't have a business.
And you just need this much discipline. Okay, pick up your phone. That's one discipline. If you just got that enough to pick up the phone, you good. Like I tell people, the challenge that we have is sometimes we don't know the road that we can go to get what we want to get. A friend of mine was having a conversation with me about art, and I was talking about Kendi Wiley, the gentleman who did the Obama picture, the painting. And Kendi Wiley was, in my mind, the most wealthy artist living. And the guy was telling me, he said, well, you need to do your homework. You don't even know who's the most wealthy living artist. He hung the phone up. I got online. That's why I said this right here is so powerful. This is why we're doing this, because of this internet and this phone. So powerful. And people miss out on it. I got online and found Mark Bradford. And when I looked up that he was selling pieces of art for $12 million a pop, I cried. I mean, I'm not playing with you. I cried. And the reason I cried is because I didn't do my homework when I was in college. Because if I do my homework in college, we may never see the Black Business Expo. We may not see this form of guide that you see today. But there's one thing that I do know. It didn't matter whether it was my art, the Black Business Expo, or anything on the planet. I was destined to do something great to change the lives of other people on the planet. And no matter what anybody says, I had somebody at my house today, and the only reason she was in my house, because I don't let nobody come to my house during this COVID season, she brought me a Black Business mask to wear. And that's the only reason she came to my house. She talked to me on the phone and said, I want to do you a mask. I'll be in Durham. She's out of Chicago. She says, I'll be visiting Durham. I like to stop by and give it to you. And she gave it to me to give to my mama. And see, these are the kinds of things that happen because you're committed to doing what you do. Not because you're sitting there waiting somebody to do it, because a friend told me, he said, you had stopped doing the Black Business Expo and nobody else did it. And then I said to him, I said, well, that's because nobody understands the work. And if
Right.
nobody else is going to do it, then why not do it again? Because at the
I
end
agree
of the
with
day,
you.
you're changing people's lives. And the sad part is nobody wants to pick it up because of one word. It's work.
It's work. I'm gonna say this one thing, and I know we only have a couple of minutes. I agree with you wholeheartedly because when I decided I was gonna start coaching, and the people were like, "We saw you coach already, and there's tons of coaches out here." And I was like, "You're right." But I'm not just going to title myself as a coach because I don't want to just make some money. I want the big money. I want the executive coaching. I want these guys over here because I still have this third degree thing going on. And I need to be up in the corporate area so I can pull these students up in it as well. So when I decided to get the coaching, I had to go back to school this year and get ICF certified.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm talking about going to NC State, getting this coaching certification, qualifying for the exam, getting all that stuff taken care of. But guess what? At the end of the day, I'm doing corporate coaching.
That's what
Didn't
it's a,
think I was going to be doing that because remember, I'm over here with the students. So guess what? It aligns nicely because I can pull my students right on up and in because you got to do the work. Could I have just started coaching them without it? Oh, yeah, but I would have missed out on the money over here. And the thing is, because of the certification, there's not a lot of people that look like me that can say they're ICF certified in this area.
and that right there is the key. We can talk till
Mm-hmm.
we turn blue in the face, but at the end of the day, when we look at the resume, and the resume matters to some people, to some
Yeah.
people it don't, but to some people, that door will not swing open without those certifications. And see, you
Yep.
saw it. You weren't looking for it. See, that's the problem. You weren't looking for it. You saw it. And instead of you saying, okay, I see what I got to do. Well, I don't know if I really want to go through that. And I don't. No, you said, I see it. I know what I got to go through to get there. And I'm going through it so that I can make it happen.
Be clear. One last thing, and I promise I'm gonna go. When I did that certification, I had third degree. I had contracts with 4 schools. I got requested by Mike Bloomberg to be his HBCU engagement director for a presidential campaign and working at Cisco all at the same time. So you got to do the work. Do the work.
Would you hold, please? We're getting ready to get off, okay?
Yep, I'm done. I'm done.
No,
Do
I
the
know you're
network.
done, but I just want to thank you so very much for doing what you've done. I'm just so elated that you're on the Black Business Expo network. It's a 24-hour network. This was our first day. You know, we have really, listen, we did something today nobody's ever done. We broke records. We made history. And then the most important thing about it is this. We set out to do it, and we completed our first day. We got 6 days to go. My thing is, I done one day, and if I could just do one day, I'm happy. I want to
You
thank you
got
again for being on. We look forward to the great things that you're going to continue to do. About 3 minutes from now, we're going to go to Jimmy and Every Black. Every Black is going to take us home. And when he takes us home, I'm going to go get me something to eat. Have not eaten today, people. I just want y'all to know my dedication to y'all is
Hey,
real.
Jimmy and everybody black, that's my family. I do faith, motivation, and leadership with Carnella. So they're going to be a powerhouse for you.
Okay, now let me ask you a question before you get out of here. What is your email? What is your website? And what is your slogan?
So my name is Michelle at thirddegreesolutions.com or either info@thirddegreesolutions with the S.com. My website, I have two. I have michelledegree.com and I have another one that's thirddegreesolutions.com. You can also catch me on every dot black. I do faith, motivation, and leadership. I'm one of the co-hosts. I'm a coach. Whatever you need concerning professional development, my company can provide. I have a team of instructors that work with me. Maxine does all the things dealing with interviewing, LinkedIn, and all that stuff. That's just Gail. Darius handles all the communications. We got a good team, and it's because of the network. And thank you for allowing me to be here. If you need me, just hit me up on social media or LinkedIn or whatever. See, I like using those words, hit me up, because during the day I dare say that.
All
So
right.
just wanted to say thanks for allowing me to be here.
Okay, thank you so very much. You've been
All
listening
right.
to the beautiful Miss Michelle McKinney, all the way from the beautiful city, wherever that city is. We're not gonna tell you. You gotta hit her up, like she said. Hit her up. Thank you so very much. We're gonna move
All right.
on in. We got about 1 minute to go. Thank you again. You got EK3. It's been a powerful, powerful day. I don't know what to say to all of you. Thank you for tuning in. Give me a call at 919-308-9090, and let's make it happen for you, for your family, for the Black Business Network. You got Eric Kelly III saying goodbye until the next time. I'll see you in the morning at 8 p.m. sharp. We'll see you in the morning as we do this one more time. It's a marathon, but hey, who better to do the marathon than you and me? As I said, EK3 from the South Side, and as they say in some circles, Dr. Eric Kelly III. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.